friends and people who are interested in horoscope and tarot. Here is your free yearly forecast for this period from the psychic Sibylla. In this summary of the year's energies, you can find answers to many questions about love, life, money, health, and relationships. About your future for 2023. Horoscopes look at the coming year for each of the 12 signs. They are made for Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, in the order of the zodiac. Sibylla, a fortune teller, has given each of these signs a free, amazing prediction for 2023. The yearly overview of energies is important for anyone who wants to know what will happen in the future. Get to know the advice and how the energies will be in this year. The year's energy is linked to forces in the universe that will help you. Free horoscopes can tell you much about what will future brings. 12 signs. 12 seasons of this year. We start the year with the Sun's energy in Capricorn. From January to December, each month will be focused on the horoscope, and also on the main energies that have to do with how things will go in this period. Chinese horoscope talks about how the Chinese signs will change in the future. Chinese astrology says that this year will be the year of the water rabbit. It's a year of getting new energy. A time that makes up for the stress of year before, which was the tiger year. The pregnancy horoscope and Western predictions for each month of this time, from January to December, are given in detail. They give a summary of the year's vibrations that anyone can understand. Sibylla knows that the best way to figure out what will happen is to simply say forecast prediction. When a new year starts, many people wonder, what awaits me this year? The Sibylla gives answers in yearly horoscopes that cover a wide range of topics. You can choose from Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Then start learning about the near future. Each year's horoscope is made up of different parts that come together to make the big yearly forecast for this time. Yearly pregnancy horoscope and love and relationship prediction. In this part, the forecast is based on the 12 signs of the Western zodiac. The Eastern one of the categories is called Love Horoscope. It looks at how long-term relationships work. It also predicts what future foresees for singles. It looks at how family and friends get along. A lot of people read this yearly prediction. But you will also be interested in other horoscopes. The pregnancy horoscope for 2023 lists times that are good for getting pregnant. It looks at when the zodiac is affected by essential transits that can help a pregnancy go well. Find out what the future holds for your career and finances as well. The health horoscopes are also very important. This is the part of every forecast that comes at the end. In Western astrology, the 12 Western signs are looked at. Sibylla has been telling fortunes for a long time to make a prediction for both Western and Eastern signs. This episode of Horoscope is about the signs of water, earth, fire, and air. Astrological transits, planets, elements, and houses are the main focus of this year's forecast. On the parts of the zodiac that are affected by Western astrology. Why the yearly horoscope is important? Sibylla knows you must know what will happen before bad things coming. Follow your sign's horoscope for this year. It will help you find your way around better in this year. Look at the forecast for your family as well. For a spouse, friend, or coworker. Horoscopes tells you your fortune for free once a year. So, you can pick the sign that you are interested in. There are no fees and no limitations. There are several reasons why forecasting is essential. It tells you what to do in the future. You find out what has happened to you. What do you need to get ready for? Will you enjoy this period? What should you avoid to be happier? Free answers to these questions can be found from January to December. In the following few lines, we'll give a quick overview of the yearly forecast as a way to start. Every sign has its place with us. The biggest horoscope looks at strong points each month related to life's biggest questions. Signs and their yearly horoscopes. Horoscope Aries. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac to notice both the effect of planets moving backward and Venus's effect on long-term relationships. The movement of Mars each harms Aries. He will deal with more unhappy feelings. Aries can make changes in their lives in several ways. The Aries horoscope calls attention to the bad vibes of April. July and August are both hard months. How will your sign be affected by the year? What does this year hold for those born under the Aries sign? Forecast tells you more about your sign and how the next year will go. Horoscope Taurus for this year. In love, you can expect some changes. Venus isn't the only crucial astrological factor that affects relationships in the Taurus sign. This section's yearly prediction looks at the life of a Taurus. Your relationship with the element and other zodiac signs. Annual Horoscope Taurus defines it will be hard for Taurus to plan their finances. Last but not least, some months of year are a warning against getting bored and worrying about the future. This year's Taurus forecast will tell you more for free. Horoscope Gemini. In a lot of ways, the year will get you ready for the challenges Sibylla thinks you can handle. From March through the summer, you have the chance to grow as a person. Learn about yourself. Gemini is a sign that also looks forward to meeting new people. The horoscope Gemini also says that there will be some shocking changes in love and money. The horoscope also tells you not to make bad choices in a certain month. The prediction looks at the year 2023 through the eyes of Gemini, so feel free to read it. Horoscope Cancer. Many of year's transits happen in the Cancer's house, which manages family ties. The year of the Cancer sign has much to do with love and relationships. Are you a Cancer who now wants to improve yourself? Or to help with financial health? After the second Mercury retrograde ends on September 15th, there will be an exciting time. What does the fourth Cancer sign feel like? Sybil gives you a free reading of the most accurate forecast Cancer, so you can get through the year without any significant problems. Horoscope Leo. The season of Leo is a sign that cosmic energies will be in an exciting place that will affect you. In the current year, July and August are usually the Leo season. Horoscope Leo is a free way to find out what a fortune teller thinks will happen in the next year. Even in 2023, you have a solid connection to the Sun, your ruling planet, and move through several signs during the year. Leo knows what they need to do. He thinks that a lot of things will work out for him. Will that happen? The Leo horoscope looks at where the planets are now and how they will affect your energy. Horoscope Virgo. Mercury, which rules Virgo, will be in several interesting places. The position of Mercury is one of the most important parts of the horoscope for getting in touch with the right energies. But Virgo notices other important things as well. Up to 4 times this year, Mercury will be retrograde, which means it will be in a more difficult place. Chinese astrology says that this is a year with fewer bad things happening. But Virgo also has to deal with bad energies from hard months. Pregnancy horoscope declares that certain months will be turning points. Is the whole Virgo horoscope a warning, or is it just a guide to a better life in the 6th sign in a row? Horoscope Libra. Through February, the Libra sign's ruler, Venus, is in an exciting place. Then Libra's marriage and other partnerships are affected by the house of marriage and partnerships. The yearly forecast conveys that this position of the ruling planet is essential for relationships and love to grow. But does it work because it's in the right place? Or, instead, worries about how Libra's relationships will change and how the future will turn out? But the horoscope also talks about a lot of money. From all the things the horoscope Libra talks about, these are the ones that can be hit the hardest. Yearly horoscope Scorpio. Mercury also affects many things in the life of the 8th Scorpio sign. The moon's position during critical several times shows that Scorpio is connected to higher knowledge. The horoscope, for example, says that May, June, and July will affect the direction of work and money. Before 2024 comes, Scorpio has a chance to bring the family and personal budgets back into balance financially. The yearly prediction declares that the strong position of Venus, the only planet that moves backward, will be a turning point for relationships in the future. How will Scorpio's health and careers change over the next year, according to their horoscope? Horoscope Sagittarius. The Sagittarius season starts on November 22nd. It's over on December 22nd. The birthday of a Sagittarius is between these dates. In the yearly prediction, the position of the Sun in the first house is critical. The forecast has nothing to do with the Sun's work alone. Horoscopes also judge relationships. When Saturn is in the 4th house and moving backward, it will have a more disruptive effect on how the Sagittarius sign's relationships grow. But for Sagittarius, Mars in the 8th house from March to May means experimenting with new ways to have fun. The Sagittarius yearly horoscope is the most significant and personal prediction of the coming year. It looks at more things. Yearly horoscope Capricorn. The January Capricorn's birthday for this year is at the beginning of the year. According to the yearly forecast, this time is significant. On the 2023 start, the Sun is in the 1st house, which is in the Capricorn Sun sign. Later, Capricorn relationships are taken care of by Mars in the 7th house. Sibylla knows from her study of astrology that this part of the sky is likely to cause problems in love and relationships. This year, from March to May. We also look at the Sun's position in the house of relationships and marriage in Capricorn horoscope. From June to July, it will happen. And the yearly Capricorn horoscope states that these months are essential for the future. Horoscope Aquarius. After January 18th, Mars and Mercury will be in a bad position. The next few days are seen as turning points by the yearly prediction. The time of year when Aquarius celebrates the year's birthday is coming up. Horoscopes know that there is a time of year for each sign. Aquarius thinks that the time between January 20th and February 18th is significant for the future. How you choose at the turning points of the year will affect your future. So, read the full year forecast for 2023 about how your life will change. The Horoscope Aquarius is free every year. Horoscope for Pisces. People know Pisces as friendly people. Does the horoscope foretell the growth of friendships or problems in several relationships? In these lines, a yearly prediction talks about the last sign. When Saturn is in the 2nd house and moving backward, it can be challenging for Pisces money. Venus is also returning to the place of marriage, and Saturn is doing the same thing. In this way, the horoscope Pisces is worried about planets with bad angles, which can cause problems in many parts of Pisces' lives. Don't give up hope, use the horoscope of positive things for this year to see what the future holds. Why retrograde planets are important for the yearly horoscope. In astrology, planets that move backward have essential meanings. The place of these planets will also be a big part of your forecast for the whole year. Why not be afraid of planets that are moving backward? And why do some of their actions make us worry? because they have a significant effect on making precise which cosmic vibrations are good and which are bad. Because, in some way, they give you a chance to clean up your life as a whole. But in another place, they can make it hard to accept ourselves and the things we talk about. The retrograde process can be challenging even in these years. So, it's essential to figure out what the signs are for. Even in the months of 2023, planets always affect the signs when they move backward. Personal horoscopes show retrograde planets for each sign and the associated energy. You can find the list of retrograde movements on our website. The link you can find in the video description. You can use astrological energies to your advantage whether the planets are in a good place or a wrong place. The forecast talks about a particular time that taught them something important for each sign. Chakras are often mentioned in the horoscope. All year long, learning how to work with chakras is essential. For every sign, chakras help you get through hard times by using your energy. Find out how your health is affected by your chakras. Likewise, this year, the word of the year is tolerance. Some people think that getting turned down is a zodiac sign that they are getting better as people. A lot can be learned from what some signs do wrong. People will grow spiritually in this period. Someone has to deal with being alone at some point. People will know that you need to connect with them. A happy year is one in which you can love and accept changes. The need to impress others might make you more rigid, but it will keep you from reaching your goals. The love horoscope thinks you should only make big decisions about ending a relationship, career, or friendship if these things no longer help you grow. Forecast and Oracle Sibylla wants you to feel loved every day of the year. A lot of health, strength, and knowledge. If you think you're a good person, remember that you are. If you want to feel better, look for love. How will the energies of the Aries zodiac sign affect different parts of people's lives? A yearly forecast can tell what will happen whether Aries was born a man or a woman. We look at what the prediction Aries says about each month. The Great Forecast says that Mars is the planet that rules Aries. The element that leads this sun sign is fire. Fire is also the element that rules Leo and Sagittarius signs. The polarity of the first sun sign is also looked at in the prediction. Aries is a male sign of the zodiac. That means Aries has male energy. Aries is one of the primary signs in the yearly forecast. The sign Libra is the opposite of Aries. This is what the forecast says. And what the first sun sign is like. This trait is the key to figuring out what your zodiac sign is. The Aries annual prediction is based on the following traits of the first sun sign in astrology. According to the characteristics of the Aries sign for this year, Aries has a lot of energy and passion. Because fire is its most crucial element, Aries is a person with a strong desire to lead and be in charge. Libra and Leo are the most compatible in love. They have the most in common with each other in all kinds of relationships. Whether they are friendly, family, or personal. These two zodiac signs help Aries a lot. Especially when it comes to having kids or getting married. The forecast also talks about other traits of Aries. And forecast defines how they relate to the prediction. The person with the Aries sign is driven. He wants to find happiness not only in his personal life, but also in his job. The fiery, fast, passionate, and active nature of the element that rules Aries helps it reach its goals in life. The season of spring starts when the sun moves into the Aries sun sign. This means that Aries is a sign of new beginnings. Says annual prediction Aries. From an astrological view, the main traits of Aries will also affect this year. For Aries, life is mostly about personal relationships and finding oneself. Aries have trouble being healthy. But the forecast says that Aries will often have to deal with sick family members. Aries will have good luck. But there will also be hard times at work. A lot of pressure from the boss or family. The annual prediction for Aries also tells about a few astrological events affecting relationships. Love prediction will also look at the atmosphere of Aries household. Negative energies that affect Aries this year. Mars will be in retrograde until January 12th. This will be bad for all Aries because it will cause trouble. At the start, Mercury and Mars will move backward. This is the prophecy of accurate prediction. Due to the effects of two planets moving backward at the beginning of the year, the first few days will be tough for all of Aries. Up until January 18th. Both in their personal lives and their careers. Aries can expect more stress at work. A worsening budget and misunderstandings at home. So, the start of January may need to be more stable. The detailed yearly forecast also points out the bad energy that will be around in the second half of April and the beginning of May. The second house of astrology comes into play when Mercury goes backward in the second house. Mercury retrograde can hurt Aries' finances and make things more difficult at work. So, be careful with your money. Because someone wants to make you poor. During this time, it's also wrong to ask for a raise or to look for a new job. The big forecast of work and money also says that Aries looking for a new job will not find one during this retrograde process of Mercury. The months of July and August are also harmful and more complicated. The effect of Venus moving backward on the fifth astrological house of Aries will be felt in the second half of July. A good reputation and happy times in the life of a fiery Aries have blocked both, thanks to Venus retrograde. For March Aries, these 2 months are more stable. But Aries need to be more patient. Take more responsibility and fewer risks. Arian needs to think more when Venus is in the retrograde process. These steps can help you get out of the more negative vibrations that Venus retrograde in your 5th house of astrology has set up for you. Mercury will be in the 6th house from August 23rd to September 15th, when it will be in retrograde. The Aries prediction says that when planets move backward, you shouldn't try anything new or risky. Avoid making significant investments and rushing to solve problems. Save the big things for later. Advises forecast. From September 15th, Aries won't have to worry about any more bad surprises or hard times. Your family's health will be at risk starting in July. From this point of view, you should care more about what your family eats and how healthy they are. Get to know the health forecast to learn more about the energies in the last month. Positive energies affect Aries this year. The yearly forecast says Aries will have good times and hard times. From an annual astrological view, the beginning of the year is the first reasonable time. This is a significant month, with Venus coming into Aries sign in February. So, Venus will affect the first house of Aries. The forecast says that during this time, Aries is focused on himself. You think that working on yourself makes you happy and gives you ideas. The accurate Aries prediction says that you can look at the things around you with fresh eyes. You notice the variety. You want something new. Aries is fearless of challenges or changes in February. Your personal life, finances, and career are all the better than in the first month. The moon's phases significantly affect the forecast and what it says about the coming year. Yearly prediction says that even the monthly new moon in February talks about improving health. There are also many good things about the next few months. For example, on March 20th, the sun will move into your home sign, to the first house in astrology. Venus passes through the second astrological house. The new moon in the first house is added to the mentioned positive astrological aspects. All astrological events from March to May promise that Aries will have more vital and positive energy in their lives. Mercury going backward is the only thing that can bother you. You perceive this transit of Mercury from April 21st to May 15th. But if you keep a positive attitude, don't give up, and keep working on yourself, you'll be able to deal with the destructive effects of Mercury in retrograde without much trouble. But don't have too many hopes for your job because they might not come true, the annual forecast says. The forecast says that June will be the best year. During this month, there are no bad things in the astrological chart. On the other hand, the Sun will move into your 4th house on June 21st, making you feel more connected to your family and home. The forecast says that Aries has the chance to improve house and family relationships. The days of July, August, and September will teach us a lot about handling more complicated situations. You should mainly take advantage of the moments from August 27th, when Mars is in the 7th house. This position of your ruling planet gives you a lot of fight in your relationships, whether you're in a relationship or not. Your life also brings you new chances and challenges in your relationships. But in October, your forecast tells you to be careful about affairs that could hurt your long-term relationship. But there are chances for single Aries in October when they have the best chance of meeting their true love. But you have to take action and not be afraid. It will help if you let go of the past that keeps coming back to haunt you and keeps you from moving on. Forecast says that November and the end of this year will bring strong positive vibes to people with the zodiac sign of Aries. Mars in the 9th house means you will grow and advance in your career. One of the lucky months is also November. You'll do well at work, and at the end of the year, you won't have to worry about money. It would be best if you got your Christmas gifts taken care of before December 13th. After that date, Mercury will retrograde again, which can hurt your finances and career. Mercury is in the 10th house of astrology right now, so use clear thinking. The forecast says there will be good astrological aspects and energies, especially from December 13th to the beginning of 2024. You may have social events at the end of the year. You should avoid doing anything that could hurt your reputation at these events. Aries horoscope for love and relationships. Astrologically speaking, the beginning of the year is a good time to start something new. You won't have any problems until January 12th, when the planet Mars moves backward in the 3rd astrological house of Aries. The Aries love forecast says that this affects the place of communication and can make it hard to have good relationships with your family and your partner. So, it's essential to focus on how to settle disagreements or fights reasonably. However, you won't feel these energies very strongly because Mars is already slowly ending its retrograde motion and will start moving forward again on January 13th. In astrology, Venus, the planet of love, is in the 11th house right now and for almost all of January. So it focuses on friendships, which makes your companies grow and improve from an overall point of view. Venus will move into the 12th house at the end of January. Here, it gives you hope and faith in your relationship. You have enough energy to work on your relationships with other people. Your partner also thinks you care about his wants and feelings. Venus will have a more considerable effect this January on March-born Aries, born in the first decade. But you don't notice any significant changes in love, and after the end of 2022, when things were less stable, things got better. This time reminds you of how your romantic dreams came true and how close you were to your partner. This happens all through this year, especially in February and March of that year. The first house of Aries is where Mercury has been since March 19th. This affects your family and how you grow as a person. Now you can spend time with your family, kids, and partner in a way that lets you all learn from each other and enjoy being together. Aries will be on balance by the beginning of the year, so you can look forward to a perfect start suitable for your love life. The next few months won't have anything terrible happen. April, May, and June are ideal for personal relationships. The Aries prediction says that since May 7th, the planet of love, Venus, has been in the 4th house. You make your home better, enjoy what you have, and are aware of another person's love and presence. You no longer have trouble talking to people or being close to them. The biggest love forecast Aries says that at the beginning of the year, you will be strengthened not only by deeper feelings for your partner but also by a better intimate connection that will improve your marriage and relationship. You build a marriage on things you both like. The first 3 months will be an excellent time for parents. You're happy for them, and you enjoy the comforts of your home and the quiet there. Does this year look suitable for families, single or married? Yes, because the first part of the year will be full of astrological events that will strengthen your relationship with your partner. You can talk about how the relationship has grown or how the family has grown. The joy you and your partner feel when your kids do well in the year's second quarter makes your relationship stronger and fills your home with good energy. June is the best month for love in the first 10 years of the year. This will help you understand what your loved ones need more. Loved ones understand you better. They are there to help you and are there for you. Favorable transits of the Sun and the positive energies of Venus or Mercury, which show up in the houses of your forecast that deal with your personal life, help you deal with every argument sensibly and clear up any misunderstandings by talking. The second half of the year is even busier than the first half. Things will get more challenging when Venus goes backward in the 5th astrological house on July 23rd. From August 23rd, when Mercury goes backward in the 6th house, these disturbing vibrations from Venus will get stronger. From July 23rd to September 15th, your joy and contentment at home, work, and money will decrease. From the home and family perspective, this time is unsuitable for making significant changes or essential decisions about marriage, children, etc. The forecast says you should go with the flow and not try to make anything new. When Venus goes backward in the 5th house of astrology, these energies can make you fight with your partner. A fight with your partner can be about money, health, or work. You won't agree on these parts of your lives, but this can be a great chance to improve your communication skills and how you talk to your partner. During those same months, you also strongly desire to learn more about yourself. It makes the most sense to tell your family and children about this wish. You'll grow closer to each other by doing fun physical activities together. You'll also get rid of the bad vibes. Venus in retrograde in the 5th astrological house will send your way until September 15th. In the second half of September, the forecast doesn't predict any bad things to happen because of the stars. Also, a good time is the month of October. Mars will move into the 8th house, where the Sun also acts, in October. This will be another exciting time. You may find it hard to deal with the good feelings during these times. Mars brings into your life. The Sun also affects the 8th house, and Mars's explosive energy might make you make choices that aren't good for you. This time can bring out your animal instincts, so pay attention to traditional ways of living. This year's forecast warns you about things that could shake up your stable relationship. When the Sun is in the 8th house, dear Aries, it tells you not to get too attached to the wrong people. You might change in the wrong way when it comes to love. Try to get your ideas about other people, yourself, and your partner to be more stable. Mars and other things in your forecast that affect your life as a couple may make you look at your partner in a way that isn't good for you. This could cause you to see your partner in a way that isn't good for you. In November, your partner is charmed by your becoming more sure of yourself. November is the happiest month of the second half. You are working on building your self-confidence, which is very important to you right now. At the end, the Sun moves into the 9th and 10th houses. You pay attention to self-improvement, personal growth, and moving up in your career. You no longer think about the cheating or jealousy that shook up your relationship in the past few months. So, before the start of 2024, you and your loved one will have days when you try to get your love in sync. The Aries forecast is ideal for individuals who can't let go of the past. The forecast says that this is a time when you have to get out of your comfort zone. Your home feels stable and peaceful because of you. During the last part, negative energies don't take over your mind. You pay attention to the critical elements of your life and your relationship. Because your partner can feel your love and desire, the relationship can only get better. At the end of December, you and your partner may still have some small fights about money, says the Aries love forecast. From a big picture point of view, this year is an excellent time to make big decisions and significant changes in your life. But only the first half is good, which is a very stable time for relationships with Aries. Aries will end some relationships, incredibly violent or unstable ones. From July to September, this could happen. In October, passionate Mars in the 8th house will make you make bad decisions and get involved in relationships with a lot of negative energy. In October, it's important to be loyal in a relationship, make decisions with moderation, and avoid arguments and misunderstandings. So, October can test how reliable you are in a relationship and how well you deal with jealousy. By the end, associations will have no more problems, which is excellent for family happiness. Annual forecast for single Aries for this year. The Aries yearly forecast shows that the beginning and the year's first half will be about love relationships because Venus will be in suitable astrological houses. The forecast says that February and March will bring interesting encounters for April Aries. But all Aries can look forward to making new friends and forming new partnerships at the start of the year. You also make changes to your home, which you know is your principal place of safety. The love forecast for single Aries says to be careful about the relationships you start, because if you make bad choices, the second half of the year will be full of tears. From January to June, Venus does not get in the way of love or affection. So you have a lot of good friends and a good family atmosphere. In January, March Aries started relationships that weren't smart. At that time, March Aries should avoid getting involved in a love triangle by not going to specific events. From July 23rd, when Venus goes retrograde, you can expect negative energies and shallow passions that are primarily about how you look, but also about getting what you want. From July to the beginning of 2024, be careful not to get into relationships that make you sad or cause trouble. This can happen not only in August, but also until the end of October. Then you have chances to charm other people quickly, and partners with responsibilities also affect you. November and December quiet all terrible energy. November is a great time to work on yourself and get to know yourself better. Your outgoing personality shows up at the beginning of the year and again at the end. When November comes, all the bad energy calms down because you feel safe at home and with yourself. So, the beginning of the year and the last 2 months are the best times to meet new people, flirt, and make new friends. The astrological forecast also says that at the end of December, someone will understand you so well that it will take your breath away. You will often see this person at social events, so don't avoid them. You feel like you have a strong bond with this person and that they completely understand you. You still have to work on yourself at the end. Identifying with your past is the only way to stop romanticizing the people in your life and running away from new relationships. Do not forget that the forecast tells you that it is time to make room for new people who can give your love a whole new story, no matter how painful your past was. Family and Friends Horoscope. Caring for others will be both a duty and a pleasure for you. The first half of a year is about excellent and balanced family relationships. Aries thinks you can help a specific family member figure out what he wants to do with his life. A family member needs your advice and help, especially in March, when Mars moves into the 4th house of astrology. During the first half of the year, you won't have any family fights, and the energies that the astrological forecast predicts are very stable. So, at the end of March and the beginning of April, give good advice to a close friend or family member who needs help. This kind of thing you do will be appreciated and help you get closer to your family. Mercury moves into the 5th astrological house on March 11th, and the Sun moves into this house on July 23rd. During July, August, September, and October, you may have misunderstandings or problems with your family. They're waiting for you, especially with parents and children. In this way, the family forecast says you'll be happy, and you'll be the one who wants to improve family relationships the most. The forecast for Aries says that you should be kind and gentle with everything you say and think during this time. If you send out bad vibes and negative energy, you might make everyone around you feel bad, and family gatherings might be more of a chore than a pleasure. It would help if you worked on building family harmony that will last even through the more challenging months. Pay close attention to where you came from. Establish trust in your relationships. Forecasts say to forget about past mistakes and misunderstandings. You will be able to take these steps, especially in November, when there is a time when family and a peaceful life are again important. You strongly identify with the thoughts and needs of other people. People who used to worry you seem friendlier and more understanding now. This good mood will last until December 13th, when Mercury starts moving backwards in the 10th house. Small arguments and misunderstandings could develop today because of work or money. So, the harmful effect on the family balance at the end can be mostly blamed on Mercury's retrograde and how explosive you are. Don't worry about other people's problems. Try to find a solution that works for both of you, says the Aries forecast. The whole year is about keeping essential friendships going. Gossip can again affect your life from July until the end of October. Then stay away from friends who talk too much. Don't judge people when they aren't around. Focus on building good friendships for the rest of the year. Understand that friendship is a gift that not everyone gets. Now is an excellent time to let your friends know they can always count on you for support and understanding. At the start, one of your friends may come to you and ask for money. The Aries friendship forecast says that this friend should do what they say. But think about all the bad things that could happen if the loan isn't paid back on time. Any new friends you make at the start of the year will affect your future somehow. The forecast says to pay most attention to yourself. You have much free time to work on your self-esteem and self-control, but less time for friends and parties. Anyway, in November, you reach a new level of understanding with people you've ignored or lost. You need your best friend's help. He expects you to do the same. So, the forecast only talks about July through October, which can be bad for some of your relationships. The forecast warns that naivety in relationships can make it hard to figure out who is your real friend. The forecast concludes that communication and social events will help you grow closer to each other. By the end of the year, you know precisely which of your friends is closest to you. You only have a little free time in December to make friends. Work and money forecast for Aries. Astrological transits will give you a time at the beginning of the year to finish projects and tasks you have been working on. Your main goal should be to set up things at work that will make you feel safe in the future. It doesn't matter whether you work at home or in an office. After January 18th, your career and finances will no longer be hurt by Mercury in retrograde. Since then, Mercury has been in direct motion and is still in the 10th astrological house. From this point of view, it's good for your career, and you have the chance to grow professionally and personally, according to the forecast. The forecast says you will need access to critical information at work in the first part. You should limit the harmful effects that work pressure has on you. From a work standpoint, March and April are in store for you. Then Venus and Mercury move backward in the second house of astrology. This movement of Mercury affects your health at work and at home until May 15th. It would help if you found out what you can do to fix the situation at work, which is getting worse because Mercury is in retrograde. Between April 21st and May 15th, Mercury in retrograde makes you want to work out. He also says that you should get along with your coworkers well. Make a project that will help you learn new things, improve your mental and physical health, and keep you active. Exercise is essential if you want to get rid of the mental stress you'll feel at work or at home if you work there. For Aries who take care of the house or an elderly relative, it's essential to plan out everything they do during this time. If you can plan ahead to avoid bad situations, you'll be better able to deal with Mercury in retrograde and its nasty effects. This is done by making plans for these days. For people who are out of work, January and February, up until April 21st, are good times to look for work, learn new skills, or improve their resume. You can't let the bad things that happened at your last job affect how you look for a new job. The forecast says to make your new career a place where you feel safe. From March 21st to May 15th, every unemployed Aries should work hard to improve his resume by getting more education, getting stronger mentally and physically, and becoming more competitive. If you are an unemployed Aries, it will be harder for you to find a job after April 15th. But June is an excellent month for every Aries, whether they are working or not. This month, neither your work nor your money will be affected by anything terrible. You will also fix problems with your finances in April and May, when Mercury is moving backward and your budget is concerned. The Aries financial prediction says that you should be careful about what you buy during this time. If you want to buy a house, a large piece of furniture, or a car in this year, the best times are June and September for Aries. During these times, it's best to avoid big purchases and significant financial decisions. We're about to go through the third Mercury retrograde in a row. This time, it will affect the 6th astrological house of Aries, where it will play with your work and health. Get ready in June for the energies that the second half, as predicted by astrology, will bring. By now, every unemployed Aries should have a good resume to take advantage of a job opening that is coming up. Between June and September, these things can happen to a busy Aries who is thinking about making a change. Plan out how you will beat the competition. Specifically, astrological energies that point you in the right direction arrive on September 15th. You still have time until the end to make career decisions that you put off in the past. It's the time when you can finish everything you started. You can ask your boss for a raise in pay and feel less stress in your mind. Since November 24th, your home planet, Mars, has been affecting the 9th house of astrology. Aries' career can grow again from now until the end. You can stand up for yourself, go after what you want, and beat the competition. Events can also come from outside the country. Make a plan and a picture of how you want the end of 2024 to look before it gets here. Realize that work is primarily a way for you to make money and feel good about what you do. You can work on your personal growth, education, and self-improvement, which will also help you keep your job. Refrain from letting problems with coworkers that come up throughout the year slow you down. At the end of this year, you can talk to yourself about what worries you and what you need. Until the end, these questions will help you make the right decisions about your career. The forecast also says that by the end of the year, you'll be able to finish important work-related tasks, projects, and responsibilities. This is great news for working Aries. When you are using your analytical and observational skills, it will be a pretty easy year for students. The best times to improve your grades and performance in this year are June, September, November, and December. During these months, you will rest and get better at speaking and using words. Last but not least, the Aries forecast says that you will also do better in school. Financial predictions are also made in the second half of the year. Several transits will have an effect on your money, but the period from August 23rd to September 15th is significant in the second half of the year. Mercury is moving backwards right now, so the forecast once again says that it's not a good time to make significant financial decisions. Aries don't usually expect to make a lot of money. From October 9th to November 24th, Venus will be in your 6th house of astrology in a good way, bringing you happiness and satisfaction. Keep most of your financial plans for when Mercury is not in retrograde. You can make financial plans in January, February, March, June, July, October, November, and December. From an economic point of view, these months are good, and there are no unexpected, bad astrological transits that could cause money problems. On the other hand, June and the month of September also indicate financial happiness. The Aries financial forecast tells you not to buy things you don't need. The Aries annual prediction also says that you don't have to worry about economic instability. Health forecast 2023 for Aries zodiac sign. At the beginning of the forecast, it says that the hard times you had in the past could be reflected in your unhealthy lifestyle and bad habits. This year, you will have to change what you eat. You will have to move around more to get rid of the stress you have built up. Comfort makes you less active and sedentary, making you eat more calories. You may gain weight if you don't change your habits this year. You'll find out what will help your metabolism and how you should treat yourself so your health improves in this year. The forecast for Aries talks about a few astrological events that bring warnings and good health news. Now, every Aries will have to change the way they eat. Limiting the amount of food you eat is essential for your metabolism and the health of your internal organs and liver. Focus on eating smaller portions of well-balanced meals with enough fiber and vitamins for your body to repair itself. This will improve your mental and physical health. These tips are essential not only for Aries who have long-term illnesses, but also for those whose bodies still feel strong. Now, it's more important than ever to eat well, lose weight, move around more, and discover what a magic walk in nature can do. The first step to feeling better is to boost your immune system. The second step is to make sure you drink enough. The health forecast says you should drink at least 2 liters of fresh, preferably clean water daily. This drinking schedule is vital for any Aries trying to change their eating habits. Aries can learn about health, better eating, and new ways to treat illnesses. For instance, you could try Chinese medicine, which will help your immune system differently. For example, learn about mushrooms that are good for you and start eating them regularly. For example, traditional Chinese medicine suggests eating shiitake mushrooms full of minerals and vitamins. According to their forecast, the most important thing for Aries to do in this year is to think about prevention. Not every Aries will be able to get rid of illnesses that keep coming back. Even though it will go by faster than in previous years, there will be a time when a lot will depend on how well you take care of your immune and digestive systems. The annual health forecast says to seek advice on healthy eating and mental health. You can find these not only on the internet, but also from your older relatives who know that meat doesn't have to be on the plate 3 times a day. On the contrary, the health forecast says that you should eat fresh vegetables and fruits several times a day. Keep track of your health and write down what you eat, and you'll find out if you're eating as well as you think. Writing down what you eat, eating a healthy diet, exercising more, and drinking enough water are all crucial ways to boost your immune system and overall health. The Aries forecast says to take care of your health and your family's health. The forecast says how important it is to make good habits. 2023 is the year to start creating patterns. The bad habits you picked up in the past will be hard to eliminate. But you should only focus on one practice at a time for a certain amount of time. Focus on that when you say you want to lose weight. When you lose weight, you eat better, have less digestive problems, feel better, have more energy, and have a more robust immune system. Aries should take vitamin C supplements throughout the year. Your body will have to work harder and deal with work stress. So, it's essential to get enough of this vitamin by eating various foods. Not only do lemons have a lot of vitamin C, but so do most other citrus fruits. Peppers, avocados, and radishes are also good choices. There is a lot of vitamin C and B in these foods. Aries should know that even a tiny change in how they eat can make a big difference. The Aries forecast says that if you stop doing things that make you sick, like drinking or smoking, you will have better physical health and mental state. Let's look at how the transits will affect the health of Aries in particular. The full moon is in your 5th astrological house in February. This full moon gives you good health and the strength you need to break bad habits all through February. In February, you can start working out or developing any other routine you want. Forecast Aries also talks about the time around March 21st, when the full moon forms in your 1st astrological house, which is the Aries sign. The month of March will help you make decisions and give Aries who miss the chance to change, eat better, and improve their health at the start a second chance. If you have problems in April or May, the Aries forecast says to talk to a professional. This is because the movement of Mercury in retrograde can also cause health problems. Mars moves into the 5th house of astrology in May, which can affect your health by making it hard for you to pay attention and control your anger. So, be careful, especially when driving or doing other dangerous things. June is the month of meditation, the month of getting to know yourself, and the month of healing your chakras. It is a perfect month for Aries, both in terms of their happiness and health. Aries needs to prepare for the energies coming in the second half in June. July, August, and September are the most dangerous months for the health of every Aries. Risky activities require more than just a lot of responsibility. It would help if you also thought about the health of your family and close friends. Focus on improving your mental stability and well-being, because your mental health is also at risk in these 3 months. A lot of stress or responsibilities you might not be able to handle can mess with your mind if you do the wrong things. So, try to find ways to get rid of extra work that will maintain your mental balance. The last 3 months are a sign of balanced energies and a peaceful time. The Aries prediction says you can work on your growth. At the end of the year, if you have a health problem, your family will help you get better. But the forecast says you should do the same thing. Take preventive exams at the end of the year. Get them done before 2024, and tell them about the astrological aspects and the Aries health forecast for the whole year. So every Aries will have a lot of energy in the first stage. You can start doing things and get rid of your bad habits. You learn how to eat right and how much to drink. In February and March, many Aries decide to take steps toward better health and becoming better. And not just in a physical way, but also in a mental one. The Aries health forecast for this year says to include your loved ones in these activities. You'll also find a healthier way to live in the last few months of the year. You can live a healthy life if you walk more and work out more. Try to get past the bad vibes of July, August, and September by improving your mental health and spending time with your loved ones. Walks in nature or a vacation, which you can finally take this year and enjoy how you want to, will also help. Dear friends, this is an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot reading. Wish you all the best in 2023. the planet Venus, which is the ruling planet of the Taurus sign, has been moving through the Aquarius sign since the beginning of the year and will later move into the Pisces sign. Thus, Venus is located in the 10th astrological house of Taurus right from January 3rd. This means that from the beginning of this year, energy is waiting for Taurus, which means a shift in career and relationships, says the annual Taurus forecast. However, Venus also directs a helping hand to you, which is necessary for several Taurus people. With its transit at the beginning of the year, Venus directs your attention to your higher self, describes the yearly prediction. You are not only concerned with your career and encouraging your partner relationship. Your attention is also focused on the benefits you can get for yourself. And that through social contacts, which will be numerous with the arrival of this year. You know how to work with people, and you know how to assess their needs. You can get to know your surroundings through yourself, your loved ones, or your family. Venus later moves from the 10th to the 11th house of astrology. It means calm energies and a harmonious home atmosphere. Many a bull will appreciate such vibrations. Taurus is intensely connected with family and friends during the year, especially in the first decade of the year. The first half of the entire year, which Chinese astrology also describes as generally favorable, is caressed by positive energy. Overall, the prediction indicates a fruitful and prosperous year for every Taurus. The placement of Venus is favorable for most of the year. The one that, as the ruling planet, is responsible for many energies in the life of the second sign in order. Even the retrograde movement of the ruler Venus will not disturb Taurus this year. She will find herself in the 4th house of Taurus, where, however, the prediction does not predict any adverse effects. But on the contrary, Taurus has the ability to call love into life. Ideas will appear in your mind that will be beneficial, adds the Taurus prediction for the year. In the month of March, the Sun, Jupiter and Mercury enter the 12th house of Taurus. In this regard, the moment comes for Taurus when he should complete everything important. A more strongly occupied 12th house of astrology will be manifested by the completion of such things that require your diligence and imagination. This is provided by Venus placed in the 1st house. The placement of Jupiter in the 1st house of Taurus during May and June means understanding what you need. You perceive yourself, your feelings, and the demands of the world around you. This period is favorable for anyone looking for something new. It is a symbol of new meetings, but also of new demands towards oneself. This position of the planet Jupiter also indicates the bull's interest in something that he will build later. Will you start something new in May or June? Taurus forecast foretells that these steps are certainly waiting for you. If you are interested in love, the prediction also predicts certain changes in this direction. Taurus will feel the great influence of astrology on personal relationships throughout the year, especially for friendly and family relationships. However, even the life of a Taurus partner will not be boring and unchanging. Mercury retrograde, which will appear in the 5th house of Taurus from August 23rd to September 15th. This Mercury can mean problems in the company and disruption of partner relations. An inharmoniously placed Mercury will not allow you to develop emotions during this period. It also blocks the expression of love and understanding towards loved ones. Retrograde Mercury advises not to start new things, and try not to initiate quarrels and rifts, warns the Taurus personal relationship forecast. On the contrary, the second decade of the year is a more favorable period even for single ones, predicts forecast. October in particular seems to be favorable for love and will give Taurus the pleasure of developing relationships. They will be strengthened. Past matters related to love or Taurus emotions are harmonized. Strongly occupied astrological house number 7 by the planets Mars and Mercury, and also by the Sun, means smile and joy in a Taurus relationship. It also means an opportunity to get to know each other for single Taurus. In December, Taurus feels insecure and distracted. This is due to the action of various disturbing astrological transits. However, Venus, your ruler, is favorably placed. For this reason, the end of the year can provide you with a certain financial well-being, improvement of the financial budget. The position of December's retrograde Jupiter and Mercury can reduce Taurus's sense of happiness in their personal life, but also their sense of overall inclusion in society. However, the depressive states caused by the last month of this year can be overcome by the favorable vibrations of Venus and the Sun. However, it is also in Taurus's hands how to deal with sadder feelings. More about how to fight with inharmonious moments and unfavorable astrological aspects. The prediction will also tell you more in the health and energy section. In several parts, the annual prediction deals with how Taurus can grow personally, how they can make the most of the favorable astrological influences of this year. Taurus forecast will remind you of the power of the planets acting on your life through the confrontations you will fight with. You will try to manage them thanks to a balanced mind, which is important for this period. That is why breathing and relaxation exercises are a must, starting at the beginning of the year. These will encourage your psychological well-being and set you on the right path for this period, adds the annual prediction in the introductory specification of this year for the Taurus sign. Negative energies that Taurus feels in this year. In the early days of this year, Mercury moves retrograde through the 9th house of Taurus. The bull perceives this movement as a period when it is too far from its goal. Taurus focuses on the advice of others. Your self-confidence is blocked by this Mercury, so you rely more on others, warns Taurus prediction. These negative moments will last until Mercury flips into direct motion, until January 12th. From this date, things calm down. Again, you discover traditional attitudes towards life. Your mental state is again in line with your ideas and opinions. However, the absent-mindedness that will leave you after the departure of Mercury from retrograde action will still torment you in this year. In the first quarter, it is essential to give only good advice to others. The planets are in such a position that says that Taurus believes in facts that are not true. You can forward such information. You will thus cause chaos in the decisions and attitudes of others. Therefore, the prediction advises that you always check the facts and information that you pass on. In March, the prediction also draws attention to health problems, but you will learn more about them in other parts of the forecast. Mercury in the first house in retrograde motion will also test your patience from April 21st to May 15th. In this regard, the prediction warns single Taurus, who tend to look for relationships that are unnatural. The partner you are interested in is out of balance with your mental energy. However, such pitfalls await not only the unrepentant. Taurus must also be careful at work and in personal relationships. Your opinions on some important things can be childish and hasty. Some Taurus will also show up with karma that will remind you about the past. During this year, your ruler Venus will also manifest itself in a negative way. However, its backward movement from July to September is not invasive. However, it means an imbalance in Taurus' personal and family relationships. This Venus will make you an introvert in certain ways. You will want to spend more time alone. However, the forecast advises Taurus not to avoid social events even during this period, and especially if they can move you forward in your career. You may also have trouble understanding other people. Taurus will also be extremely relational. You can explain many situations differently than they are intended. The prediction recommends that you spend time with and in these weeks among people with whom you feel comfortable. September, October, November and December are the months when Taurus will mainly deal with love and career. However, Jupiter, which nestles in the first house, will turn into a retrograde effect on Taurus in the first house from September. Especially from the beginning of the retrograde movement, Jupiter can cause Taurus unpleasant feelings. The prediction predicts that you will have a conflict with your past. Taurus can also get overly excited about an idea that doesn't even deserve your attention. You want to judge everyone. These negative vibrations towards your life have been calming down since the beginning of December, as the first phase of Jupiter retrograde is already fading. The last stage is more pleasant. You are once again identifying with your own philosophy of life. Positive energies that Taurus feels in this year. Looking at the astrological chart of this year for the sign Taurus, despite the negative points, the prediction is mostly favorable. There are several auspicious transits, and they outweigh the unfavorable ones, the forecast describes. The month of February, for example, is perfectly distributed between work, Taurus personal life, financial improvement and progress in health. The second month of this year will therefore give you a sense of security. It will increase your level of happiness and enrich more than one Taurus with favorable news. You enjoy your time with your family to the fullest. You also think about the future, which is now brighter. Such joyful vibrations continue in March. In March, the 12th house is heavily occupied. This helps you in your belief in who you are, where you are going, describes Taurus forecast. Your confidence is built and strengthened. You appear in situations that you know how to evaluate well. You are among people among whom you are respected. The first quarter may be initially unstable under the influence of inharmonious Mercury. However, from a global point of view, the beginning of the year is extremely happy for the Taurus man and for the woman born under the sign of Taurus. Beautiful moments full of joy will put a smile on your face until April 20th. It is therefore a long period of joy, which the prediction evaluates as positive for every Taurus. A better way of expressing is also specific to April. The latter can help single and unemployed Taurus in new growth opportunities. June closes the first half of the year and once again with a nice harbinger. The Taurus forecast speaks of the good position of the ruler Venus, which resides together with Mars in the 4th house of Taurus. Favorable waves of joy and inspiration await you and your family members. They enjoy your presence and the positive atmosphere of the home. Venus will turn retrograde during July, but will not cause any irreparable damage. On the contrary, although August is marked as an introverted month for Taurus, it is blessed with calmness and balance. You find satisfaction even in the moments you spend alone. You feel inspired. The prediction predicts that the burden that has been bothering you for a long time will fall from you. The positive news is that people around you feel your positive energy and you are connected to each other on a higher level. This is how Taurus relationships become even stronger with the passing of summer. The second half of the year is more difficult for Taurus. However, October and the month of November fight against unfavorable astrological aspects by placing Mercury, the Sun and Mars in the 7th house. Venus is also in the 5th house of joy, creating a creative Taurus who feels passion and healthy impulsiveness. Taurus now has strength, inspirational, creative and physical. At the end of the year, the Taurus forecast also predicts adventure. Taurus forecast, love and relationships. The path to a harmonious relationship this year leads through openness and understanding. The love and relationship prediction predicts that your love situation may change from day to day. This is why Taurus must constantly work on good relations and understanding during the first and second half of this year. The position of Venus is favorable throughout the year. The necessity of the year will be to make new connections that will also encourage your ongoing relationship. The relationship and love prediction Taurus does not predict negative astrological influences in the year's first half. So you can look forward to stability in your personal relationship. You can also enjoy new friendships that come as the year progresses. The beneficial movement of Venus throughout is good news for every Taurus who wants to take a breather after more demanding moments. The beginning of the year is a symbol of gradual progress in Taurus personal relationships. However, in January forecast, Taurus warns against impulsive decisions related to a long-term relationship. They may not always be correct. Therefore, the good old rule applies: measure twice and cut once. And that also in communication with a partner. The power of astrological transits affecting love and interpersonal relations of Taurus will be felt throughout the year. However, the most intense changes in the relationship or significant shifts await you mainly in the second half of the year. In the first one, however, expect significant motivation coming from Mars, which gives a sense of security in the relationship. Thanks to this, you will avoid jealous scenes and misunderstandings due to mistrust. The second quarter of this year, the months of March, April, May, are specific to the occupied 12th, 1st and 2nd houses of Taurus. Overall, however, the planets are well distributed throughout the year in the Taurus astrological chart. However, the 12th and 1st houses are the most affected during these months. The second quarter can therefore encourage the bull to be more open. However, it also means searching for answers to previous conflicts that you now want to resolve with your partner. Love is also closely connected with good family relationships, which the prediction predicts for most of the year. However, the forecast will still focus on previous astrological transits, which also mean your talents' connection with your partners. If you are thinking about a joint venture or a project, this period of this year is ideal for these decisions. Be careful though this year. A classic manifestation of a strong occupation by the planets of the 12th house, the same occurs in the month of March, and in the first half of April there is a feeling of depression, anxiety. Since Mercury is also present at these moments, you should be careful when communicating with your partner. Even one word can cause disaster, underlines the Taurus annual love and partnership prediction. The favorable position of Venus helps you manage unpleasant feelings again, so you may not even feel them. If so, pay more attention to your partner, spend more time in the arms of nature. April and May are the months when Taurus is sensitive to any criticism. However, you should care about your partner's feelings with the same care as your own. Be interested in what is bothering your partner, what awaits him in the near future. Don't be swayed by taking criticism of yourself from someone you wouldn't take advice from. Do not transfer emotions from the workplace or negative energy from unbalanced family relationships or bad colleagues into the home, strongly advises the annual Taurus forecast. The first half of the year ends with the month of June, which is oriented towards building better family relationships. In June, however, Taurus also deals with work and finances, not only with personal relationships. The prediction predicts that the final month of the first half of Taurus will not surprise with anything new in a long-lasting relationship. If so, the surprise will only be positive, adds the love prediction. However, more challenging moments await your relationship in the second half of the year. In July, however, Venus is still moving through the 4th house, which means excellent conditions for every Taurus who wants to enjoy peace in the family. The household is cleansed of negative energy. You focus on the beautiful little things. July is also an ideal time for a family vacation. Nothing blocks the moments that you can now enjoy exactly to your taste, describes the Taurus love forecast. Periods without any news, moments when nothing significant happens, appear in August. That is, mainly in relation to the love of Taurus. So you don't have to worry about anything. But on the other hand, you will not expect particularly surprising news related to the ongoing relationship of Taurus. August is a month of peace and a period when Taurus can fully focus on self-development and personal growth. This kind of relationship with oneself is recommended by the year-round Taurus forecast. If you are wondering which is the calmest month of the year, it is August. Similar feelings accompany Taurus during September and the opening days of October. Retrograde Pluto is in its last phase of action. It is centered on the 9th house of Taurus. In this period, Taurus is identified with its opinions and attitudes. The excellent nature of each Taurus is also manifested, which is an excellent parent, partner, and also a source of information. This is how you help your loved ones to understand what you feel and how you look at the world. Your relationships find a new level of understanding. You know what problems forehead wrinkles cause you in a relationship. And what is more important, you know how to deal with them, describes the retrograde action of Pluto-Taurus forecast. In October comes the period when the 7th house is also occupied. House of love, partnerships. These days, Mercury moves in this position along with Mars. He will also focus on the partnership house. The most beautiful period for Taurus love, which is enriched with beautiful news, romance and solving problems, are the days from the beginning of October to the first days of November. Which month is the luckiest for Taurus love? October. In these days, some Taurus will also reach the desired milestones related to the relationship, a shift in the relationship, an addition to the family, calming of bad energies. Love forecast Taurus advises you to fully enjoy this month in the arms of your beloved partner and those you love. Your ruler Venus is settled in the 5th house. This makes the bull not only a passionate partner, but also a great parent. Spontaneous expressions of love and intimacy are specific to this position of Venus. The energy that comes from the 2 planets in the 7th house is noticeable. It soothes, strengthens, moves. The power of understanding enriches relationships. This position of the planets gives Taurus courage and hope in any relationship. But Mars strongly points to problems in unbalanced relationships. Those Taurus who encounter violence or psychological blackmail in their relationship must take steps to remedy these days, warns the annual prediction for the year Taurus. Mars gives you courage. Solve problems, don't ignore them, underlines the Taurus prediction. December is a continuation of favorable days. Venus also enters the 7th house. In December, it is occupied only by Venus, your ruler. Venus is strongly connected to Taurus and thus emphasizes the stability and depth of the relationship. The attraction of Taurus is multiplied. Good contact with the environment ensures excellent relationships not only in your partner life. Relationships with the environment are a symbol of balance, friendship, self-confidence. The end of the year is therefore one of the most beautiful periods in the love of Taurus, adds the prediction for the 2nd Taurus sign. Annual prediction for single Taurus. The year means certain opportunities for the single Taurus, but also complications related to your inner self and former relationship. At the beginning of the year, Venus in the 12th house comes to the fore, which causes deepening of secrets and solitude. A single Taurus feels pressure from the environment. Disappointment in love will appear from the past, which still troubles you from time to time. This aspect can block your opportunities to get to know yourself and someone new. The first 3 months of the year are the period when the unmarried Taurus tries to establish a relationship mainly with himself. You know that building a strong and durable box is very difficult in times of grief. However, more harmonious aspects will also come. It is not always easy to manage the period when you desire favor and love that you do not receive. The love prediction therefore recommends that you focus on yourself at the beginning of the year. Exercise, educate yourself, move forward spiritually. You will do a lot for yourself if your thinking is set in the right direction. These weeks are excellent for meditation, building self-confidence, and achieving your own goals. In the first 3 months, Venus passes through the 11th, 12th, and 1st houses. Therefore, the emotions of Taurus are very strong, but on the other hand, they can also be controlled subconsciously. Start a fight with sadness by consciously setting your mind on positive impulses, advises in the introduction of the Taurus forecast. In April, the focus is on finances and personal security. Those single Tauruses who are only looking for material security in a relationship should be careful. True love will not come into your life, but you will be charmed by someone who is in a high social position. However, be aware that such a relationship is not only beneficial for your wallet. It is also advantageous for the other party, who will use this relationship for their own pleasure. Before you start a relationship out of calculation, be aware of all the pros and cons that will gradually emerge in this relationship, advises prediction for April to May. In June, the single Taurus focuses on family. You build and strengthen family relationships. The advantage is that the family is now a support for you. You don't have to face criticism or comments about your life. Everything seems to be in balance in a single relationship. You thus fully enjoy the harmonization of family relationships. This position of your ruler will start a much more interesting period of this year ahead of you, says the accurate prediction. Summer is a guarantee of rest for every Taurus, not excluding single Taurus. He can also enjoy interesting astrological transits that will enrich you with new experiences. The Taurus relationship prediction does not immediately speak of a fateful love meeting. More about passionate and intense meetings that you will remember for a long time. Since the prediction also predicts short-term relationships for Taurus, you should think about prevention and caution related to these short-term romances, warns the most accurate health prediction. July and August are interesting months. Prediction not only predicts short-term romances aimed at intimate pleasure, but also romantic plots at work. Taurus, be careful about budding relationships. The prediction warns of love triangles. They rob you not only of your good reputation. Caution is required for any Taurus who may now succumb to a short-term setback. And so, he can get entangled in relationships that do not have a long-term perspective, says the Taurus annual prediction. As with taken and single Taurus, the most beautiful period of love is the end of the year. September, October, November, and December will present themselves in full glory. The position of the ruler is more than favorable for Taurus decisions and for budding relationships. In addition, Taurus is gifted with many opportunities from astrological aspects that will connect you with someone interesting. You radiate the strongest attraction during October. However, this month tends to lead you to high expectations. Therefore, the prediction advises you to keep your feet firmly on the ground so that you do not make unrealistic demands from new relationships. Focus on real values and also on the fact that love is a two-way affair that needs to be worked on over time. Thanks to your charm, you establish new relationships almost at every turn. You discover the power of originality and uniqueness, which also admires you. Similar vibrations are also carried with Taurus in the months of November and December, which, however, also intertwine with an unexpected material gain, which will please the indefatigable Taurus. Establishes a strong and stable emotional bond with someone, says the most accurate forecast. In these moments, you can also consider importing a pet, if you haven't done so yet. You tend to spend more when it comes to entertainment, but that's not a problem with a single Taurus. Treat yourself to a trip or a good dinner. In these months, you enjoy the liberation of the spirit, the self-expression you need. The year is essentially stable. From self-discovery at the beginning of the year, you are moving to more demanding months. They test your resistance to meaningless relationships that are beneficial only on one side. These months are finished with rest or vacation. Thus comes the end of the year, which is full of love, well-being, understanding, and, above all, new meetings, adds the prediction for single Tauruses for the year. Taurus family and friends forecast. The basic support of the right family and friendly relationships of Taurus is understanding and tolerance. Retrograde planets Mercury and Mars, which are in the last phase of action, also affect family relationships at the beginning of this year. Taurus now has many acceptances, which are also related to family relationships and friendship. However, due to arguments against criticism, you may encounter misunderstandings and quarrels in January, which will affect Taurus' entry into the year. In March, Taurus feels neurotic. The world around you distracts you from true values. You are slowly leaving the safe haven of mental isolation, from which an important problem or request from a friend or family member can break you out. A person born under the sign of Virgo, Scorpio, or Pisces will be an excellent friend for you this year. In these three signs, Taurus finds the strongest support and understanding, describes the relationship forecast. In the first part of the year, the prediction says that Taurus will be tormented by their own internal conflicts. These are related, among other things, to family relationships. Tears from the past are still bothering you, and you haven't found a way to fix it yet. The prediction says that this kind of energy exhausts Taurus at the beginning of the year. Suppression of issues related to your past must be resolved. First of all, communication about problems is necessary. Secondly, a constructive solution. Look for solutions together with those you love, recommends the accurate relationship forecast. The following months are more favorable in relation to family and friendly relations. In May, the first astrological house of Taurus is occupied, which speaks of the need for patience and self-control. From this, it is clear that there will be some misunderstandings that you will face. However, thanks to the appropriate position of the astrological aspects, the prediction does not predict storms that would affect you deeply. Thanks to the occupation of the first house, cooperation with family or friends can be extremely useful for you. Your family asks for the most attention during the summer of this year. The months of June, July, and August are those that Taurus enjoys. Family relationships are also improving and harmonious energies are felt all around your sign. Some Taurus can start joint projects with their family: construction, purchase, renovation. Other Taurus should focus on family celebrations, which you can also be the organizer of. The prediction says that you won't spoil a family celebration or even a small gathering during these weeks. You will help a certain friend. It will solve a big problem. Thanks to you, he will be able to find a viable way to solve it. The friendship prediction says that it is very likely that these problems will come from the sign of Pisces, Aries, or from the Capricorn, Libra sign. The strongest friendships require patience and good advice. And you will be reminded of this fact especially in July and August. Prediction of friendly relationships for the sign Taurus for the year warns Taurus about close relationships with the signs Scorpio and Leo. These relationships are complicated, they are disturbed. Misunderstanding the needs, demands, or emotions of one of these signs can even cost you a good reputation. Gossip should be taboo for Taurus throughout the year. However, the prediction strongly warns against gossiping about the signs Leo or Scorpio. This applies to friendly relationships, but also to those in the workplace, adds forecast. In August, one of your close relationships may become more serious. If you are a single Taurus, don't miss the opportunity to get to know the other person's soul. In the case of entered bulls, in general, restraint in this regard is recommended in August. Especially if it is someone you consider a close friend. The annual forecast points out that the complications that you could cause by such behavior in August would haunt you for a long time to come. You also can't stop the past from popping up in your mind from time to time. It can happen in the final months. That's when many a Taurus struggles with thoughts of the past, and you also struggle with finding a way to settle relationships. Family relationships are harmonious at the end of the year. December is even an excellent month for any family gatherings that will please not only Taurus, but also family members born in other zodiac signs. To avoid unpleasantness during this year, look for the strength to forgive in your heart. Remember to listen patiently to the problems of others. So, yours will be heard as well. Take an interest in friends regularly. Don't neglect building better relationships, even if you sometimes feel exhausted by the world. Carefully cultivate new friendships that come mainly in the second part of the year. Cherish old friendships as the most priceless treasure, advises the most accurate Taurus forecast. Don't forget that even though your family may face some problems at the beginning of the year, you will still be able to handle them thanks to being in it together. Therefore, the main keyword of the prediction for family relationships is understanding. This becomes the most powerful weapon against negative energies in your home or in the household of your family. Taurus forecast for work and money. In the first 3 months of this year, the Sun moves through the 10th, 11th, and 12th houses of Taurus. In January, the Sun, Saturn, and on certain days the planet Venus moves through the 10th house. In January, the position of Venus, your ruler, gives you the gift of diplomatic dealings. You know exactly who to talk to, and you cooperate not only with people with whom cooperation is natural for you. You get into new spheres of cooperation, maybe even into new collectives. New ideas and new energy in your job can also take your creativity to a new level. Those bulls who are involved in the real estate business, in art, or in any creative activity are particularly successful. Astrological transits at the beginning of this year give strength to bulls who work with people or take care of the household. You can multitask more efficiently and have enough energy to get things done. In February, you gain advantages, thanks to your sociable nature. The position of your ruler in the February astrology chart says that you find satisfaction in society in any social event that awaits you in the second month of this year. New meetings will enrich you with new contacts. These will be very beneficial for your career. You are trying to penetrate the upper layers of society, and in February you will succeed thanks to new acquaintances. You may get an opportunity that cannot be refused. The first months of this year seem to be beneficial for Taurus career. However, the work and finance forecast warns you to forget gossiping at work, slandering or judging the lives of others behind their backs. Gossip won't benefit your energy or your reputation. The prediction strongly points out the behavior of Taurus, which could rob him of a good position in society. For those bulls who work in the household, the prediction recommends saving more as soon as the year arrives. This year may seem more financially demanding than the previous period. In the second half of March, Mercury, Saturn, and the Sun enter the 12th astrological house Taurus. This position of 3 planets can mean recognition for your past achievements. Taurus strives for perfection. He tries to make everything according to his ideas. Now is the best time to finish all the tasks that have been done. If you're thinking about starting a business, you may have already taken steps to get your dream off the ground. If not, don't rush yet. The year will present you with better opportunities for starting a business than the first 3 months of the year. You will want to spend a lot of time alone at the end of the first quarter, says Taurus forecast. Even if you find satisfaction in your work, you still feel that maybe you are not where you want to be. Certain bulls will have to face nervousness and depression in their current employment, under the weight of the duties of the first months. However, if you want to change jobs, wait a little longer. Students may have some problems with exams in March. And in school in general, because a student born under the sign of Taurus has trouble reacting to changes and news. But it concerns all Taurus, not only students. Any news that the first quarter of this year will bring you may be unpleasant for you. However, the prediction reminds that they can be beneficial for your future, so take them as part of your life. Around April 10th, Venus enters the second house. This extremely favorable position of Venus will provide Taurus with interesting financial opportunities. He remains in this house until the beginning of May. The prediction describes this position of Venus as connecting Taurus with the material world. Now you love beauty more than ever, and you know how to rate beautiful things that you also want to buy. Venus in the second astrological house means the accumulation of material means that will appear in your life for your hard, previous work. It is in the month of April and the beginning of May that Taurus can expect extraordinary financial improvement. Overall, the energy of Taurus is mainly oriented towards solving finances. Every bull wants to treat himself to something nice. However, the prediction warns, do not spend a large amount of money on things that you will tire of later. If you are thinking of buying a property, these months may be suitable for this big life step. Some Taurus decide for a major or minor renovation. The prediction advises you to proceed with renovation or small changes in the home during this period. For single Taurus people, it is important not to try to impress the objects of their interest only with financial prosperity. The financial prediction for the year for the sign Taurus also talks about this. From May 15th, Mercury ends blocking communication skills due to retrograde movement. From this date, it is located in the third house of Taurus. For Taurus, it represents an opportunity to talk about literally everything. You are now gifted in communication. This is your powerful weapon not only in employment. This position of Mercury, which also connects with the Sun in the third astrological house, is extremely favorable. Thanks to these astrological aspects, students born under the sign of Taurus also do well. You have a very active way of thinking, which helps you study and make decisions. Some Taurus will be sent on a business trip during this period. Go on this journey with joy, because the favorable position of the planets predicts success and the right motivation. Every Taurus can now push their ideas forward. You are proactive. The power of the planet Mercury in the third house of astrology is manifested through the achievements of each Taurus. Such strong energies persist until the first half of the month of June. So, when is the best time to start a business or for new projects? The answer is the summer months of this year, the position of astrological aspects from June to August. Then the prediction talks about extremely beneficial energies that are directed towards the career of every Taurus. For example, the position of Mercury and Mars in the fifth astrological house means more aggressive but faster advancement in employment. Every Taurus who is charmed by someone in their work should be careful. During this period, the position of Mercury and Mars evokes interesting energies that are associated not only with great work opportunities, but also with love affairs. The annual prediction also classifies this forecast as a work and finance forecast, because any affairs at work can seriously disrupt the future development of your work. Mars, which resides in the fifth astrological house these days, gives you enough energy to handle social events. It gives you creativity, energy, and intelligence that is beneficial in everything you do. The artistic side of the personality evoked by the position of these two planets in the fifth house can inspire Taurus working in the household to make a certain change. If you want to attract favorable and positive energies to your home or office in this year, get yellow accessories. It supports your creativity and intelligence. It emphasizes the strength and warmth of your home. The prediction for the second half of this year with regard to work and finances recommends every Taurus to be satisfied even with small things. Enjoy everything astrological aspects will bring you in the year's second half. From August, you have the opportunity to travel and get to know the culture of other countries. The Taurus prediction predicts journeys not only for work, but also for private ones. Don't be afraid to spend money on experiences and rest, which is necessary for better work performance in the future. Rest mainly during the month of August. The transits do not predict any exceptional changes in the life of Taurus. This is a favorable forecast especially for those Taurus who want to take a break from their duties. In the summer months, the Taurus is not afraid of business or risk. Taurus who loves gambling should be careful in this regard. These months will test your resistance to spending excessive amounts of money on nonsense. Avoid any gambling that could endanger your wallet and a large amount of finances, warns the Taurus financial forecast. These activities can lead Taurus to ruin. During September, even in the first days of October, every Taurus feels the movement of Mars and the Sun through the 6th house. This arrangement gives you a significant amount of energy. You can literally feel the driving force that Mars lends Taurus to any work-related activities. The aforementioned astrological and aspects that will take place in September and the beginning of October are the last major milestone in the career of Taurus. If you want to make a big change in your work, now is the time. A Taurus considering a job change has thought through his next steps well in the previous months. You can make big changes in the month of September and in the beginning of October, especially if you feel a big disharmony in your work. The 9th and 10th months are also the most important months for unemployed Taurus, who now receive a large number of opportunities. In the previous months, it was essential to create a good resume and send it to the places that interest you. Now you can also rely on the energy from the universe to help you show your positive and strong personality outwardly. Thanks to this, you will impress at every job interview with your honesty and reliability. These keywords are noticeable for every Taurus. Your reliability, quick work commitment, and pace help you in every decision related to your work. Do you want a change at work? You can do it right now. November and December will no longer manifest themselves in any extraordinary way in the employment of Taurus. During December, the planets are happily aligned precisely with regard to finances, which can pleasantly surprise. You don't even have to worry about December shopping. They won't break your budget. However, do not make decisions about big purchases at the end of the year, because your decisions can be influenced by emotions, and you need to make rational decisions about finances. The end of this year mainly belongs to love and moments spent with friends. Therefore, every Taurus should take a break from hard work. Find time for your loved ones. The work prediction recommends that you spend the final month of the year with your loved ones. In employment, you should complete all tasks before the end of October 2023. If there are any unexpected tasks, you can tackle them. But the prediction predicts that you will have plenty of time in the coming year as well. As for finances, the prediction warns you against gambling, which could really hurt you financially in this year. Taurus Health Forecast. To begin with, the prediction defines the previous period for Taurus as the months when Taurus dragged persistent health problems with them. In this year, it is necessary to solve problems, not to keep pushing ahead. The Taurus forecast also talks about the wrong habits of certain Tauruses. They will have to proceed with a small, and some Taurus even with a complex change in diet and habits. The Taurus prediction warns that the wrong way of life can cause Taurus to gain weight. If you don't want to gain weight, try to move more. The health prediction at the beginning of the year also discusses the stronger occupation of the 12th astrological house. The latter can upset the balance of your zodiac sign and make you worry and even feel anxious and depressed. Challenging first months of this year await most Tauruses in terms of mental health. At the beginning of the year, Taurus will experience a loss of energy. The way to overcome more difficult problems is to be interested in the lives of others. Be interested in how you can help people who need understanding and a helping hand. The decline of positive energy regarding health will peak in the month of March. In terms of health, this month is a harbinger of problems not physical, but psychological. Pay more attention to your family, loved ones. Go out into nature, move. More movement will also release stress hormones from your body. Also, don't forget to get enough rest, which is the essence of a healthy psychological shell of a person. The Taurus prediction says that it is easy to go inward. Succumbing to negative thoughts, running inward, not going out into the world. But is this the right solution for supporting your own health? The prediction advises Taurus to engage in any service for others. Charity work will open your mind and especially your heart. It will support your positive outlook on the world. And most importantly, your good feeling about yourself. Don't forget that if you need peace and quiet in the first part of the year, don't resist it. However, balance the time spent alone, meditating or thinking with moments of active rest. When you are around the type of person who forces you to do something, your body cannot wean. For a better mental condition, the Taurus prediction recommends that they avoid toxic people. Even the one that robs you of energy. During May, your astrological ruler moves through the third house. This period means more relaxation and respite from dark thoughts. You are in a position where you realize yourself through communication. Conversation with family and friends gives you joy that you haven't felt in a long time. You are on the right track to developing the health of your soul. Involve your closest family members in this journey. The Taurus prediction advises regarding the psychological health of Taurus. In the summer months of this year, a drastic change in eating habits awaits several bulls. Unfortunately, after most, this change turns out to be bad. Taurus more often indulges in fast food and unhealthy, oversalted food. In this regard, the prediction reminds us of the risks that arise from improper eating in this year: weight gain, worsening of physical health problems, loss of energy. If you indulge in unhealthy food, at least move more, advises the forecast. But in any case, avoid regularity in this unhealthy lifestyle, which you will be close to in the summer of this year. The health prediction strongly warns against the lack of certain vitamins in your diet. Since the Taurus diet should be balanced, it is obvious that on some days you will cause a deficit of important vitamins by eating the wrong food. Pay attention to what your body is telling you. Monitor the vitamin content in the diet. Even vegetable juices or smoothies can help you with the decline of energy this year. In a certain way, the health prediction Taurus is also a warning against the consequences of short romances with Taurus. Be careful and protect yourself, especially if you are a single Taurus who succumbs to short-term, passionate encounters in the summer. Protection is necessary, the prediction underlines, if you do not want to deal with the consequences of your behavior in the future. The position of Mars lends you a tendency to impulsive behavior, so be careful about your decisions, warns the summer Taurus forecast. In the following period, the prediction also warns of injuries and car accidents. Attention dear Taurus in August and September. You feel that nothing can happen to you, thanks to the position of retrograde Mercury in the 5th house, which gives a false sense of security. Driving under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or invasive medications should be absolutely excluded for a Taurus. Be aware that you are vulnerable even in situations that you evaluate as safe. In any case, it is now advisable to increase caution towards your own health. In this month, the chronic illness of Taurus can also get worse, so take your medicine as you have it. In the case of long-term treatment, it is now more important than ever to use the prescribed medicines correctly, adds the prediction for the year. You must support your immunity and the immunity of family members at the end of the year. You will face minor illnesses that will also affect members of your household. A proper, balanced diet and plenty of rest are important now. November and December are the months that will put the greatest strain on your physical health. Even your children, partner, or other family can be affected by the energy you radiate, which is influenced by the environment. If you are around sick people, your health may also be at risk, warns the devastating yearly Taurus forecast. Digestive problems may appear in December. Viral diseases will hit you the hardest in November. So, there are times when it will be very important how well you support your and your family's immunity. Vegetables should now appear on your plate. Cabbage, avocado, oranges, tangerines and herbal teas can help the bull overcome many health problems at the end of this year. To support health throughout the year, it is also advisable to use exercise with your body and soul. For Taurus, it is essential to work with the chakras. At the beginning of the year, you are surrounded by life questions about who you are and where you are going. Therefore, you need to work with the solar plexus chakra, which will guide you in the right way to find the right answers to these questions. Taurus will try to grow during the year, and that in different areas of life. A healthy solar plexus chakra helps to support the right decisions and the right direction in your life path. It will strengthen your self-confidence and self-discipline. If this chakra is in the right harmony for Taurus, life will be easier for Taurus, says the annual forecast. So how to feel better in this year? How to tame a blocked chakra, which is important for every Taurus. You can use aromatherapy and yellow accessories. The previous labor and financial prediction Taurus, which recommends enriching the household with a rich yellow color, has already talked about them. It will give you more optimism and unlock your self-expression. During the year, you will bring mental well-being by listening to others and helping those who need love, protection and security, adds the Taurus health prediction for the whole year. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site, with free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. Open Gemini will experience several changes for this year. The annual prediction describes the ruling planet Mercury, which will appear in retrograde motion up to 4 times for this year. However, not only Mercury will affect the energies of Gemini. In general, Gemini represents a social and communicative person. The forecast predicts that it will be the same in this year. At this time, Gemini focuses on trust towards others and towards itself. Gemini is often concerned with righting wrongs in the world. In order to feel better during this year, it will be necessary to engage in charitable activities. Only if you help others, you too can grow, feel better. The Gemini prediction describes the incoming energies of the year. A Gemini is always up for an intellectual challenge. Whether in a relationship, at friendly and family gatherings, or in the company of coworkers. Your intelligence is developing this year, especially in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th months of the year. You are very interested in getting to know yourself from March until the summer months. You want to understand the world around you. You are more concerned not only with practical things, but also with faith, and with questions about life, your being. Gemini is always ready. He will be an interesting companion in this year as well. Social events await you, which will enrich you with new friends. Maybe also for new contacts related to employment. The Gemini love forecast for this period warns every Gemini in relationship about flirting, which can arise at just such a social event. Every Gemini who is going through a partner or marriage crisis should be careful. In this respect, you are extremely vulnerable at the end of the year. For this year is also specific for the rapid movement of the ruling planet Mercury through the houses, during several periods. The ruler of Gemini, the planet that also rules the sign of Virgo, creates a mental plane between ideas and practicality. Similarly, in this year, thoughts about existence and everyday decisions appear in Gemini. It is thanks to the favorable movements of Mercury at certain moments of this year that you manage to step in the right direction. The unfavorable position of your ruler robs Gemini of a large chunk of energy. For this reason, it is advisable to know the exercises or the possibilities of how to deal with, for example, the retrograde shift of this planet. For this year, Mercury in astrology means the union of thinking and the way of communication. It is the planet of verbal understanding. Planet of expression. Gemini's ability to make rational decisions will reappear in this year. So, during the year, Gemini does not make decisions only with his heart. At certain times of the year, especially when the 7th house is relatively strongly occupied, your heart comes to the fore. The decisions you make are focused on what you feel. These energies occur in the final months of this year. That's when your ruler, the planet Mercury, moves through the 7th house of astrology. And that in the company of Mars and Venus. Mercury will influence not only the way Gemini speaks or thinks. This influence of a powerful planet is clearly not directed only at the Gemini zodiac sign. All 12 zodiac signs are influenced by this planet. However, for Gemini, the movement of the planet is more important because Mercury lends the greatest power to this sign. The prediction predicts that, especially in the second half of this year, Gemini will tend to move constantly. You have trouble staying in one place. It is this energy of yours that will balance the more passive beginning of this year. In the beginning, you are not only focusing on work and finances, but also on the question of where your life is headed. The placement of planets in the 12th astrological house from mid-April to the final days of May can be a complicated period for Gemini. The forecast for this period Gemini predicts that your color of the year will be green. The luckiest day for Gemini should be Wednesday. You have a lot of energy on this day, and you know how to finish things that are important. Thanks to the color green, you can concentrate better. You can bring more positive energy into the home. Green is also important for a Gemini's office. The prediction recommends not forgetting to enrich the office and home with accessories of green color. The introductory forecast also talks about compatibility in love and overall compatibility in relationships, whether with coworkers, friends, or family. A good match in love, understanding, and the most positive energy await Gemini with the Libra and Aquarius sign. Bigger problems can arise in Gemini's relationship with Pisces sign, or with the 4th sign of the zodiac, Cancer. In friendly relationships, the prediction warns against a toxic relationship of Gemini with the sign of Virgo or Scorpio. The forecast does not advise you to gossip with these signs. Slandering others with these two signs could cause complications, a worse reputation, and even the loss of real friends. On the contrary, Gemini perceives high quality and strong friendships in this year, mainly with the Taurus and Aries sign. You can turn to these two friends whenever you need advice, help, and even a financial loan. Overall excellent relationships, not only friendly, sociable and love, the prediction predicts Gemini and Sagittarius. You agree with it on several life issues. There will definitely be no negative surprises in your mutual relationship from Sagittarius. The Gemini love horoscope for this period says so much in the introduction. The prediction defines many interesting astrological transits that affect the energy and strength of each Gemini. It is not only the observation of the ruling planet Mercury that is important, but also the strength of other aspects. In this forecast, the forecast will look at the year-round position of Venus, Mercury, the Sun, the Moon, as well as the other planets influencing the various directions of life for each Gemini. The Gemini prediction adds in the introduction. Negative energies of this year affect Gemini. The problem of this year will be nervousness for Gemini. At work, as well as in private matters, Gemini's inconsistency can be manifested. Overall, this is one of the negative characteristics of this, the 3rd sign of the zodiac. Many Geminis also face indecision in their relationship, which can deprive you of new experiences. Gemini will struggle with the mentioned negative qualities for this year, especially if you are affected by more negative transits, which is also predicted by this year's forecast for this period. Unfortunately, Gemini can expect nervous energy as soon as for this year arrives. Mercury is in a retrograde position until January 18th. Acts on the 8th house of Gemini. It is in the last phase of retrograde movement. It affects the independence of Gemini. You feel that your decisions are influenced by the opinions of others, and you are not far from the truth. Time organization is a problem for Gemini. Therefore, it may happen that you come to work late these days, that you do not have time to finish the things you had planned. It makes no sense for a Gemini to make New Year's resolutions. These are blocked by Mercury in retrograde direction. It does not allow to observe self-discipline right from the beginning of the year. This could lead to a feeling of failure and self-doubt. It is better to postpone New Year's resolutions until the following month. With Mercury placed in this way, you do not feel the best in relationships. And that is why it is very appropriate to spend more time with yourself, with your inner self. The forecast predicts that you will analyze your thoughts more. However, this negative aspect of the astrological transit of Mars will not last long. Already in the second half of January, Gemini feels more active and the mind is more open. Retrograde Mercury, which is a dreaded astrological transit for every zodiac sign, gets to speak again from April 21st to May 15th. Right now, it is in the 12th house in Gemini. This position of Mercury is one of the most difficult positions. During this period, Gemini can again feel nervous inside. Added to all this is inconsistency. The second retrograde Mercury also means great confusion related to the past. Gemini now does not accept traditional approaches to life. He is a rebel, he does things the way they shouldn't. Usually, Gemini in this position of Mercury tries to get on the spiritual path, but without success. It is extremely difficult to understand your zodiac sign. For this reason, Gemini's closest relationships can be complicated. Gossip and slandering others is a very inappropriate behavior for a Gemini during this period. It could immediately reflect on Gemini's good reputation. Because other people don't understand you, you tend to withdraw into yourself. This is also a manifestation of Mercury in the 12th astrological house, when Gemini becomes a voluntary introvert. Chances are, you'll also underestimate yourself. However, Geminis with Mercury placed in this way find joy in creative activity. Thanks to an active way of life, you can overcome this negative aspect during the month of April and in the first half of May, adds the Gemini annual prediction. The next negative aspect comes with a stronger occupation of the 12th house in the months of May and June. In these months, the placement of Mercury, the Sun and Uranus is a harbinger of solitude and silence. Many Geminis desire to spend more time with themselves. This position of the astrological planets can significantly affect those Geminis who are exhausted and lack rest. It is for this reason that the fortune teller recommends that you use the previous months February and March for a comprehensive rest. However, we will talk more about this in the following parts of the forecast. Anyway, the months of April and May are the time when you want to disappear, to be invisible to the world around. The prediction also predicts a problematic period for students born under the sign of Gemini, who cannot finish things. A Gemini does best if he helps others during these months, thus forgetting his own worries. However, it is also important to rest and to perceive one's own needs in relation to the environment, underlines the Gemini horoscope. Venus retrograde, which operates from July 23rd to September 4th, also seems complicated astrological. It mainly affects a Gemini's love life and his relationships with other people. Again, the prediction reminds us to avoid toxic relationships that have no meaningful future. In relationships, the greatest complications can occur precisely with the Pisces sign, or with the fourth sign of the zodiac, Cancer. In friendly relations, relationships with Virgo and Scorpio will be complicated, especially during the period when the external forces of Venus act on you. You have trouble synchronizing any relationships. A Gemini who is in a long-term partner relationship feels that the other person no longer understands him at all. This complicated position of retrograde Venus will be felt in every Gemini. The smallest intervention in the Gemini's soul is the analysis of one's own feelings, which is sure to occur in every person born under this zodiac sign. The mentioned constellation of Venus is also very disadvantageous for marriage or a faster shift in the relationship. Therefore, it is not recommended for Gemini to make big decisions in relationships during this period. First, you need to free yourself from the insecurity that affects you about the past. At the end of August, when retrograde Venus acts on Gemini, this negative aspect is also joined by Mercury acting in the fourth house. For the third time this year in retrograde, Mercury directs Gemini's attention to family relationships. You think back to the past, thinking about the fact that your family's needs are tying your hands. There can be many demands from your family. This robs you of your energy, which is why you feel extremely exhausted at the end of August. However, the horoscope for this period predicts that the second half of this year will be less difficult for Gemini people. You can therefore look forward to more beautiful moments when Gemini discovers the beauties of life. You relax and finally enjoy the favorable period that occurs in the second half of this year. The Gemini prediction predicts no extraordinary interventions in the Gemini's life and no impact on your life in a negative way. Only at the end of the year, some unpleasant questions may arise regarding your relationship and future in love. As for work and finances, the forecast does not foresee major complications in these matters. Well, the Gemini work and finance prediction will take a closer look at that in the next parts. Gemini prediction for the positives of this year. As the prediction already mentioned in its forecast, the beginning of this year, and even the first half of this period can be more difficult for Gemini. Even if you feel the negative aspect of Mercury in the first month of this year until January 18th, the second half of this month will be more favorable. The Sun, Saturn, and Venus gradually enter the ninth house. Thanks to this, you perceive the practical reality of life. You can relate to real values. Your intelligence is multiplied. Philosophical debates and theories that Gemini loves to discuss now have their audience. You become closer to family members, who are now not only your family but also your friends. Relationships mainly with Libra, Aquarius, Aries, Taurus, and Sagittarius sign flourish. Every Gemini enjoys very favorable moments in the second half of January and in the months of February and March. These are not disturbed by any negative transits. These favorable energies last until April 21st. In these moments, you have the opportunity to accomplish everything that you did not accomplish in the previous months and years. You debate with others about the possibilities in your life. You are a listener, but also an excellent advisor. Your friendships deepen this year. And that is the favorable prediction provided by the forecast for this year. You know which topics you should not discuss in the family, which are sensitive. On the other hand, you also enjoy the fact that no one negatively judges your way of life or your past decisions. The forecast for this period also recommends every Gemini to use these months of the year for relaxation, perhaps even for travel. Treat yourself to a vacation too. Go somewhere warm, somewhere under the sun, which will replenish the necessary vitamin D and improve not only your mood but also your immunity. If you are wondering which months of this year are suitable for a vacation, it is also the beginning of the year, but also its second half. Gemini is gifted with very intense moments of joy from astrological aspects. You have days ahead of you that are ideal for relaxation. However, you have to use them to overcome the more negative energy that comes already from April 21st, as mentioned by the prediction in the previous specification of the year. Gemini should use the second half of January and the months of February and March, as well as the first half of April, to improve their rating. Even students born under the Gemini sign can improve their grades. Astrological aspects also speak of a simple shift in work. Also, about finding the desired job more easily. Therefore, these months will also be joyful for unemployed Gemini. But also, for those who are looking for new directions and application in life. The mentioned months are therefore extremely favorable for every Gemini, and he should use them in full beauty, for his well-being. The next, extremely favorable period is predicted by the horoscope in the second half of this year. In the second decade of September, the negative aspects of the astrological energies that moot around Gemini will calm down. Since September 15th, energies are set in the right direction. Gemini, you can enjoy the well-being again, which will also appear in the health of Gemini in this year. The prediction describes the heart chakra, which can be blocked during negative periods. You should strengthen it in this year so that your health is harmonious and balanced. The heart chakra comes to the fore mainly in the second half of the year, when positive energies from the universe advise you to strengthen your inner box. The Gemini forecast for the second half of the year predicts the planets moving through the 6th, 7th, and 8th houses of Gemini. In September, you will still focus on positive family relationships, especially in the second half of September. The movement of Mercury from the 4th to the 6th house in September is a very fast movement. It will intensively affect your family relationships, as well as the Gemini's own identity. The positive news is that Gemini is not aware of his own problems now, but he knows what a great person he has become. You no longer look negatively at your own life. With the right analytical method, you can also help other people who have problems. There is no problem with accepting other people's opinions. This is great news for any Gemini, after a difficult period. The quick transit of Mercury through the 5th house of relationships and sexuality can mean a positive, but sometimes very analytical approach to Gemini's intimate life. In any case, in Gemini, this rapid transition evokes playfulness and intensity. You think about an intimate connection with your partner or with someone new, especially with a close Gemini. For single Geminis, this aspect of September is very interesting. It can mean a thoughtless approach to intimate pleasure. This part of the prediction is in a positive forecast, but every Gemini who succumbs to this passionate side of Mercury in September should also pay attention to their health and protect themselves sufficiently. Geminis in a long-term partnership now enjoy being close to each other. The months of October, November, and December are months that are favorably focused on the love of every Gemini. Love applies not only to partner relationships, but also to friends. Gemini stays mainly in a close circle of loved ones. Curiosity drives you forward. You have no problem with communication. You and your partner try to solve things without nervousness and shouting. The end of for this year is described by the forecast with the word joy. Gemini now has an open approach to any interpersonal relationships. You build better relationships with your partner. You strengthen family bonds, it deepens friendships. Relationships with coworkers are less complicated for you. Such a final forecast for this period is truly an excellent prediction for any Gemini who wants to relax after a difficult period. Gemini prediction for love and relationships. Interesting news this year concerns Gemini and its partnership. At the beginning of the year, Jupiter is in the sector of helping other people. It manifests itself harmoniously not only in long-lasting Gemini relationships. You are connected to the power of this planet, and meditation helps you understand yourself and your partner better. In previous years, you may have perceived the less flattering side of your relationship with your partner. You probably had an unflattering perception of yourself. partner relationships, which were laid on weak foundations in the past, will also be subject to pressure in this year. The forecast defines this year as a period of close relationships, especially in the second part of the year. Mercury and Jupiter enter the 11th astrological house. Thanks to the settlement of Mercury, your ruler in this relationship sector, your social relationships will also flourish. This position of the planet means expanding horizons and diverse thoughts. In these moments, Gemini's attention is mostly focused on friendly relationships and the closest family members. As for partner relationships, the first half of the year also belongs to a certain discomfort. It's time to do what you feel comfortable doing. The months of February, March, April are mainly favorable months for every Gemini. And that also in the matter of relationships and developing a partnership. However, the prediction says that the time has come to resolve matters related to finances or mutual secrets. From April 21st to May 15th, the ruler of Gemini goes into retrograde motion. Retrograde Mercury in the first house alerts Gemini to childishness and naivety. This period can torment you. It can be complicated in the matter of existing relationships and problems related to finances or religion. Gemini's intimate life may face some challenges now. The planets are not in a good position, so you can perceive dissatisfaction and disturbing vibrations. Fantasizing about a partner will not escape any Gemini in this year. You put your partner on a pedestal or imagine qualities that they do not have. You dream of someone else, which brings you disappointment in your ordinary days. This idealization of your partner is likely in the month of May. At that time, the aspects are concentrated on the 12th house of Gemini, which damages the correct thinking about your future and present. Now it is not even suitable time for a shift in the relationship or for big decisions related to the future in your partnership. The forecast also defines the moments that are correctly directed to a Gemini marriage. However, these moments will occur only in the second decade of this year. And specifically, after the more negative transits have passed. Even though Saturn is in retrograde motion in the 10th house from June 17th to November 6th, it warns you against decisive decisions. Dedication and responsibility are evident for this Saturn. From August, the year turns favorable for those who want to take the relationship to a new level. The second decade of this year will also bring pleasure to those Geminis who have been trying to expand their family for a long time. Astrological aspects are set to support your fertility and the right decisions. Therefore, if you are planning a wedding, the conception of a baby, or you are just wondering which period in this year is the most favorable for your relationship, these are mainly the months from August until the arrival of 2024. These will encourage not only fertility and the joy of a mutual relationship with your partner. They will also improve your intimacy with your partner. You are aware of yourself. You can see exactly your partner's faults, but also his strengths. You no longer notice the incorrect thinking about your partner that was specific to the opening weeks of the year. September can evoke great seriousness in some Geminis. On the other hand, you can look critically not only at others, but also at yourself. Problems and fear of rejection disappear from your soul. You promote stronger self-confidence, which is not only good for you, but also attractive to your partner. Emotional games played with a partner in the beginning of this year are now taboo. During the cycle of the second part of the year, you have a chance to really explore the heart of your partner, but also yourself. The correct position of the planets at the end of the year, especially in the months of September, October and November, means the elimination of illusions. You are getting into a better position in your life. You look at the world and relationships more realistically. You find balance and truth in your relationship and in your heart. In August, Mercury moves rapidly through the sector of your family relationships. Thanks to this, you can identify with the problems and feelings of family members, children and your partner. September is the month when you perceive the end of the second retrograde movement of your ruling planet in the fourth house of astrology. From August 23rd to September 15th, every Gemini perceived the past. He identified with the energies from his childhood. You felt that your partner was tying your hands with his demands. However, these energies come not only from your partner, but also from your children. In your family, the people you care for have great demands, and you feel that you are very exhausted. In these moments, it is essential to support the heart chakra. It is also suitable if you maintain your mental health through walks or emotional development. The prediction recommends you to be more with your loved ones. Focus on what you, your children, or your partner love. Do not inhibit your own expression. The prediction for this period recommends every Gemini to tame negative thoughts. In any argument, it is better to remain silent. The horoscope predicts that these days your words could seriously threaten the stability of your partner relationship. The best thing you can do these days is to devote yourself to study, self-improvement, personal growth. You need to achieve a sense of security, which is mainly hidden inside you. Only if you feel satisfied and safe can you lend these feelings to your loved ones. Furthermore, the prediction predicts that the current year will make great demands on the needs of family members. Don't forget that if you can't consistently take care of yourself, you also lack the energy to worry about others. The months of August and September seem to be quite favorable for Gemini vacations. Even the first stage of the year is suitable for relaxing with children or a partner. From February until the first half of April, go somewhere behind the sun. The forecast says that your partnership deserves care. For this reason, this year is really suitable for a joint family vacation. The months of February, March, and the beginning of April offer the most favorable vibrations. You can then look forward to a peaceful family vacation from September 15th until the end of this year. These months mentioned by the Gemini prediction are characterized by a calm, family and loving atmosphere tuned in the right direction. From October, several planets are located in the 7th house. This position brings initiative, joy, and extremely warm energy to the partnership. When powerful planets and your ruler move through the 7th house, it means that your relationship is in a strengthened state. Any Gemini who is trying to expand their family feels that now is the right moment. The months of October, November, and the last month of this year, December, are particularly favorable for any shift in the Gemini relationship. Which Gemini relationship will be most successful? A Gemini who is in a relationship with the sign of Libra can look forward to an extremely beautiful year. He can also withstand negative astrological aspects that affect Gemini in other relationships. Gemini and Libra with the most harmonious couple of this year. However, the love of Gemini and Aquarius is not far behind this connection. Two zodiac signs that will understand each other in many ways in this year are endowed with harmonious love and a strong relationship. However, you will generally get along with Aries and Taurus in a relationship. For this year is a year of friendship, strong interpersonal relationships. A year when Gemini discovers itself and true values in a relationship. You will see some people in a new light. Your partner will also break out of some kind of imaginary mask that you have marked him with. You perceive your partner's strengths. You no longer idealize your partner. You see your partner's true positive qualities. Especially the second stage of this year offers several healing connections of your soul with the soul of your partner. Your partner becomes your confidant, your friend. Throughout the year, you tend to stick to true values and what is the best path for you. Therefore, the forecast does not predict any problems in the relationship coming from your side. And not even under the influence of Venus, which passes through the 5th house in September and October. This Venus usually symbolizes problems in relationships of an intimate nature. It can also create a need for new intimate adventures. However, a Gemini in a solid marriage or partnership will simply resist this unflattering position of Venus. However, the prediction warns those Geminis who have doubts in their relationship. They could feel the negative face of Venus. Based on the influence of Venus, which persuades you to have affairs or flirt with someone else, you would have trouble dealing with secrets in the future, but also with your own actions. It is necessary to avoid affairs during the year that do not reflect your nature. For this year is the year of understanding. You understand that at the beginning of the year you formed some vague ideas about your partner. The closest relationships gain a deeper intensity and connection with your heart. You also get to know yourself better. The horoscope predicts that each Gemini is more seriously aware of their partnership. The excellent news is that both your children and your partner help you a lot in your worries throughout the year. The prediction also says that Gemini becomes less dependent than before. And that's thanks to the feeling of freedom from negative thoughts related to the relationship. You also perceive things as they really are. You also involve others in your life and your needs. The most favorable period of this year from the point of view of partner relations are the months of October, November, and December. These months encourage your commitments. And so, you perceive them more seriously. These months will bring joy and happiness to more than one Gemini. And also, the news mentioned by prediction in the introduction of the forecast. Joyful new news awaits every Gemini at the end of the year. Annual forecast for single Gemini for this period. A single Gemini perceives relationships in this year on a new level. You realize that you are no longer interested in short-term entertainment. Obligations and the desire for a long-term connection of your soul with the soul of a loved one are pushing to the forefront of your attention. You take your obligations and your own person more seriously than in previous years. The planet Saturn and the favorable position of the planet Jupiter blesses your future relationships, describes the forecast for this period. The prediction for the first quarter of this year predicts personal growth. From January to March, every single Gemini will focus mainly on themselves. To trust in one's own future. Thanks to the fact that you focus more on building a more favorable personal status, you are also more attractive to other people. In these months, the forecast advises every Gemini to create solid habits. Start sports, follow daily routines that may seem boring. But they teach you self-confidence, respect, and love for yourself. Thanks to the fact that the prediction speaks of this year's energies as extremely friendly, it is clear that your interpersonal relationships will be extremely favorable. You also involve others in your own duties. The family understands you, is helpful. Such energies also come from your friends, who are an important part of every single Gemini's life. The horoscope also describes a return to an ex-partner, which does not seem to be the best idea in this year. Forecast advises moving forward. Look no further into the past, which has already passed, which you can no longer save. Forget everything in the past, move forward, advises the year-round forecast for this period. The vibrations of the universe in this year are set for new things in the life of Gemini and news that favorably supports you. Not only the second half of the year will be interesting in Gemini relationships. The beginning of the year mainly belongs to the fact that you remove high demands on your future partner. Thanks to the unrealistic ideas about the future partner that you have cultivated in your mind until now, you have been a closed book. A person who pushed away any future relationships. But this year, everything will change. The second quarter of this year talks about removing ideas that are unrealistic for your future. Based on this, you will see a certain friend in your life with new eyes. You perceive the people around you in a completely new light, so many a Gemini can fall in love with someone they have known for a long time. The prediction warns every Gemini about the unfavorable movement of the planets from May to June. That's when someone from your past may speak up. It is these energies that are especially noticeable in an unmarried Gemini. For the one who worries about the past for a long time. Now the universe will test you again. He wants to know if you are a person who will repeat past mistakes. Don't let the past affect you and move forward, like the relationship forecast for this period. As with Taken Gemini, singles will draw mainly from the second part of the year. Astrological transits noticeable mainly at the end of this year bring charm, lightness, and naturalness to every Gemini. Throughout the year, the prediction predicts many social events that can enrich you with new acquaintances. The love affairs that you will deal with during the year will be more long-term in nature. A love triangle or inappropriate intimate behavior can occur in the months of October and November for a single Gemini. In these months, the planet Venus in the 5th astrological house will cause a disturbance in your nature. Some Geminis, especially those who constantly struggle with the past, will be tested again. Venus in the 5th astrological house is a position that predicts inappropriate intimate connections for unmarried Geminis. In this case, you have to realize your true worth during the year. And this will be achieved by almost every Gemini who can identify with himself and his status this year. Over the course of the year, more than one Gemini realizes that solitude actually suits him. Another uses the opportunities that the universe offers. You will use every opportunity to grasp true love that will last. The Gemini forecast for singles talks about all the opportunities that the universe will offer this year. Your naturalness and stronger self-confidence are your sexiest qualities in this year. Your attractiveness is extremely high, especially in the second half of the year. Several single Geminis are waiting for interesting meetings even on a trip or on vacation. Prediction for singles says to protect yourself in the case of short-term romances, not only from physical problems, but also from mental harm. It is clear that in this year, you will definitely fall in love quickly. But choose carefully who steals your heart. Even if you make the right decisions in the second half of the year, the first part of the year is still a period when your vision is blurred, and you look at the people around you, especially potential partners, through rose-colored glasses. The Gemini singles horoscope for this period therefore warns you to take off your rose-colored glasses in the first part of the year, through which you look not only at your ex-partner, but also at those acquaintances who may be your future partner. In this year, you won't have to look for love. She will find you, but the important thing is how you approach her. Many exciting moments are sure to await you. There will be more of them than before. Over several days, you will find a great opportunity to go after what you are looking for. Your desires increase the astrological vibrations of the second part of the year, so you feel that the ball is now in your court. The end of the year is characterized by eagerness to find a person or relationship that has meaning for the future. Gemini family and friends prediction. In several parts, the relationship prediction has already confirmed that will be a period when relationships will be strong. You are building a relationship not only with yourself. Your personal family relationships are strengthened, and the whole year seems to be rightly tuned for improving family relationships. Friendship is a precious gift that you will be blessed with during this period as well. According to the forecast, several social events are waiting for Gemini. If you are an unmarried Gemini and you are expected to arrive at a social event with your partner, be sure to reach out to one of your close friends. Not only will you see this person in a new light, you will enjoy moments full of joy and fun. The correct position of astrological aspects throughout the year has a beneficial effect on your family relationships. In this year, no complications related to family members should arise. Perhaps it will only be appropriate to monitor the health of your loved ones more, especially the parents, who will require more of your care in the first half of the year. Sibling or other family relationships flourish. You will not have much time to solve complications or misunderstandings. Since you are attuned, and the cosmic vibrations beckon you to maintain strong and flourishing relationships, you have the right attitude toward any conflict in your family. You know how to calm down the situation, navigate it correctly. That is why you are welcome not only at social events related to your job, but also at family celebrations. What about relationships that have been damaged in the past? According to the prediction, they will be healed in this year. You will find a way to maintain understanding and love in these relationships. Interesting periods for attracting or strengthening mutual understanding are specific to the summer months of this year. From the point of view of family relations, the months of April, May, and the first stage of June seem to be at most unfavorable. During this period, you should not discuss religion or politics with your family, or about other sensitive topics that caused your relationships to deteriorate in the past. Every sector of the astrological chart that looks at Gemini's family relationships is favorable. By emphasizing the positive characteristic features of Gemini, which will be highlighted throughout the year, you are connected to the right path in life. This is perceived not only by your partner or your friends, but also by close family members. Even those who reproached you for wrong steps in life in the previous period, even they now understand that you are following your own path, which is the right one for you. Gemini enjoys a lot of loving energy from family throughout the year. However, the third retrograde Mercury of this year, the period from August 23rd to September 15th, can be slightly disruptive for Gemini relationships. Even in this year, there are certainly periods when the world will not provide you with the environment you would like. You only want to express yourself in an environment where you are sure of yourself. These feelings may dissuade you from dealing with family members who have repeated your mistakes. This period is best used for time spent with yourself. Your identity will manifest itself through right thinking. Your emotional development is considerable in this year. The forecast does not predict any other negative astrological aspects for this year. From this point of view, you can fully enjoy flourishing family relationships. Friendship will also be very strong. The best friendly relationships await you with the sign of Aries and Taurus. You get along on a high level with these two zodiac signs. It is no secret that one of these two signs will be the best and closest friend of a Gemini. However, the prediction also warns against the more negative side of friendly relationships. You should avoid any confrontation with friends born under the sign of Virgo or Scorpio. With these two signs, the horoscope predicts great development in the relationship, especially in friendly or family relationships. On the contrary, Gemini must avoid any slander or gossip, either in the company of the mentioned two signs, or regarding these signs. In any case, gossip is a killer tool for good personal relationships of Gemini for this year. Therefore, avoid them by all means. Happy to conclude the Gemini relationship prediction. Gemini prediction for work and money. In several moments for this year, the prediction predicts a favorable setting of astrological aspects for the pleasure of career advancement. Until January 18th, Mercury is in a retrograde position. The beginning for this year, when Mercury moves through the 8th astrological house, speaks of a strong influence on your emotional impulses, especially in the field of career. So, complications may arise in relation to coworkers. In the first days of this year, it is therefore necessary to avoid any conflicts or lies at work. A Gemini will do best to focus on completing the task and avoid confrontation with others. Later, when the planet Mercury moves into direct motion, Gemini perceives its excellent observational and analytical skills. These can be beneficial not only for Gemini in long-term employment. These qualities are also a benefit for those Geminis who are looking for a new career. The forecast says to be friendly with your colleagues during the first month of this year. You never know from whom a strong helping hand will come to help you build your career. Gemini, whose job is to take care of the household, can look forward to a lot of communication with their partner, family members, or their children in January. They will guide you in the right direction regarding what to improve in the home and what to keep. The following months, which are the entry into for this year, talk about focusing your attention mainly on yourself. Of course, the work will require your full commitment. Mars, located in the first astrological house, will highlight your character. You assert yourself significantly in February and March through your power. During this period, it makes sense to take any steps closer to capturing the job opportunity that is close to you. This recommendation mainly concerns Geminis who are unemployed or those who want to change jobs. You are now a strong and physically resilient person. You can push your interests with great energy. Your strong will is properly directed where you will be satisfied in the future. That is why it is essential that every unemployed Gemini sends out their resumes to places that interest them. The prediction advises the unemployed to focus their energy on working abroad, which may not be a bad idea. Even if you don't realize it at first, such a change in your life can be welcome. These early months of the year are also suitable for a Gemini who wants to change jobs. You are respected and recognized in your surroundings. Perhaps the fact that you are thinking about changing jobs will make your employer look at your past performance. Thanks to this, you can advance in the job you are in. The employer will be aware of your benefits and your strength, which you put into your daily work. Professional presentations or projects that you solve at the beginning of this year are successful. You gain the trust of your colleagues right at the beginning of the year. You are set on the right, ideal path to your goal and career success. If you are a Gemini who is satisfied with your job, for this year will be extremely favorable for you. If you're a Gemini thinking about making a change, wait a little longer. Thanks to analytical thinking, you can easily calculate all the pros and cons that flow from your previous employment. Even a Gemini who works at home can expect opportunities that will enrich him with some extra money. Every Gemini knows their physical boundaries and limits in the first part of the year. If you work physically, it is possible that your work is excessively physically exhausting. In that case, perhaps a small change is appropriate. Do not take on more work than you can handle, warns the forecast. If you are mentally exhausted, the prediction recommends that you also engage in creative activities at home. Consider photography, walking, painting, or any creative activity that is different from what you do. Such activity can help you mentally restore your strength and energy. In the second half of the year, from the summer months of this year, your interests are more focused on family, finances, and vacations. If you haven't done so yet, from September 15th you have the perfect opportunity to relax, in the company of your loved ones. Whether you go on vacation with family or friends, don't forget to organize everything well. During the period when your ruling planet is in retrograde motion, the horoscope does not recommend you to travel far. You feel the retrograde movement of Mercury up to 4 times during the year. The first such period is the beginning of the year until January 18th. The second period when the prediction does not recommend you to travel for rest are the days from April 21st to May 15th and then from August 23rd to September 15th. These weeks are not ideal for a vacation, because this decision of yours could complicate several problems related to travel, or even finances. Another unsuitable period for traveling abroad are the days from December 13th until the beginning of 2024. Work in this year is closely related to your rest. If you are not sufficiently rested, you will not be able to properly think about your work or your career future. As for finances, the astrological aspects are set appropriately so that finances do not bother you in this year. The correct position of the planet Venus in the second astrological house in the months of June and July, as well as the excellent position of Mercury in the months of July and August, is a harbinger of a better financial situation for every Gemini. Again, the second part of the year will be fully manifested in this direction. Then you don't even have to worry about bigger expenses. If you are wondering whether for this year is suitable for buying real estate, renovating, or buying a vehicle, the forecast recommends waiting. Maybe it's a good idea in the months of June, July, and August. Anyway, only if you have more financial cash available than the financial reserve. Finances need not trouble you in this year. However, it is good to save money, mainly because of the more unstable next year, which the prediction knows will be more demanding on Gemini's finances. The only, but huge warning for every Gemini is gambling, which could cause considerable complications in the financial budget of each of you. If you are a Gemini who is close to gambling, it is time to solve this big problem of yours. If you belong to a Gemini who has a person in the family subject to this ailment, it is imperative that you take more interest in this person before they lose what may be yours. Be interested in the financial budget of other members of your family, as well as their career direction. It is also likely that in this year you will meet someone who will jumpstart your potential for successful business. It provides a forecast for this year regarding Gemini's career and finances. Gemini health prediction for this period. The health forecast for the third sign in the order Gemini for this period speaks of this year as a time when you have to work with routine. It's a time when you don't stay stuck in one place for a long time. You are dealing with past health problems and are always on the move, always solving something. The fortune teller describes this year as a year of activity for each Gemini. He will need good health due to his work or relationship commitment and several household responsibilities. In the previous period, you were not very interested in health. However, this attitude of yours will have to be changed in this year. Thanks to the fact that your health is in a fairly good balance, the previous careless attitude towards your health did not have to hurt you. However, for this year will alert you to every problem that you neglected in the past. From a health point of view, this year is a harbinger of anxiety and depression. Especially with the arrival of for this year, when you are absorbed by several obligations that deprive you of quality sleep. If you feel exhausted, getting a good night's sleep is essential. For this reason, the horoscope tells you to reach for herbal teas or even aromatherapy. With these steps and a natural way of treating your problem, you can eliminate depression or sadness in its beginnings. 2023 is a year that promises improvement in health, but only from the second quarter of this year. On the other hand, the first part of the year will be very difficult for every Gemini. The problem will mainly arise for those who have neglected preventive examinations in previous years, or a balanced and healthy diet. Even the wrong habit regarding the drinking regime can now torment you. Healthy habits are now the golden ticket to boosting your health. Gemini health forecast for this period highlights the first 3 months, January, February and March, as a period when Gemini should solve all previous problems. In these months, every Gemini must undergo preventive health checkups that you forgot or ignored last year. These preventive examinations will tell you more about your physical health. As for mental health, you must also conscientiously take care of that in this year. Even mental problems, a lot of responsibilities, or dissatisfaction with some area of your life can cause your physical health to deteriorate. In this year, the prediction also warns Gemini about gaining weight. This can appear especially in those Geminis who have developed unhealthy eating habits. For every Gemini in this year, it is essential to stimulate the heart chakra. Also supplement with vitamin D and minerals that your body needs. You should be more interested in your diet, not only in the first 3 months of the year. Eating is an important part of everyone's health. Even rest and relaxation after a hard day, which you neglect, can mean that your daily hustle and bustle will affect your mental and physical health. It is therefore necessary not only to eat properly, but also to get enough rest. If you find harmony between these rules to strengthen your health, it is clear that the second chapter of the year will not affect your health in anything special. Health in the new year can be associated with both stress and anxiety. To eliminate these problems, which are also related to the mental health of the Gemini, use the balancing of the heart chakra. If you feel persistent fatigue, it is essential to see a doctor, warns the health prediction for this year. This fatigue may be related to a neglected ongoing illness that you certainly cannot diagnose yourself. Therefore, it is essential to see a specialist in time, and he will advise you on what is the source of this persistent fatigue in your case. Preventive examinations must be completed by every Gemini at an advanced age. Problems can arise with these twins, especially if they underestimate their health complications for a long time. The time you invest in taking care of your health in this year will return to you in the form of better energy and an overall better mental attitude. If you feel a lot of sadness, depression, or anxiety during your normal days, don't forget your family, whose love is the way to overcome any bad psychological feeling. Gemini will also face headaches in the second stage of the year. For these reasons, it is essential to start moving physically. Every day you should take at least one walk in nature or a short exercise. Physical movement is what your body requires now. Aside from a healthy diet, which Gemini will not always be able to follow, lack of physical exercise is the second main cause of unpleasant feelings in the direction of your health. It is possible that Gemini will struggle with liver problems or digestive difficulties in this year. Students born under the Gemini sign, as well as those Geminis who are learning, are disturbed by problems with concentration. Aromatherapy and lavender oil can help you focus more on the things you are doing. Place this oil in your home or office. It will definitely help you throughout for this year. In the period from July 23rd to September 4th, the forecast warns every Gemini about accidents and risky activities that can turn out to be very dangerous. Any Gemini should be careful during the movement of retrograde Venus in the 5th astrological house. Caution is required not only for those twins who work physically. Even a Gemini who gets behind the wheel under the influence of alcohol or another addictive substance can expect huge complications related to this decision. Therefore, the fortune teller strongly recommends that you take care of your health in this regard as well. Another such aspect occurs in the final month of December, when retrograde Mercury enters this retrograde motion for the 4th time during this year. So, from December 13th, increase your caution towards things that can complicate your health. Do not stay in the company of people who are sick, and they can also endanger your short-term health. Any illness in December will be more difficult and long-term to treat, warns the health forecast for this year for the Gemini sign. The health prediction has stated several times that during this year Gemini will mainly feel the disharmony of the heart chakra. A blocked heart chakra can mean problems with accepting love and relationships as such. This heart chakra will be manifested by its blockage in the first stage of the year, when you cannot identify with your own feelings, emotions, and cannot accept yourself as you are. In order not to be engulfed by a flood of negative emotions or sadness, it is necessary to unblock this chakra. You will do this not only through meditation, but also through colors. The heart chakra is related to your lucky color of this year, the color green. It should be part of your home and office throughout the year. Use this color, accessories of this color to heal and harmonize the 4th heart chakra. You can also enrich your wardrobe with accessories of this color, so you will always have something green with you, which will protect you from the adverse effects of the outside world on your health. An improperly balanced heart chakra does not only manifest itself through psychological difficulties. If the Gemini does not take enough care of her, it can later lead to physical problems of a heart nature. It can also cause spine and lower back pain, or persistent back pain. If you are already experiencing these problems, it is clear that you need to work with this chakra immediately. You now need to harmonize the energy of your life with the heart chakra, describes the annual health forecast for this year. So, what negatives does the prediction predict? More negative energies at the beginning of the year, which Gemini should worry about if they are troubled by the past or other persistent problems, are the first observation of the forecast. The forecast also warns of injuries or car accidents that may be caused by Gemini's wrong thinking and wrong decisions. Be careful throughout the year. At the end of the year, the forecast also predicts a decline in energy from December 13th. Then you should rest more, exercise, and eat healthier. The prediction has the same recommendations from the beginning of this year, when the first 3 months seem to be the most demanding on Gemini's health. Otherwise, health seems to be in overall harmony. but only if the Gemini makes it to all preventive examinations, which will definitely tell him more about his health in this year. You should include more leafy vegetables in your diet. Concentrate your strength and energy on preparing meals at home. Eat cooked food prepared by yourself or another member of your household at least 4 times a week. Try to avoid unhealthy fats. Discover more vegetables and fruits in your diet. Be aware that meat does not have to be a daily part of your diet. The Gemini health prediction for this period strongly underlines. Treat yourself to a vegetarian menu all day at least once or twice a week. This step will significantly improve your energy and overall health, adds the year-round horoscope. By eating vegetarian food at least a few times a week, you protect not only the planet but also yourself, your heart, blood vessels, your health future. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. Carrying Cancer in this year will experience many small and big changes during this year. The annual Cancer prediction focuses not only on Cancer's ruling planet, the Moon. Many events based on astrological transits occur in the 4th astrological house, which is specified as the family's home and is linked to Cancer's life. But not only the Moon hits Cancer and affects the energies of the 4th sign in a row. Horoscope for this period Cancer predicts that Cancer will focus on itself in this year. Cancer is a sign of the zodiac that values family, history, and family relationships, the Cancer prediction for this period describes. It loves social activities, which it shares mainly with family members. To a large extent, this time also focuses on good family relationships and strengthening family bonds. The charitable activity must be part of the entire this year, if Cancer wants to be even more successful during this year, advises the annual Cancer prediction. The sign of Cancer kicks off the summer season, as this sign begins to rule on June 21st. Also in this year, Cancer celebrates its birthday at the beginning of summer, when the daylight is at its peak in balance with the night hours. Cancer's energy is compatible with the resources of the summer months, which are the sun, warmth, energy, abundance, and rejuvenation. At the beginning of this year, relations like to get into good shape. In January, the planets move through the 7th astrological house and affect relationships, marriage, and relationships in a broader sense with colleagues, family, friends. Later, this year, specifically in February, will be manifested by the placement of important planets in the 8th house of astrology. There, he intervenes in family finances and can correctly navigate Cancer even in important decisions related to real estate. Cancer is often ready and willing to face any problem, especially if these problems concern someone close to you. This year's social events will enrich every Cancer with new acquaintances and new friends. Not only in the early months of the year, which will be specific to good relationships, and for some Cancers, also travel. A Cancer who goes on a trip, business trip, vacation, or adventure during February and March can get to know not only new places, but also new people. This year will enrich Cancer with new friends and strengthen old friendships. The moon will be in good shape at the beginning of the year, properly tuned to help the one it rules. Annual forecast Cancer says that the moon offers you many benefits from its action during the months of this year. However, in March, Cancer focuses not only on relationships, but also on work duties, which can sometimes burden and overwhelm Cancer. The third month of this year predicts many obligations, but the most accurate annual forecast Cancer also talks more about these energies. Therefore, during this year, Cancer does not make decisions only with its heart. Disturbing astrological aspects, such as April's retrograde Mercury in the 11th house of Cancer, mean mental freedom. Therefore, Cancer can make decisions in this year that it would not have made in any other period. The impulsive behavior of Cancer can be specific in the month of April, namely from April 21st to May 15th, when the second Mercury retrograde of this year also affects Cancer. This time in the 11th astrological house. If you are a Cancer who is interested in the development of relationships, your attention will certainly be tuned in this direction, especially in the first and last months of this year. At that time, many planets will focus on the 7th house of astrology. It examines friendly, partner, lover, marital relationships. However, when the Cancer season begins, from June 21st, the first and second houses of Cancer are substantially occupied. During the period when Cancer celebrates its birthday, you focus on your own self, on your own identity. However, with the end of the month, you also think about finances and examine your priorities. The forecast for this year Cancer predicts that the key color of the year for Cancer will be black. Mysterious color, mysteries. If you enrich your wardrobe with this color, you will also attract the attention of the surroundings. A mysterious and mystical energy radiates from Cancer in this year, which is also identified with the ruling Cancer element, water. The color blue is also strongly connected to this year and the third-eye chakra, which you can strengthen this year. You need to support the third eye and learn to work with it. In the following lines, you can read more about how the sixth chakra will affect your health and psyche for the year. In those, annual forecast Cancer talks about the Cancer's health, energy and vitality in this year. It also offers advice on how to improve your energy and how to connect with your energy center. The third eye is the chakra that is associated with intuition and higher knowing. Thanks to the water element, Cancer is a strongly intuitive zodiac sign. If you strengthen this intuition also by healing the sixth chakra, it is clear that intuition can navigate you correctly. It will be so strong that it will alert you to things that can betray you either physically or mentally. When I, Sybil, look at the astrological chart of the Cancer sign for this year, I see that there will be many events that will be oriented around friendship. However, astrology Cancer also says that Cancer remembers the past again. I advise you, especially from July 23rd to September 4th, to focus on the past that creates a sense of security in your soul. The past does not have to be associated only with negative feelings. These days, retrograde Venus is settled in the second house of Cancer and can also increase your possessiveness and desire for finances, not only the relationship with the past, which you can now transform into a positive one. Anyway, karma is emerging in your soul now, connecting with past people and circumstances that are the backbone of Cancer's sense of security. However, the horoscope defines many interesting aspects of astrology even at the end of this year, when the Sun gradually passes from the 3rd to the 7th astrological house. The Sun moves from the sign of Virgo to the sign of Capricorn, where it will end this year. However, before the end of this year, Cancer will still feel Mercury retrograde in the 3rd house. At the end of December, the last moments of this year are focused on love, because the placement of Venus in the 5th house will bring popularity to many Cancers and a spontaneous expression of sexuality. Annual forecast Cancer thus defines many diverse astrological transits in its most accurate prediction. During this year, not only the position of the ruling moon is important, but also the strength of other astrological transits. In the year-long forecast, the horoscope will also look at the position of the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and the astrological houses that will be most affected in this year in Cancer. How does astrology affect the different directions of Cancer's life? The complete prediction of Cancer will tell you more. Negative energies that affect Cancer this year. For Cancer, the biggest problem this year is a lack of energy and reluctance to do some things that are Cancer's duties. Even wrong thinking about the past can hinder Cancer from progressing in life in the middle of this year. According to the characteristics of the sign, Cancer is first of all marked as the most compassionate of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Nevertheless, in this year, the negative qualities of this sign will also manifest themselves. Big problems for Cancer will be caused by moodiness. And especially if Cancer does not work with its inner emotions. Also, beware of accusing others without any evidence. This negative feature of Cancer can be accentuated under the influence of astrological aspects in this year. Suspicion, one of the negative traits for this period, can cause Cancer to doubt the good intentions of others. Especially if the health of Cancer's heart and emotions are threatened. The horoscope advises Cancer not to run only to wrongful accusations in this year. To work more with his soul and try to tune into a positive wave of emotions. If Cancer doesn't take care of its emotional health, its year-round mental health and overall well-being can be at risk. In this direction, it is necessary not only to strengthen the chakra of the third eye, which will multiply Cancer intuition, but also meditation. If Cancer's intuition is even stronger than usual, it can guide Cancer to the most correct path in life. Otherwise, if you neglect the healing of your emotions, it can have a truly devastating effect on your soul throughout this year, warns the annual Cancer prediction for this period. The beginning of the year can torment Cancer in the first days. Retrograde Mercury affects the 7th astrological house of Cancer until January 18th. Mercury is now in its final retrograde phase. It is the first retrograde Mercury of this year is Mercury, which brings concern but also frustration to Cancer. In the early days of this year, Cancer struggles with nervousness and indecision. The opening days of the year can deepen Cancer's introverted ways of expression, warns the annual forecast. In this year, the 2nd retrograde Mercury can also have a negative effect on Cancer, warns the accurate annual forecast Cancer. It will take place from April 21st to May 15th. This Mercury will show its strongest energy from the beginning of May, when Cancer is affected in the field of career, family and marriage. Unfortunately, on these days, you are dealing with feelings of rejection and experiencing a wrong connection with the past again. Now you also perceive that what you are trying to explain is perceived by others differently than it was intended. These days, the fortune teller strongly recommends avoiding signing important documents. Also, avoid making the final decision on things that may not be decided right away. These days affect the judgment of Cancer, who may make the wrong decision under the influence of this position of Mercury. The karma of these days will also identify you with the past in which you seek refuge. However, the Cancer annual prediction advises you to focus mainly on the present and future plans. The disturbing position of retrograde Saturn in the 9th house will also manifest itself in inappropriate behavior. This transit is not purely negative, on the contrary, it represents a lot of positive. But in view of the negative vibration of his energies, Cancer can be the result of many obligations. If we look at the cosmic energies of the days from June 17th to November 4th, when Saturn operates in this position, it is clear that Cancer will face many tasks that need to be mastered. And so, this period can be demanding on the energy of Cancer. However, the Cancer yearly forecast says that negative energies will be most noticeable especially in the second half of the year, which can be demanding on tasks, duties, and energy for Cancer. July 23rd is the end of the season of Cancer, and the fortune teller Sybil believed that Cancer fully enjoyed the celebration of its birthday, as well as the more favorable first half of this year. In the second part of the year, the fortune teller draws attention to several disturbing transits and the position of the planets, which can derail Cancer from the right direction in life. Therefore, dear Cancers, beware of the negative vibrations of the second part of the year. The second part of this year is charged with retrograde energies coming from Venus, twice from Mercury. In addition, the moon will manifest itself in a disturbing position when up to 2 full moons will occur during the month of August. The first full moon around August 1st gives rise to the feeling that material security is all that Cancer needs for life. So, it's no surprise that Cancer is now dealing with worries about money and spending. This position of the moon can also indicate inheritance, therefore, the forecast advises Cancer to pay close attention to the health of family members. At the end of August, the second full moon appears, which will take place these days. 2 full moons during August can cause insomnia and subsequent nervousness in Cancer. It is Cancer who perceives these phases of the ruling planet most sensitively according to astrology. Foreign cultures now enchant Cancer, and many a Cancer can fall in love across borders. This aspect is therefore a warning mainly for single Cancers, and mainly for those Cancers who travel. Sybil advises, beware of romances that can seriously damage your relationship. However, you mainly think about your health, even in the case of romances with single Cancers. Cancer is very sensitive to the position of the moon. It often happens in the second half of the year that Cancer perceives the full moon very excessively and cannot rest well during the days around the full moon. Other problems of a health nature can also be related to this. Cancer needs to sleep well in order to function well. Otherwise, you will have difficult days when the energy is at 0 point. Try to exhaust your body enough during full moons that you go to bed completely exhausted. Try to calm your mind with herbal thyme broth. Among other things, it also calms you down and brings many other health benefits for your psyche and physical health. From July 23rd to September 4th, Venus will anchor in the second house, in retrograde motion. This Venus placement has many benefits for Cancer, but it also means possessiveness. These feelings coming from Venus are combined with a lot of negative energy from Saturn, describes the Cancer prediction for this period. Therefore, the feeling of possessiveness is even stronger, and Cancer focuses on accumulating property and gaining a better personal and financial position. So, it's no surprise that Cancer will yearn for financial improvement, despite the fact that this outcome requires a lot of determination and sometimes exhausting effort. Problems with the opposite sex and fear of expressing emotions can also result from Venus being placed in this way. This can block the development of love in budding relationships, but also the development of emotions in long-term married Cancers, underlines the Cancer prediction. At the end of the year, Cancer focuses on the past and thinks that the security it felt in the past will no longer be found. Cancer can become very attached to the past under the influence of astrological vibrations. He feels his hands are tied because he cannot free himself from past feelings and embellishing the past. Cancer can sometimes seem rosier than it really was. Finally, the disruptive month of December comes, which is specific to Mercury's last disruptive retrograde movement. Venus also moves through the 5th astrological house. Venus can affect Cancer relationships with this placement, as intimacy is now Cancer's main concern. Cancer now establishes partnerships very easily, so this Venus energy can mean an inharmonious position. Spontaneous expression of sexuality can lead to intimate romances, damaging long-lasting relationships. Be careful with overly intimate relationships with friends, colleagues, acquaintances. Annual forecast Cancer is therefore reassessing the last disturbing transits at the end of the year. In any case, it is clear from the astrological chart that the more difficult period for unpleasant aspects will be precisely the period from the days when the season of the Cancer sign ends. Positive energies affect Cancer this year. As the horoscope already mentioned in its personal forecast for this year, the beginning of the year can be disturbing for a while. However, right after the first retrograde Mercury fades away, the energies calm down and get into the right cosmic vibration towards Cancer. The yearly forecast assesses the vibrations around the fourth sign in sequence as favorable, especially in the first half of the year. However, the following months are also a harbinger of a fight between more negative energies and drawing benefits from, at first glance, negative astrological aspects. Thus, until the 18th of January, Mercury in retrograde motion blocks the manifestation of favorable astrological energies. With the end of this movement of Mercury, there are times when strongly favorable energies fly over Cancer and lend Cancer a lot of joy, love, happiness. In February, the astrological chart finds Venus in the 9th and 10th houses. Venus in the 9th house until February 20th can bring a soulmate into the life of a single Cancer. The life of Cancers in relationship will also be extremely joyful during the second month of this year. This is not only due to the kind position of Venus, but also the strength of Jupiter in the 10th house. With Jupiter thus placed, Cancer finds itself in a position where the door to career happiness is wide open. The work and finance horoscope for this period, Cancer says that this placement of Jupiter is stored in the 10th house until May 17th. On these days, disturbing aspects will only slightly affect the favorable career action of Jupiter on Cancer. And that's why the astrological chart says that Cancer will be successful in what it does at the beginning of the year. And last but not least, those Cancers who are looking for a job will finally succeed. Unemployed Cancers will finally meet success and career happiness. However, he also advises unemployed Cancers to prepare for this joyful side of the year during January by preparing a high-quality resume and being active in their job search. Sybil, the fortune teller, warns that nothing will happen without the Cancer's help. Cancer must try, but the effort will certainly be appreciated. And the transits of January and the entire first half of this year give you strength. Annual forecast Cancer identifies you with real values in the first and second quarters of the year. The end of the month of April and the first half of May is specific to Mercury retrograde in the 11th house. Although this aspect of the rule is negative, you can also draw from it by meditating and exercising with your psyche. Mercury retrograde is generally a period that can trouble you. But on the other hand, you have the opportunity to return to the taste of childhood. Remember the joyful tastes and smells of your childhood. Prepare for yourself or your loved ones a meal, a drink, a program, a walk in nature, or a meeting that will reconnect you with positive feelings from childhood. The mysticism of this retrograde planet also draws attention to past things that filled you with happiness. Nostalgia is associated in Cancer with each Mercury retrograde of this year. The 11th house occupied by Mercury now identifies Cancer with beloved past things, which help you move through the worst energies of this transit. A positive position is Mars in the 2nd house, which Cancer feels from May 20th to July 10th. For this reason, Cancer perceives this position even during its season and thus also during the period when some Cancers celebrate this year's birthday. So, celebrations will not be the only interest of Cancer. Annual forecast Cancer also predicts an extraordinary financial gain thanks to this position of Mars. Satisfaction awaits you in the field of finances. Mars is also a specific driving force that will correctly navigate Cancer to improve its financial situation. You will use your talent to satisfy your financial interests in this year. You will discover not only a way to earn, but also satisfy yourself anchoring in society. You are now in the right place, or you are heading to a place where you will be financially satisfied. Mars in the 2nd house is not usually a happy aspect for relationships. However, these are strengthened by Venus placed in the 2nd house, same like the planet Mars. Again, these aspects have a positive effect on finances. In addition, Cancer also finds joy in discovering your own space together with a close friend, family member, or partner. You also see opportunities to build greater confidence and deeper relationships through ideas and initiative. The second part of the year can be disruptive. However, Cancer can gain a lot from her if he follows the fortune teller's advice. It will also focus on the retrograde planets Mercury, Venus, and Saturn, which are specific to the year's second half. However, Cancer's positive feelings are also influenced by Mars in the 12th house, which Cancer can also use for future success. From July 23rd, Venus is retrograde, and from August 23rd, Mercury joins it. The second and third houses of Cancer are thus occupied by the planet in retrograde motion. Moreover, Saturn is set in the same way during this period, this time in the 9th house. Yes, retrograde planets are generally a disruptive transit. But now Sybil will reveal to Cancer how to use these periods for huge positive life changes in Cancer's life. First of all, retrograde Saturn in the 9th house means in Cancer the strengthening of intelligence, wisdom. It gives Cancer a new perspective on the world and important things around. In the end, Saturn will offer Cancer new paths that are more favorable. If you strengthen the third eye chakra of intuition, you will seize all opportunities. You are thus continuing the mission that will successfully build the basis for spiritual progress. And this is how you will use the energy of Saturn after the end of the Cancer season, July 23rd, until November 4th. From the day the Cancer season ends, Venus also turns retrograde. It is very specific and means happiness for Cancers who make a living or want to make a living as artists. It means great luck for creative and artistically gifted Cancers. You also perceive the past, and if you set yourself up correctly, the past will emerge only in connection with favorable memories and joy. Venus will love you until September 4th, if you use it properly. The third retrograde Mercury will manifest itself from August 23rd to September 15th. And this Mercury is the transit of new contacts, says the Cancer yearly forecast. It acts like a boomerang effect that now connects you with the people you lost, if you so wish. Annual forecast Cancer is extremely beneficial for those Cancers who are looking for work or love. It supports new things if you look for them in those who were and are important to you. This Mercury of this year allows you to move on after its demise in the long term. In the final months of the year, November and December, the planets are favorably placed so that Cancer can encourage its own health. Although December can be challenging, a lot depends on how you use the favorable November. This seems to be a powerful month for promoting health, energy, and vitality. Exercise can make you happy. In November is the perfect month for Cancer, who wants to start exercising, live healthy, lose weight. As you can see, dear Cancers, that this year is full of extremely favorable transits. These favorable vibrations directed at Cancer must be used by any Cancer who perceives these lines. The given advice and the description of the beautiful energies of this year are the best recommendation for Cancer, who longs for joy, happiness, and satisfaction in this year. The Cancer prediction therefore presents a comprehensive list of recommendations and warnings for the most fulfilling Cancer future. Cancer annual forecast. Love and relationships. Interesting news and cosmic energies in this year also concern those Cancers who are interested in love, relationships, and the emotional future. At the beginning of this year, Jupiter is in the sector of own identity and advancement. Because Jupiter is favorably placed in the first house until May 20th, Cancer is gifted with extremely good relationships with family and with itself. Love can torment you at the beginning of the year, only in the first 18 days of this year. Retrograde Mercury completes its vibration in the 7th house of Cancer. Cancers feel this transit from December 29, 2022, and it lasts until January 18th. Cancer is now unsure about his long-term relationship. Moreover, in these early days of the year, you treat your partner more like a sibling or a child. You want to control him, long to manipulate him. Cancer is a sign that is known for being able to manipulate anyone it wants in its path. The Cancer relationship annual forecast underlines that the beginning of the year can be misunderstood by Cancer and therefore can incorrectly evaluate their relationships. The fortune teller warns against words that could hurt your partner or close friend. Watch out for words that could make the other person sad, warns the horoscope until January 18th. However, from this day on, things start to improve and become clearer in Cancer love. From January 20th, the Sun moves from the 7th house to the 8th, where it will start the season of Aquarius. At the same time, it is placed in a house that predicts financial well-being obtained through a partner. Now is the right time for you to guide and help your partner in building such plans that will be successful. This Sun also persuades you to get involved in helping others. However, watch out for your loved ones, because the Sun in this position means unexpected, not positive changes in the health of those closest to you. Be more interested in how your interest in others can boost their health and energy. Love is not only about the relationship of a couple or partners. It is also about how we care about those closest to us. Whether we can take care of those who took care of us in the past. That's why Cancer's love horoscope recommends taking more care of parents and siblings from January to February. In February, Venus moves from the 9th to the 10th house, where it resides until March 16th. The entire month of February is focused on a slightly different approach to relationships with a partner than has been the case so far. It is no exception that during planets placed in this way, a person is interested in foreign cultures and foreigners. If you are a Cancer who is going to travel in February, get your personal relationship in order beforehand. Any disappointment in your partner or unresolved conflicts can cloud your judgment. Annual forecast Cancer warns the assigned Cancer about an affair with a stranger, the consequences of which can be devastating for a long-term relationship. However, that Cancer who is satisfied in the relationship and who has cleared up all previous relationship complications does not need to worry about this warning from Venus. Cancers satisfied in their relationship can develop personal emotional connections and strengthen love through strengthening the partner relationship. In any case, the second month of this year is suitable for a relationship that will lead to satisfaction and higher knowledge. So, if you are planning a trip abroad, include your partner in these plans. If there is no travel waiting for you in February, develop a relationship through communication and common interests, concludes the annual Cancer prediction. In March, the 10th and 11th houses are inhabited by Venus. At the same time, the astrological chart also looks at the position of Mercury in the 9th and 10th houses. These planetary positions bring more masculine energy into Cancer's life. The female energy of Cancer, which mostly prevails in this sign, is properly balanced. And that's why love in the first quarter ends with a very favorable energy, which further multiplies satisfaction in Cancer's relationship. The horoscope does not predict anything negative in this period, and therefore the prediction for this period is favorable. In the previous lines, the fortune teller mainly mentioned favorable and balanced emotions in connection with love and relationships. However, there are days when you perceive your surroundings and yourself as unflattering. This disproportionate self-perception is combined with higher work pressure on Cancer, and thus Cancer is emotionally unstable. These days are highlighted by the prediction, and thus the Cancer astrological chart from April 21st to May 15th. Cancer is now nervous about the presence of other people, as well as the presence of a partner. This nervousness is caused by self-doubt, which is now specific in Cancer under the influence of disruptive Mercury. Cancer's ability to understand others is now limited. This Mercury also carries with it frustration, especially from the intimate Cancer's life. You can't tune into the wave of your partner's needs. The mentioned cosmic constellations are difficult mainly because Cancer perceives things and relationships too impersonally. And this behavior can affect Cancer's partner, who cannot properly justify Cancer's behavior. Such unfavorable feelings move around you during April and also at the beginning of May, warns the annual Cancer prediction for this year. After May 15th, when disturbing Mercury reverberates, the relationship situation reaches the desired stability. The Sun moves through the 12th house until the day when the season of Cancer begins until June 21st. However, until Cancer celebrates his birthday, he must also focus on completing his duties and enjoying the joys that are related to a relationship with a taken Cancer. The Sun in the 12th house and a strong occupation of the 11th house means looking to the future. Cancer looks at what is ending and welcomes what is coming. In connection with the relationship, these aspects may indicate a certain termination, quarrels, affairs, satisfaction of desires. One stage ends, another stage comes, full of joy and happiness. It can also be interesting for Cancers that relationships that are unpleasant, violent, underlined by negative energies can now be eliminated more easily by Cancers. Ending these connections is essential for a long view into a bright future. From May 15th to June 21st, astrological forces are attuned to help Cancer in life change, in moving forward. And especially for those Cancers who are afraid, worried, who suffer the consequences of their previous bad decisions every day. Power comes from Mars, as well as from the Sun. Use it, dear Cancers, and don't let your life continue to be full of sorrow and tears. This year can be a turning point. Make up your mind and finally turn to the competent institutions that are now giving you a helping hand. Just like every year, Cancer celebrates its birthday this year as well. On June 21st, the season of Cancer begins. The period when in the past all Cancers were gradually born. Many Cancers await the celebration of this day at the beginning of the season, for others July is the month of Cancer's birth. However, every Cancer should enjoy this period during this year. The love of every Cancer will also be affected by the placement of the Sun in the first house. The influence of the Sun is very strong in every Cancer, who also enjoys the favorable energies of the Moon, its ruler, during these days. Cancer also enjoys this period in a partner relationship. The Sun in the first house lends Cancer a lot of available energy, which Cancer can invest in a relationship, but also in building their own personal happiness. For all these months, which the horoscope has already analyzed from the point of view of love, Cancer's relations with children are on a good level. You don't have to worry about the inconvenience of children's relationships. Even Cancers who are trying to become mothers or fathers have this success within their reach now. Jupiter in the 10th house, which is settled there until the 17th of May, has a beneficial effect on the Cancer's long-term goals. They will certainly be fulfilled if Cancer is constantly interested in satisfying this desire. With the exception of the days from April 21st to the first half of May, astrology in this direction is full of hopes and fulfilled wishes. Cancer does not focus fully on these steps in life, but it is blessed with the favorable forces of astrology, which will fulfill even the most secret desires of Cancer, adds the Cancer Love Horoscope. As for love, the first part of the year belongs to comfort and joy. The second half of the year is associated with incorrect fantasizing about a partner and a certain discomfort in life. No negative surprises are associated with Cancer love until the beginning of November. Astrology then looks at Cancer's love as times that can be unforgettable, in a positive or negative sense. In order to avoid problems, it is necessary to avoid the temptations that come into your life. Cancer now has a tendency to mistrust the partner throughout November until the final days of December. In December, the placement of Venus in the 5th astrological house is added to the disturbing position of Mars. From December 4th, Cancer can face someone from the past, who will now try to threaten Cancer's relationship. Be careful, dear Cancers, don't get caught up in the sweet talk of a person who doesn't have good intentions with your heart. Many social events await you throughout the year. However, social gatherings in December can jeopardize your relationship, perhaps at first glance with an innocent flirtation with someone who admires you. Therefore, the most favorable months of the year are the months that are harmonious for Cancer and his family. The months of February, March, June, July and October belong to the joys of Cancer. The unfavorable period seems to be the second half of the year and the last month of this year, which, however, may not be unfavorable. Everything depends on Cancer's decisions, which may not always be correct, warns the year-round Cancer annual forecast. In order to successfully end this year with a smile on your face, do not let yourself be influenced by the strong passionate energy of Venus, or just direct it correctly in the direction of your long-term partner, advises the annual horoscope for Cancer. You find joy, happiness, and satisfaction in spontaneous expressions of sexuality with your partner. This is how you can successfully navigate this year towards personal happiness, annual forecast Cancer adds. Annual horoscope for single Cancers. Single Cancer does not perceive the relationships of this year as they have been so far. At the very beginning of the year, the forecast of singles through retrograde Mercury in the 7th house draws attention to all the mistakes that Cancer made in the past. This negative world, into which the unmarried Cancer enters at the beginning of the year, for the entire first 18 days of this year, can cause Cancer to become frustrated and mistrust the future. Cancer is very indecisive right now. Although there are only 18 days of the year, they can be extremely difficult for Cancer. The transit of astrology, which is retrograde Mercury, overlaps even from the previous year 2022. The first Mercury retrograde lasts from December 29, 2022 to January 18. And these days are extremely disturbing for a single Cancer. If you feel a lot of sadness or a loss of self-confidence, it is essential to turn to someone you trust. Don't keep your sadness to yourself. Deal with the feelings that always drag you back to the past, that don't allow you to move forward in life. Dear Cancers, don't be afraid to seek support and help, perhaps even from professionals, if you feel that you can't handle the pitfalls of life. This transit can be really very demanding, and the fortune teller strongly warns against neglecting the unpleasant feelings that surround you now. If you belong to Cancers, who are single with their status, you are reconciled in the right attitude towards yourself. And so, these short-term, but too demanding energies will not affect you as much as others, annual forecast Cancer adds. From this date, when Cancer gradually regains fitness, Jupiter moves through the 9th house and is beneficial even to single Cancers. From January 18th, Jupiter is doing everything to make the Cancer happy and satisfied again. To progress and not be afraid to accept the changes that will occur in this year. Some single Cancers are afraid of giving their heart away because it has been hurt in the past. To enrich your soul with new love, you need to stop worrying about the future and look forward to everything new. And Jupiter in this year will help you a lot in this. Singles horoscope for the first quarter of this year predicts personal growth and personal mental advancement. The position of this Jupiter means the most favorable astrological position for Cancer singles for this period. Throughout the first part of the year, this Jupiter position for Cancer singles means magical abilities that are combined with healthy intuition. Thanks to this, Cancer is in the right mood and enjoys everything that comes. At least that's how Cancer should feel now. A lot also depends on how Cancer handles the opening phase of the year, the action of the first retrograde Mercury. Thanks to Jupiter, you focus on personal mental building of status and relationship with yourself. And thanks to this, the first half of the year can be full of interesting surprises for Cancer, who is looking for a relationship. Cancer, who is identified with being single, is ready to further strengthen his joy of this period. This Cancer enjoys the beauty of everyday life. No problem disturbs you in the direction of love, you are on a wave of joy and happiness. And above all, you are very satisfied. Single Cancer looking for and longing for love also focuses on the past in the second half. The astrological chart presents many transits that indicate Cancer's connection with the past. For some Cancers, this means that they will meet their former partner again, or long to return to their ex-partner. This year's astrological energies coming from favorable planetary positions are largely focused on good Cancer friendships. And that's why your closest friend is also the person who will give you the best advice if you feel like you don't know your own emotions. And how will the relationship of single Cancers with an ex-partner develop? The cosmic vibrations of this year are favorable for new things. But the past won't let you rest either. However, fortune teller Sybil also connected with what the cards say about. And they clearly say that Cancer should focus on the future. Don't wallow in the past. And in addition, the cards do not consider returning to an ex-partner to be a good move for Cancer in this year. All the negativity that you experienced with your ex-partner will sooner or later hit your world again. And love will never be in the necessary balance even if this person has left Cancer. Look to the future, to things to come. Do not fixate on things that should remain unchanged, advises annual forecast and also tarot cards of this year for the Cancer sign. Several unmarried Cancers are waiting for interesting meetings. For example, in the month of December, certain events allow you to connect your soul with someone with whom you will feel a passion that you have not known before. But the fortune teller also warns of love triangles during this year that would not lead to your happiness. And therefore, also avoid meaningless affairs. If they exist, prediction for Cancer strongly advises you to end these relationships. Cancer family and friends forecast. Cancer's relationship with itself is strengthened every day of this year. You think more deeply about who you are and where fate is navigating you. In addition, you identify more deeply with the opinions and needs of your loved ones. With this year comes the improvement of Cancer's diverse relationships. The energies of this year will certainly gift you with what is called family happiness and friendship. The chart for this year from astrology does not predict many disturbing aspects that would affect the good family relations of Cancer. On the contrary, friendly relationships will be affected many times through astrology, but mostly positively. The yearly Cancer prediction of family relations and friendship speaks of the Cancer family as the basic fulcrum of this, the fourth sign. Cancer enjoys moments full of joy and fun. The correct position of the astrological aspects of the year has a beneficial effect on Cancer's family relationships. You cannot avoid confrontations in the family either. However, these energies are fully specific mainly for the last 2 months of this year, November and December. Under the influence of a huge number of responsibilities, it can happen that organizing things related to the family can be complicated. The most beautiful family relationships in Cancer occur in the months of September and October, which, unlike the final months, according to astrology, are the most favorable for Cancer family relationships. That's when you enjoy family gatherings. Planning celebrations for the family should not be avoided in any month of the year. Even the summer months of this year are made for beautiful moments with your family. You can also enjoy your birthday this year with your family, who will be delighted by your presence. The Cancer family annual forecast thus summarizes that Cancer can expect mild complications only at the end of the year, when Cancer should be careful about expressing and harsh words towards family members and their decisions. Be careful, however, the health of your family members may be at risk. Energy that is damaged in the health of your loved ones must be kept under control. Take an interest in the health of parents, siblings, children, and even your closest friends. The horoscope points out that concern for the health of loved ones is an inevitable routine this year. Otherwise, you may neglect things that matter. In order for Cancer to be satisfied even in these months, it is necessary to value your words and try to understand more what the family wants to say to Cancer. The decisions of others may not always be equated with yours. Therefore, the end of this year will require more understanding and empathy on the Cancer's part, adds the great annual forecast Cancer. Strong, long-lasting, encouraging, and beautiful. Such will be the friendly relationships that arise in this year. But only those that Cancer creates after May 15th, when the disturbing aspect of Mercury on friendly relationships will pass. Until these days, you tend to be interested in others. You look for the qualities of siblings in your friends, and therefore they are closer to you than ever. Until May 15th, astrological aspects may interfere with your self-expression and the way you communicate to a certain extent. You gain many new relationships in your life through new friendships in the second half of this year. In the second half of the year, Jupiter intervenes in your world, which with its favorable position helps Cancer to grow and expand. For personal advancement, you also use personal contacts, which you now establish very easily. Many new acquaintances will become your good friends. Friendship horoscope Cancer predicts that all friendships that are close to you are now supported. Those friendships that are formed can turn into your closest friends, ones that cannot be broken even by the strongest storm. If you feel sad, if the world seems unbearable, annual forecast Cancer has good news for you. Friends are the value that helps you overcome any negative energies around. They are here in this year to support you and to make your beautiful days of this year more beautiful. Friendship horoscope for this period, Cancer considers friendship as the most important gift from. Horoscope Cancer for work and money. During several days of this year, the forecast predicts really favorable effects on the career. This is even from the point of view of the graph very encouraged by several astrological aspects that take place in the beginning and in the second half of the year. Right in the opening months of this year, Cancer enjoys good news for career and finances. In the month of January, Venus moves through the 8th and 9th houses. This position means that Cancer should be careful about money, which it can receive even without its own doing. Sometimes it is about gifts, other times about inheritance or passive earnings. In the beginning of January, money can be wasted, which the prediction points out right at the beginning of the financial forecast. As for the career, the start of the year is also ideal for starting this year's success. And that by completing the duties that were carried over from last year. So definitely use this period to complete the necessary tasks, to deal with all pending emails, obligations. In February, Venus will focus mainly on the 9th house. The overall chart predicts that during February trips abroad, or meetings with foreign cultures, with foreigners await Cancer. If you travel abroad this month, it is very likely that this trip will have a very positive effect on your career future. The Cancer yearly forecast warns in February that during this period you should not argue with colleagues about topics not related to work. Rumors could arise which, based on the misunderstanding of others, could worsen your reputation. That's why, dear Cancer, remember to discuss mainly work topics at work. Avoid gossiping about personal problems, advises in the end of the yearly chart for Cancer. Both February and March are specific months for the more strongly occupied 10th house. This position of the planets is related to work and long-term goals. Again, the work horoscope warns against a reputation that could be damaged by Cancer. However, it is excellent for Cancer that these months enrich it with masculine energy, which is sometimes necessary to overcome the competition. Also, for the above reasons, Cancer has opportunities for success during the first quarter. Long-term plans that you made in the past can now come true, thanks to your diligence and the right priorities. Since March 19th, Mercury has been moving through the house responsible for the long-term goals and work commitment of Cancer. Cancer is a person who is now looking for employment. According to astrology, this position is very favorable. Cancer develops not only work relationships and is set on success. Cancer learns and strengthens its intellect. Therefore, both March and April are beneficial periods for students born under the Cancer zodiac sign. It is very likely that Cancer will achieve success and recognition in employment these days, annual forecast Cancer adds. Jupiter, settled in the 10th house until May 17th, is responsible for many of Cancer's successes. Cancer with Jupiter placed in this way can really enjoy professional success and travel in higher social classes in the early months of the year. However, beware of excessive pride, which can cause you a sudden job promotion or sudden success. Annual forecast Cancer for work and finances points out that you have achieved this success through long-term work, so maintaining will require the continuation of your hard work. In long-term plans, Cancer is cautious and foresight. Since intuition is very strong in any Cancer, and even more so in a Cancer working with its third eye chakra, you can use it to realize your past dreams and fulfill your long-term goals. Reputation is extremely important for Cancer this year and forms part of the forecast for the whole year. Take care of your reputation consistently and pay attention to your priorities as well. Make your dreams come true, because the first half of the year is so very favorable that things will go very easily for you. After the Cancer season, which ends on July 23rd, you will focus on restoring a solid family budget. Astrology, which talks about the placement of the Sun in the second house in the second half of July, also defines that Mercury will also greatly support Cancer's financial success. Also, financial planning. Cancer now places great emphasis on the material security of itself and the family. July and August can be challenging from the point of view of Cancer's finances. Cancer's desire to achieve material satisfaction and achieve success can be satisfied in these months. Annual forecast Cancer points out that this sign can get tired of how much it focuses on improving financial happiness. The fortune teller reminds Cancer to realize that money is not everything. Therefore, enjoy the present moment more, chase less money. September means sudden career success. Cancer aspects the ruling planet Moon and an important full moon in the 10th house. The feminine energy of the moon is beneficial for those Cancers whose careers require mainly feminine energy. Those Cancers do well who work with people who work with the souls of others. This is how a psychologist, a healer, a person who takes care of others is successful in the month of September, for example. Cancers perceive an excess of female energy, especially in the period around the full moon at the end of September. During October, Venus enters the third house of Cancer. Venus remains in this position until the first third of next month. He talks about social events, which also mean work success for Cancer. Venus now develops Cancer's communication skills. Thanks to work trips or work meetings, Cancer develops its horizons and acquires new opportunities to succeed. Good interpersonal relationships are the basis of Cancer's success. For students born under the sign of Cancer, astrology also predicts great success in these months. The penultimate month of the year is evident from the perspective of the astrological chart by the placement of Mercury in the 6th house, in the sign of Sagittarius. The direct transit of Mercury in this sign means an interesting position for Cancer, who now uses his wits to succeed extremely quickly. Cancer may also face an enormous physical burden that will appear at work. As Cancer copes with the many obligations predicted by November, the end of the year will be even more pleasant. In any case, Cancer should not forget to take a comprehensive rest during their duties, which will be many at the end of the year. Rest actively, because your energy navigates you to a healthier lifestyle through physical movement exercise. According to the yearly chart, the end of the year is in many ways too difficult for Cancer. So don't think unnecessarily about what could have been or what will be. Focus on today. On how to use all the possibilities and free time in order to relax perfectly even during this difficult period. According to the chart, money will not cause you many problems during the year. Cancer can also invest in a good vacation, according to their own ideas. Invest money mainly in your own relaxation and to relax your mind, especially after hard days. On the work and financial side, Cancer is most successful in conjunction with the Cancer, Virgo and Libra sign. These relationships at work are the most beneficial for Cancer's future, adds the annual forecast Cancer. Cancer health forecast for this year. The health horoscope for the fourth sign of the zodiac in order for Cancer for this year defines this Cancer as a period when you must be concerned about your own health and the health of those closest to you. In order to avoid any major health-related complications in the family, it is necessary to pay attention to yourself and your loved ones. This year is a time to pause, to think about whether your physical health and your psyche are in good shape. The excellent news for your physical health is the fact that this year gives you a lot of energy that you can use as you wish. This year is also set right for Cancer to lose weight and cultivate the right habits. If the Cancer desires it, especially the Cancer that is not satisfied with its physical health. In the first quarter of this year, nothing significant will happen that would threaten Cancer's health in any way. But watch out for the first 18 days of the year, when the energy from Mercury can be a harbinger of complications for the health. Injuries in particular can trouble you these days. And therefore, Horoscope advises caution when driving or other activities that may be risky. At the end of the first quarter of the year, Mars begins to move through the first house. It nestles in the Cancer zodiac sign, where it radiates strong Martian energy. This transit of Mars lasts a long time, until May 20th. These days are therefore a period of significant increase in strength and vitality. The Cancer health prognosis for this period makes a Cancer person full of energy. Now is the right time to care and be interested in the health of others. Mars in the first house of Cancer says that if Cancer wants to build strength and exercise more, it can start right now. Mars gives strength and even leadership feelings to Cancer, who now wants to keep all things firmly in his hands, under his own control. Cancer now knows no boundaries or limits in improving its health. Attention, dear Cancer, it is possible that you will not be able to keep your energy completely under control, and therefore it is necessary to discharge the energy through physical exercise. The horoscope perceives April as an extremely active period. No Cancer should now neglect preventive examinations at the doctor's office. It is necessary to fulfill these in the first half of the year, when you get to know your health in detail and even know how to work with possible unpleasant news such as high blood pressure, cholesterol, insufficient intake of necessary vitamins. When annual forecast mentions vitamins, they must be part of the daily diet. If you know that you are not able to supplement all the necessary vitamins with your diet, it is necessary to supplement these vitamins artificially. Cancer should realize that the necessary dose of vitamin D will be supplemented by the sun, but in the case of a rainy day, it may be better to supplement this vitamin artificially. However, follow the recommended daily dose of the vitamin. Do not neglect the power of this vitamin, which is responsible for the strong immunity. For pregnant women under the Cancer sign, it is now necessary to take enough B vitamins, folic acid, and also calcium. Cancer should also avoid alcohol in the second half of this year, especially if alcohol in Cancer can cause various digestive system problems, as well as excessive headaches. The feelings you have the morning after the party are a sign that your body is not accepting alcohol as it should. It damages your good health and, last but not least, you also damage your overall body resistance. Bad habits in this year are most damaging to your good health. This year, in terms of transits, is a time when you have to say no to all bad habits. Of course, fast food from time to time will not destroy your health. However, cigarettes and a lot of alcohol can really deplete your body. Therefore, try to fight against devastating habits and realize that good health must be Cancer's priority in this year. Solid health can be disturbed in the second half of the year by the monthly NOV and full moon in December. On December 12th, there will be a new moon in the sign of Sagittarius, and thus in the 6th house of Cancer. In this regard, the days around December 6th are characterized by large fluctuations in the moods of Cancer. Attention, dear Cancer, problems with diabetes may appear, but also the manifestation of various allergies. Be careful at the beginning of the year of Cancer, because an unpleasant injury or an allergic reaction can change your plans from minute to minute. At the end of December, the moon is placed in the first house of Cancer. These days, the Cancer prediction for this year again warns of stomach problems. Therefore, the forecast for the previous days advises you to eat moderately. Avoid unhealthy food now, which can disturb your digestion. Cancer women can also encounter solving problems of a female nature in December, so take care of your female health. Pregnant seagulls should also be extremely careful in the last month of 2022. Last but not least, Cancer annual forecast for health must also mention the third eye chakra, which must be taken care of, especially for Cancers who have a problem with working with their inner self and mental attitude. In addition, a healthy third eye chakra will strengthen intuition, and it can warn you in advance of various complications that may appear in this year. The third eye stimulates memory, imagination, intuition. It connects Cancer with the natural world. Cancer can therefore rely on a correct assessment of problems in themselves and in their family. The constant flow of thoughts that causes poor quality sleep in Cancer is also soothed by a healthy third eye chakra. Keep the chakra in the right environment and in a healthy condition through meditation, but also in ways that are further presented on our site. Horoscope and Tarot wishes you, dear Cancers, good luck and joy in this year. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. The Sun, which is considered the ruling planet of the Leo sign, moves from the 6th to the 7th astrological house of Leo at the beginning of this year. So, it moves from the sign of Capricorn to Aquarius, where it affects the astrological house responsible for relationships, marriage, but also for the successful writing of important documents. Right at the beginning of January, every Leo feels the retrograde Mercury still catching up in the 6th astrological house. This Mercury affects not only the 5th sign in the sequence, but also the entire zodiac. Not only the ruling planet Leo will be responsible for the changes that annual chart predicts. Leo forecast also works with planets in direct motion or in retrograde progress. The full moon, the new moon, the movement of Mercury, Venus, but also Mars, and last but not least the planet Saturn and other important planets of astrology, affect Leo energy in this year. They also affect Leo's mental attitude and how Leo decides on various things during this year. The Leo chart of this period will be divided into several categories, and you will learn the forecast for everything that interests you. A creative and passionate Leo thus gets to know a personal forecast for the whole year, thanks to which you can orient yourself, which will navigate you throughout the year. The horoscope for this year for the 5th sign Leo will initially focus on a brief overview of who Leo is and how the basic astrological aspects of the most important planets affect Leo throughout the year. In this overview, we will go over the astrological transits month by month, see how they affect Leo. The first 18 days of this year are specific to the energy of Mercury retrograde, which has been coming to Leo since 2022. Mercury retrograde is located in the 6th house of astrology, and combines Mercury's flexibility with the characteristic Leo's features. During the first 18 days of this year, Leo tends to impose his ideas on other people. You analyze and research more, the Cancer card of this period describes. On the one hand, this transit can be negative because you overwhelm others with your responsibilities. On the other hand, you are able to complete those tasks that caused you worry in the previous year. Karma related to past obligations that were unfulfilled comes to the fore in the Leo's life, describes the Leo annual forecast. If you want to alleviate this negative karma, it's time to finish things so that you don't have to go back to them. The positions of the astrological planets during the months of January, February and March indicate that the 7th, 8th and later also the Leo's 9th astrological house will be strongly occupied. For example, the 7th house is responsible for Leo's good relationships, and the Leo love forecast works mainly with this house and with the energies related to love and relationships. The position of the Sun in the 7th house from January 20th to February 18th is crucial for every Leo's relationship. It looks at relationships in general, assesses those of partners, but also relationships in a broader sense. Leo not only discovers his partner's soul, and love deepens in his household, but also focuses on building love for himself. A single Leo may now have trouble finding his own spiritual integrity. At this moment, the Leo relies heavily on the opinions of his partner. He focuses on what the partner wants and needs. Thus, Leo's interest is mainly focused on loved ones, less on himself. This attitude towards oneself is disrupted perhaps only by the full moon around the 5th of February, when every Leo identifies more deeply with their own identity. In the month of March, the planet Venus, as one of the most important astrological planets, moves from the 9th to the 10th house. It may happen that during this period the Leo will be attracted to travel, getting to know other people's lives, other cultures. If you are not planning to travel, or if you are not planning a vacation during the 3rd month of this year, it is advisable to relax with a good document or through a travel book. You will learn more about the world around you. Now you also emphasize philosophy and faith. Any faith in Leo is now strongly connected to his life. Students born under the sign of Leo are doing well now. I can look at things from a different perspective. Leo is again based on building self-confidence and on deepening his faith and opinions. This has a good effect on the mental health and balance of any Leo. However, Venus does not stay long in the 9th house during March, and already from the 16th of March it moves to the 10th house. The mentioned position of Venus strongly supports the career advancement of every Leo, and even the one who is looking for a job. It is very likely that you will succeed at work in March. From April 21st to May 15th, the entire zodiac will be affected by the 2nd Mercury retrograde of this year. The forecast specifies that this 2nd retrograde movement of the planet Mercury in this year will take place in the 10th astrological house in the case of Leo. Mercury in retrograde will therefore affect the work commitment, but also the work possibilities of this sign. Looking at the astrological chart, Sybil predicts that the first part of the year will be for Leo interesting. The Sun moves through the astrological houses that are responsible for the balance, work, and financial success of each Leo. 2. Retrograde Mercury, which is placed in Leo in the 10th astrological house, defines that you are trying to create a compromise between work, personal life, but also career advancement. The result of trying to accomplish a lot in a short time is a constant pursuit of perfection and an increase in self-confidence. You want to convince others that your work is perfect. Every Leo should now work on their own karma related to their work past. This Mercury can lead you to a sense of self-worth if you realize what things in your life have real value. The Leo chart of this period also looks at the 2nd part of the year. In the month of July, the season of Leo begins, namely from July 23rd to August 23rd. Then every Leo celebrates his birthday, maybe in the month of July, another in the month of August. The Leo's season this year is specific to the movement of the planet Venus in the 1st astrological house. If you are preparing to celebrate this year's birthday, the horoscope and astrological chart predict that you will be overly concerned with how you look in the eyes of others. Especially the first phase of retrograde Venus, which you feel immediately after the arrival of the season of Leo, evokes the need for harmony and the desire for overall mental integrity. Contradictory vibrations appear in Leo's life, underlines the annual forecast Leo. The positive news from this Venus is that Leo is looking to the distant future, about which he feels very positively. Venus placed in this way can mean realistic self-acceptance, which is excellent news for the psychological well-being of Leo in this year. The described aspect of Venus lasts until September 4th. The months of October and November are strongly set for the functioning in the household. The Sun transits from the 3rd to the 4th house and later from the 4th to the 5th house. However, he spends the most time in the 4th house from October 23rd to November 22nd. In this period, the 4th house is also occupied by the planet Mercury, but also by the planet Mars. This position of astrological aspects connects Leo with the household and with the family. You focus more on your children, family, siblings, and parents. You feel safest in the arms of loved ones. You want to spend more time with your loved ones. October and November are extremely happy and balanced months when the Leo finds refuge and love in his home. At the end of this year, Mars enters the position of Leo's 5th house, where it remains until 2024. With Mars in the sign of Leo thus placed, you devote all your energy to social activities, but also to intimate pleasure with your partner, or to a new acquaintance with single Leos. However, this Mars can also create a desire for quick action in your relationship. Therefore, the annual prediction warns single people in particular not to rush into relationships that require gradual progress at the end of the year. The final month, December, is the month when the planet of love and finance, the planet Venus, passes through the 4th house and moves into the 5th house. All of December, however, is in the 4th house and in directive motion. It harmonizes all family relationships in the house in which it is currently located. The final quarter of this year is thus strongly oriented towards a domestic environment and a friendly atmosphere. In this introduction, the fortune teller Sybil introduced you to interesting astrological aspects of the whole year through the forecast. You will also find out what areas and what specific other astrological energies will affect your zodiac sign in the following lines. Therefore, read the entire Leo forecast and know your future this year. Negative energies that affect Leo this year. As Sybil already mentioned, in the opening days the planet Mercury moves retrograde towards the 6th astrological house of Leo. Leo perceives these movements as a period when he can be far from his goals, especially in the area of health and good lifestyle habits. Right at the beginning of the year, Leo wants to make a big commitment to improve his health, to focus more on keeping Leo vital throughout the year. However, this desire is blocked by inactive retrograde Mercury. All these desires take place in the Leo's mind, who has a sense of obligation towards himself, because he now wants to direct all things to his personal cosmic order. Although you desire to change a lot in your life during the early days of January, with the departure of retrograde Mercury in the 6th house, there is a time when you can take action. However, this period is blocked by the entry of the Sun into the 7th astrological house. Leo energy is 100% oriented towards personal relationships and improving love. Venus also moves through the 7th house during the month of January, so your personal family relationships are the focus of Leo's attention. You don't have much time left to focus on your goals for a healthier lifestyle or career. Another interesting, from one point of view rather unfavorable astrological aspect is Mars moving through the 12th house of Leo from March 25th to May 20th. Again, the Leo's subconscious urges him to focus strongly on things in which he feels reservations. Leo now becomes secretive. An otherwise very sociable person becomes an introvert. You don't need to make yourself or your efforts visible now. The negative influence of the vibrational field of Mars in the 12th house makes visible all the problems and addictions of every Leo. Therefore, this period can torment Leos who are facing some life addiction. All health problems that arise during this period, from March 25th to May 20th, will later be very difficult to treat. Therefore, you should try to grow more spiritually, and clean not only your karma, but also your chakras. If you are a Leo struggling with addictions, now you need to avoid these negative aspects of your personality. This negative aspect of the planet Mars is joined by the second retrograde Mercury operating in the 10th house from April 21st. Mercury placed in this way predicts that Leo has a tendency to limit himself. You take too many responsibilities towards other people on your shoulders, and you think that you have to handle many things yourself. In this position of Mercury, you reflect on past successes and are able to learn from them, but on the other hand, they can push some Leos into depression. If negative results were related to your past, work, or personal achievements, it is clear that this time retrograde Mercury will remind you again. This position of Mercury prevents self-expression, so it is not a good time to change jobs or to apply for a new job. The second Mercury retrograde lasts from April 21st to May 15th. This period can be very disturbing for Leo. Even before the arrival of the Leo season, the Sun moves from the 11th to the 12th astrological house, where it operates until July 23rd, when the Leo season begins. The position of the Sun in the 12th astrological house is extremely complicated and can cause personal problems. It blocks Leo's intuition, and in this year it may mean the risk of a desire to escape from reality. Leo has trouble facing real problems or responsibilities. He prefers to focus his attention on other things that amuse and please him. Thus, it is likely that during this period you will neglect important duties that you will have to deal with later. The season of Leo is also associated with Venus in the first astrological house, which brings you many obligations and personal demands on yourself. From August 23rd to September 15th, retrograde Mercury is placed in the second house. So, after the end of Leo season, you encounter this unflattering position of Mercury. Much of Leo's attention is focused on finances under the influence of this Mercury, but he also has trouble seeing importance in other areas of life. He is fully focused on raising funds and on how to improve his financial budget. You fixate very firmly on one problem from the past after another, unable to dissociate yourself from the negative feelings that this retrograde marker signifies. Problems arise in your thought processes. And for that reason, you can eliminate them not only thanks to healthy chakras, but also thanks to regular meditation. Forecast Leo not only describes astrological transits, but also provides advice on how to best manage negative aspects. The final 3 months of this year are loaded with favorable and beneficial astrological aspects. Perhaps only Venus at the end of this year, from December 29th to the beginning of 2024, can mean problems in Leo's personal relationships. Then Venus in this position causes a desire for something new, a desire for discovery. And this Venus can be a complicated position, especially for taken Leos, who can now fall under the spell of another person. Positive energies that affect Leo this year. The Leo chart indicates that your zodiac sign will have no problem identifying with its own identity this year. Leo's personal relationships also seem to be very strong, right at the beginning of this year, when important astrological aspects take place in the 7th astrological house. January will therefore enrich you with good relations with your loved ones. You improve the closest relationships, with your partner, lover, or friends, but also relationships in a broader sense. The Sun moves from the 7th to the 8th house in February. Since February 18th, the Sun in the 8th house is a Leo connection with joint actions with a partner. Thanks to this, he gets to know more closely what his partner desires and wants. If you are a Leo who is single, the month of February can show you someone in a new light. It will be a friend with whom you have a lot in common. The astrological chart for this year also considers the month of March as favorable from the point of view of astrological aspects. This month, however, Leo's attention will be focused more on work achievements and progress in the work area. However, every Leo is also extremely curious now. He has a need to travel, to get to know foreign cultures, to be interested in other things than just the tiny space around him. You want to get out of your comfort zone and get to know people who have not been close to you before. You open your mind to the world, realizing how small humanity is compared to the entire universe. This position of astrological aspects taking place in the month of March makes Leo a more modest person who is aware of his own self. Even the full moon in the third astrological house affecting from March 7th speaks of social events with your family where you will have a good conversation and discuss important topics. And precisely from this point of view, the first quarter of this year is very favorable for Leo. Despite certain negative aspects that will take place in the following months of this year, Leo can draw on the positive positions of astrological planets, which will disrupt more negative energies. In this year, Leo also perceives the position of Venus in the 12th house, describes the Leo chart of this period. This position of Venus is generally considered negative even in the case of positive astrological aspects. However, from May 7th to June 5th, this position of Venus will cause Leo to be less withdrawn. It will not be harmful, because Leo will have space for meditation and thinking about his own life. However, the annual prediction recommends that you focus your energy more on the future. Avoid thinking about the past, because otherwise you may end up with the wrong people. The constellation that occurs near the planet Saturn and from June 17th to November 4th in the 8th astrological house means Leo's connection with other people. Saturn goes retrograde in the 8th house, where Leo can explore his satisfaction in intimate life. Women born under the sign of Leo should be careful, because Saturn placed this way can be responsible for some unpleasant sexual experiences. Therefore, it is necessary to avoid acquaintances that can be dangerous at first glance. A single Leo should now focus on building his own self-confidence, on exercise, but also on meditation. Postpone the date for another time. You identify more with your freedom, which can bring you joy despite the feelings of loneliness that come on some days. In the period from June 17th to November 4th, Leo also tries to identify with his past. And this is an excellent step if the Leo wants to find the desired happiness, satisfaction, and if he wants to come to terms with the past. According to the astrological chart, the final 3 months of this year, but also the month of September, are considered extremely favorable for every Leo. Not only the Sun settled in the 4th house and later moved to the 5th house, but also Venus, responsible for material gain, located in the 2nd house, is responsible for this. Mars in the 4th house gives Leo a feeling of connection with the home environment. In the same way, the Sun in this position brings harmony to the home, a sense of security for every Leo. Security is what Leo is looking for all the time. Therefore, the annual prediction describes these beneficial astrological transits as the most favorable months of the year. Not only the beginning of the year will be happy for you. Even its conclusion will bring many smiles, joy and satisfaction from completed tasks and duties. Although there are still some warnings at the end of this year, specifically from December 29th, can end very happily and auspiciously for Leo. Leo forecast for love and relationships. The path to harmonious relationships and satisfaction from family life leads this year through the months of January, February, and March. Later, love is strong through the final months of this year. When the Sun moves from the 6th to the 7th house, every Leo feels that he should have his focus attention on those closest to you. The month of January seems to be the most favorable for Leo from the point of view of love relationships and long-lasting partnerships. However, your situation in love can change from day to day, especially in the middle of this year. It is for this reason that Leo must constantly work on good relationships, keep his attention towards his partner constantly in tension. The 2nd and 3rd quarters of this year are quite challenging from the point of view of Leo's love and relationships. But let's look at the 1st and last quarter of the year, which means the strongest and most loving energies of this year. Forecast assesses January, February, and March as the strongest months for building deeper partner relationships, Leo. Thanks to the beneficial position of the ruling planet the Sun, but also thanks to the very favorable position of Mercury, Leo identifies not only with himself. Venus in the 9th astrological house even tells Leo that it might be the right time to travel abroad with your partner, to enjoy the moments spent together and alone. Anyway, these initial 3 months of the year give Leo a huge hope for strengthening the relationship. Forecast predicts for each given Leo a lot of vital energy and strength for this period to overcome any problems in the relationship. Even if relationships may have been broken in the past in your life and you want to heal them, you can work on them now. You will not lack power from the planet Mars. You will not lack combativeness from Venus. The Sun, on the other hand, gives you a lot of intuition that guides you through the right decisions. Your relationship may even enter the public eye, or it may penetrate deeper into your household. Under the influence of this position of the Sun in the 7th house from January 20th to February 18th, you perceive your partner as something more. You don't just look at him as an object of your desire, but you also find in him a friend, or even a business partner. This Sun position is strongly focused on finding a sense of balance. Stability in your relationships, which can only be found by actively working to improve your long-term partnership. Some Leos will self-realize through their partner, others will look for a friend and confidant in their partner. You identify more with both spiritual and sexual identity in your relationship. You deepen your consciousness, which you identify with the consciousness of your partner. Karmically speaking, this position of the Sun is extremely favorable for any Leo who perceives the ruling planet in the 7th astrological house as an opportunity to spiritually connect oneself with the needs of a partner. You can understand your partner. Arguments are not part of these days. You can improve any relationships you want to work on. If there are relationships that are marked by violence or problems from the past, you have the opportunity to look for new ways to free yourself from these relationships. The self-confidence that the first 3 months of this year bring to your personal life significantly caresses your soul. They navigate you on the right path in life. After the initial months, which focus Leo's attention on personal relationships, there is a period of calm in this direction. The months of April, May, and also the first part of June are coming, when nothing extraordinary will happen from the point of view of Leo's relationships. The full moon in the 5th house, which takes place around June 4th, means the first big opportunity for Leo to succeed in pregnancy. If you want to become a parent, June is in your favor. For those Leos who wish to become parents, it is necessary to observe the fertile and non-fertile days of the year. And the fertile ones should be used if the moon is in the right position, for example, in the full moon of June. August will also give you the opportunity to fulfill this dream. And that's the days from September 25th to August 10th. At the end of the year, you can even use the entire last 2 months for the desired pregnancy. On the contrary, a Leo who does not want an addition to the family should protect himself more in the mentioned period, forecast adds. From June 17th, the planet Saturn enters a retrograde motion in the 8th house. He remains in this position until November 4th. The mentioned Saturn position warns Leo about a period marked by intimate problems or the exploration of the partner's sexual boundaries. The sexual problems caused by Saturn's position in this period are rooted in the past. If a Leo knows what these unpleasant feelings stem from, it is necessary to turn to an expert to advise the Leo on how to fight the negative past. In this way, for some Leos, Saturn's retrograde movement can result in a separation from a partner, which can subsequently disrupt an overall stable period. Leo focuses on old value systems. It identifies with the past. This year is associated with the color green for Leo, which can evoke a sense of security. This color is also associated with the heart chakra responsible for satisfaction in love and relationships. The heart chakra is also identified with the past, opening up knowledge in the Leo mind. Therefore, it is essential to work with this chakra. Unfortunately, Saturn will cause Leo unpleasant feelings related to intimacy during this period. The disruptive action of Saturn during the month of August will be interrupted by 2 quite favorable astrological aspects. The full moon is formed in the 7th house, which is an excellent position for strengthening partner relationships of Leo. Once again, Leo can get into a position where he understands his partner, when he enjoys his touch and presence. The lunar full moon is formed on August 1st, and thus up to 5 days before this full moon and 10 days after its formation, Leo feels closer emotional contacts with his partner. The lioness fully embraces her role as a mother and attracts people who give the Leo a sense of security and safety. This beautiful and very powerful full moon in Leo is an excellent position for negatively vibrating Saturn. Therefore, the end of July and the beginning of August is a happy period from the point of view of Leo love. From August to October, Mars moves through the 3rd house. Leo is prompt in communication. He can assert his opinions, even in his own household. An active, sometimes even aggressive intellect can now be used by Leo to anchor the relationship with a partner. Leo may succumb to a hasty way of acting and making decisions. Therefore, your relationship can move faster than before. Forecast Leo, however, warns you to think about every big life decision that comes with this year. Although this Mars is well placed, it can compromise your judgment by wanting things to progress quickly. Because of this hasty decision-making, you may take actions that you would otherwise enjoy more if these things happen more slowly. At the end of this year, the love of Leos is favorable. On November 4th, Saturn ends its vigorous movement. Your interest in intimate connection with your partner is reaching a healthy level again. Venus enters the 3rd house. From November 8th to December 4th, he lives in this house. Such a position of Venus evokes a captivating radiance and very good communication skills. Leo forecast says to use this favorable position of Venus for a social event that you will attend with your partner. Don't be afraid to organize the celebration yourself, dear Leo, and invite all the loved ones you care about. The end of the year is suitable for meeting friends, describes the forecast. Later, Venus moves from the 4th to the 5th house at the end of the year. This will happen on December 29th. Venus will remain in this position until January 2024. Even in this period, the Leo forecast wants to warn. And that before hasty decisions, and before affairs that could only be for one night, but could deeply damage your long-lasting relationship. Therefore, thanks to the power of Mars in the 5th house, Leo should focus on his own strength and energy, but also on real-life values. Thanks to this, you will overcome the negative influence of Venus during the final days of the year. Yearly chart for single Leos of this period this year can mean many opportunities for a single Leo. However, some astrological transits also indicate complications related to Leo's own integrity. And also, with the relationship with the ex-partner. The first 2 months of this year are extremely beneficial for the Leo's soul. Not only do you identify with yourself, you also feel the joy of having a lot of freedom in your life. You look at the people around you and you know how some people express themselves negatively about long-term partner relationships. With Venus in the 7th house giving you tremendous powers of understanding and listening, you recognize that sometimes your life is better alone than in the arms of the wrong partner. Therefore, the astrological positions of the first month do not make you think about the past. Since you can soberly think about the present and plan for the future, your energy is in the right balance. Venus and the other planets that play an important role in your forecast this year focus mainly on travel and long-term goals. For this reason, an unmarried Leo does not focus on sadness or regret from loneliness. On the contrary, you know what is important to you in life now. You will fully concentrate on progress in other areas of life, says the Leo forecast. Relationships are extremely favorable for every single Leo in the first decade of the year. The astrological chart of this year does not indicate any negative vibrations toward singles. This can indicate interesting, new meetings, but also more balance in the life of a single Leo. The love and relationship forecast Leo warns of the coming astrological transit from June 17th to November 4th. Here the annual horoscope again mentions Saturn in retrograde motion. Saturn brings up problems related to the past. You mainly focus on your intimate life and your past mistakes. If you are experiencing a problematic relationship with an ex-partner, it is very likely that this person will appear in your life on the given dates. This will be especially so if you have an unresolved past conflict with this person, or your relationship was mainly sexual. An ex-partner may try to tune you into his wave of activity. He wants to get the most out of your soul. Is this year suitable for returning to an ex-partner? Forecast says no. The love prediction reminds us that if you give this person a part of your energy again, you will reconnect them with your life. All the negative things from the past will gradually emerge, warns the annual love fortune telling for single Leos. Therefore, it will be more appropriate if you leave big decisions regarding past love or any past problems to the month of August. That's when the full moon reaches the 7th house, and the thinking of a single Leo is much more sober. Mars in the 3rd house even lends you enormous amounts of power and sound reasoning. Even though the energy of Mars during August until October lends Leos mild aggression, it is very beneficial. This March position means that you have the strength to fight against all the negative feelings that affect your life. The entire second decade of October is favorable for any Leo who wants to seize opportunities for love. These days, Leo is more focused on family, celebrations, and social events in the circle of those closest to him. And this is exactly the place where you can meet the fateful love at the end of the year. Venus, located in the 3rd house from November 8th to December 4th, is a position that will transform your thinking into a more positive one. The only disadvantageous position is the placement of Venus in the 5th house from December 29th. Even though it is only a few days of this year, the horoscope also draws attention to these energies, because a single Leo can get involved in a love triangle. The singles forecast of this period warns through the astrological chart that Leo should avoid relationships with married partners. All year. The potential happiness and joy that you may feel at the beginning of this relationship will not be lasting feelings. Since June 17th, when Saturn goes into retrograde motion, this position of Saturn will remind you of all the painful feelings that flow from the past. In order for Leo to live the year according to his own ideas and to catch some opportunities to meet, it is advisable to keep his eyes open throughout the year. But mainly in the first half of the year, and after the end of the Leo season, in the second part of the year, from August 23rd. A really huge number of opportunities await the Leo for getting to know that true, fateful love. Last but not least, you may be surprised by the months of November and December, which are perfect for love. You can see a close friend with new eyes, and even a member of your family can introduce you to an interesting person. Therefore, move close to your friends and family members in the last quarter of this year, adds the relationship horoscope for single Leos of this period. Leo chart of family and friendship. Leo relationships in this year do not seem to be complicated. However, there are also disruptive transits that connect Leos with the past and alert this zodiac sign to past issues that have been swept under the rug. The first 5 months of the year pass without major complications related to the home. You are in a position that does not rob you of energy, and the home is your refuge. Your friends are also extremely important to you. No friendship problems occur until the end of May. Friendships can be affected by Mercury, located in the 11th house, from June 11th to the 27th of this month. This Mercury brings new friendly meetings and a lot of communication into your life. New contacts can be a source of new mental impulses. You will connect your personal life with new friends. Your thoughts will be heard. Even friends can directly affect Leo's life with their thoughts. It refers to the closest friendships that Leo probably finds with the signs of Sagittarius, Aries, or with the zodiac signs of Libra, Gemini, and Aquarius. In this year, the zodiac signs mentioned above form Leo's closest friends. Friendships with these signs are strong, steadfast throughout the year. On the other hand, you can expect complicated relationships from June to September in friendships with the sign of Cancer, Taurus, Capricorn. These three zodiac signs represent friends who are not honest with you at all times. You should be very careful with your friendship with Capricorn. If you don't have to, avoid gossiping with this sign. These gossips, which may seem innocent at first glance, can threaten your good reputation in this year. Especially if your friends are also your co-workers. As far as family relationships are concerned, Leo's enormous torment comes from June 17th to November 4th. And that's especially the case with Leos, who have to fight with past family-related problems. These problems can be of different nature. If you are fighting in the family circle about inheritance, joint money, or even you are troubled by memories of the past that hit your heart like a poisoned arrow, this Saturn position will remind you of all these negative feelings. In order to overcome the negative impact from June 17th to November 4th coming from Saturn, it is necessary to work with your heart chakra. It is best to strengthen it with meditation, but you also have to identify with what happened in the past. You have to forgive, try to move on, and forget the things that break your heart to pieces. June 17th and November 4th are moments of this year that can be extremely painful for Leo. And that's in the event that family relationships are in disharmony. Anyway, the month of August will give you many opportunities to fight negative feelings. How to break free. Move forward. Already from August 27th until October 12th, Mars lends you enormous strength to fight with the past, even with negative feelings. In order to survive the effect of Saturn in a negative direction as best as possible, there is no shame in turning to an expert who will guide and treat your psyche in the right way. Until October 12th, Mars gives Leo enormous power to summarize his feelings. To identify with the past. The unpleasant influence of Saturn will end already in October. Specifically, from October 23rd, the power is again in the hands of Leo, and psychological discomfort no longer causes tears and wrinkles on your forehead. Since October 23rd, your ruler, the Sun, will fight its way into the 4th house, where it will strongly affect your sign. And with very favorable and beneficial feelings. A Leo identifies with his home. He knows where he feels best and safest. And it is precisely these places that you are looking for until the end of this year. The last 2 months of the year are very strong for the Leo soul to regenerate after a more demanding period. Forecast Leo advises you to plan November and December as months that you will spend near those you love. Your friends are extremely close to you, your family is understanding and supportive. Seek relief from negative feelings in those people you trust and love. If such people are not near you, even an expert in this field will offer you good advice for life. You will then use them for the whole year 2024, which can be really beautiful and harmonious thanks to your contribution and your activity. Therefore, do not be afraid to solve your problems with a professional. This year is here to finally end the fight with your inner self and with the past, adds the Leo annual prediction. Leo forecast for work and money. In the first 3 months, the Sun moves from the 6th to the 9th house. Sun, as the ruling planet of the Leo zodiac sign, focus your energy mainly on the harmonious relationships of each Leo during this period. When it moves into the 9th house in March, there is a moment when Leo's attention is also focused on studying, learning, progressing and learning. The mentioned position of the Sun is extremely beneficial for students born under the sign of Leo, to whom the period from March 20th to April 20th will bring a lot of joy from high-quality and favorable school results. If you have any exams coming up during March, or you are wondering which month will be the luckiest for Leo in terms of studies or academic success, the horoscope provides the answer. It is precisely the month of March due to its favorable positions of the astrological planets. Mercury also moves from the 8th to the 9th house, and has been residing in this house since March 19th. Venus moves from the 9th to the 10th house and is in the 10th house from the 16th of March. This house is responsible for work successes, long-term goals, but also for more male energy of the Leo zodiac sign. Leo is generally considered to be the male sign of the zodiac, and this energy that Venus gives him can further accentuate the male energy of this sign. Venus in the 10th house is a position that gives a Leo a diplomatic demeanor at work. This is good news, especially for those Leos who were troubled by a bad reputation at work or embarrassments that happened in the past. From March 16th, the astrological aspects are set to completely forget about these things. Leo will also focus on acquiring material wealth or a better job position through a partner, but also through the closest friends. A person with Venus placed in this way generally finds the best working conditions around women. Therefore, in this and next month, he should mainly focus on cooperation with women in projects or other duties coming from your management. As for Leo entrepreneurs, success and career advancement will occur here as well. Communication with colleagues does not worry you now. Venus only warns that every businessman born under the sign of Leo should now follow the laws and rules. From March until the second part of April, Leo is admired by his surroundings due to his great diligence. You achieve excellent work results. In April, your ruling planet, the Sun, even joins this very favorable position of Venus. However, since April 21st, retrograde Mercury enters the house that affects Leo's work demands and job classification. This, the second Mercury retrograde of this year, thus directly affects the house that influences the Leo's work habits and happiness. However, this phase will affect Mercury more significantly only from May 1st. Mercury is in retrograde motion until May 15th, but is now able to analyze past obligations and results, and assess to what extent they have met Leo's expectations. Thanks to the analytical skills that Mercury retrograde in Leo provides, you can try to improve many things in your life. Retrograde Mercury does not expect Leo to solve things immediately, suddenly. This retrograde movement of the planet Mercury is here for a Leo to think carefully about whether he is on a happy path with regard to his employment. These energies are also not suitable for unemployed Leos, for whom retrograde Mercury does not give much luck in finding a new job. Therefore, from April 21st to May 15th, the energies flowing to Leo's work are disruptive. Every employed Leo feels how his self-expression is affected. Thoughts have a practical impact, and you also think about the future. Therefore, if you are not in a job that makes you happy, you can think about changing jobs right now. An unemployed Leo should work on improving his resume or improving his knowledge during this period. Anyway, these days you approach work responsibly, show your wisdom. You try to sort the knowledge so that it fits exactly how you want to use it. If you are very unhappy in your job, this energy will be fully manifested now. Karma will also appear, which is associated with unfinished past tasks that were important. The period from the end of April to the beginning of May is extremely difficult for Leo, so you will have to compensate for this period with sufficient rest, sleep, and physical movement. The astrological chart also likes Leo to try to identify with the energy of Mars, which comes into your life from May 20th. Mars will focus on the first astrological house. Then Leo wants to make a big change in his life if he is not happy. Forecast Leo describes that this year is therefore a year of great changes in Leo's working conditions. You do not lack self-confidence, but you may underestimate yourself. And this can result in the unemployed choosing the wrong profession, as well as bad decisions. As far as finances are concerned, there are no astrological aspects that interfere with Leo's finances until this period. Money will not be a concern for you, but the annual Leo chart does not predict a large increase in it either. After the end of the second retrograde Mercury, the month of June approaches, which is also not rich in astrological transits affecting finances. In addition, the houses that would be responsible for job advancement are not occupied either. The only warning this month brings is the period around June 4th, when the full moon occurs. The full moon will take place in the sign of Sagittarius, which increases your desire for adventure even more. At these moments, beware of affairs, especially at work, which will significantly damage your future reputation. The horoscope warns that from the beginning of June until its first decade, Leo should really be on the lookout for his own feelings and rash actions. On July 23rd, when the season of Leo begins, with this arrival of the Sun in the first house, Leo also perceives the position of Mercury and Mars in the second house. The second house is responsible for finances. It determines what priorities occur in Leo's vicinity. Mars operates in the house of material affairs and good ideas until August 27th. From July 28th to August 23rd, the planet Mercury is also in common in this house. These two very powerful astrological energies, coming from the position of Mars and Mercury, say that Leo is now strongly focused on making money. Leo concentrates on the material means that he wants to improve. Leo is now comfortable with perhaps more independent work at work and the harmonious aspects that are part of these transits in this year. They mean a huge competitiveness for Leo. This is how you succeed not only in increasing and improving your family budget, but also in looking for a new job. If in the previous period you realized your dissatisfaction with the job you are working in, it is time to make a change. July and August are also beneficial months for unemployed Leos who desire stable and long-lasting work. Right now, you can discover new possibilities to succeed at work. In addition, the Sun moving from the first to the second astrological house also encourages self-confidence and helps Leo to progress. Your psyche is now very resilient. So, you really reach a position where you anchor your life in a place where you will be happy for a long time. From the point of view of work opportunities and financial improvement of the family budget, the months of July and August are the strongest months for Leo's success in this year. Every Leo who desires a change either at work or to improve the financial budget should follow in these 2 months your intuition. These are the months of new ideas. New direction. Months of fighting with the competition and great success. Communication, which now does not cause wrinkles on Leo's forehead, is also essential. However, your opinions also depend on the opinions of the people around you. And therefore, even if you are working alone on this big change, it is not excluded that your closest person, who is close to you, can give you the right advice on how to finally make a decision. The Sun settled in the second house until October 23rd. Therefore, astrological aspects related to work obligations and financial matters continue. During the summer months of this year, Leo places great emphasis on material security. The Sun, which is also in the second house with other planets, is looking at ways to enrich your life so that the lack of finances does not threaten you. You can make good decisions because your analytical thinking is really strong. And in addition, the astrological chart indicates that your intuition is right now. However, the forecast for the sign Leo strongly recommends writing down the period from August 23rd to September 15th in your calendar. These days can rob you of a large chunk of money if you make a bad decision or are not careful. If you have a vacation coming up, it is clear that during this period you have to watch out for theft or fraud related to finances. The last 2 months of this year are not heavy on bad astrological aspects. On the contrary, once again, the Leo's attention is focused on the family and the closest loved ones. All the astrological aspects that take place in the months of November and December direct Leo's attention to strengthening personal relationships. From this point of view, the annual chart does not predict any interference with Leo's past decisions, which Leo would feel negatively about. The November chart may speak of a greater number of responsibilities for each Leo who has found a new job or changed a job that did not fulfill him. In conclusion, the forecast Leo says that these decisions were correct. Because there are no disturbing astrological aspects that would threaten your energy and enthusiasm for the future at the end of the year. Health forecast for Leo zodiac sign. Leo health fortune telling of this period this year will require Leo to work on his mental resilience. Various responsibilities push into Leo's life and decisions that will require good mental stability. The astrological chart in the second part of the year warns every Leo about weight gain, which can threaten Leo's overall vitality. Since astrological aspects related to comfort are coming, the Leo will not need to spend a lot of time in nature or healthy movement. Anyway, the first decade of the year is here for Leo to start his metabolism and work with his own health. The health in this year is associated with the color green. In terms of color healing, this color and its shades are the ones that help you calm down, meditate, relax. It is very important for the psychological Leo's health throughout this year. This color is associated with the chakra that will be with Leo during this time, perhaps the most endangered. It is the fourth chakra in order, the heart chakra. If the fourth chakra is damaged or blocked, Leo has trouble accepting himself. And it is precisely these feelings that Leo perceives in the first part of this year. And precisely so that the Leo perceives itself correctly, so that your self-confidence is encouraged, it is necessary to keep this chakra in harmony. The heart chakra is also responsible for the ability to receive and give love. To avoid blocking your expressions of love and emotions towards other people, you need to identify with the compassion and kindness that the heart chakra is responsible for. A healthy heart chakra affects overall energy in a positive way. A blocked heart chakra will manifest in this year when your emotions are engulfed in a flood of negative vibrations on some days. Do you ever have trouble understanding others or fully expressing your emotions? This is when your heart chakra is disturbed. An untreated fourth chakra can cause not only psychological problems, but also enormous physical pain. It blocks the proper functioning of the metabolism and the body's defenses. It can lead to spine and lower back pain, as well as breathing difficulties. That is why the health horoscope warns right at the beginning that every Leo should try to keep the chakra in harmony. But how to do it? The main step to moving on is to stop looking negatively at the love around you. Even a single Leo, who hears from all sides about the disadvantages of marriage or a long-term relationship, must no longer view love negatively. In this year, every Leo should perceive the positive vibrations of this energy of love, which is considered the strongest energy. And Leo must also reconcile his mind with the past. Taking care of your emotions is important to maintaining a healthy chakra. Leo's forecast reminds him to practice his mental health more through meditation or through working with himself. Every day you have to find time just for yourself, when you assess the whole day, its negatives and positives. Be aware of how you feel during confrontations. Feel the feelings that make you happy, for example when you are close to your loved ones. You learn to work with all the feelings inside you. Try to get negative feelings under your control. Show the positive ones more, advises the annual prediction, for even better physical health throughout the year. As for physical difficulties, in addition to back pain, lower back pain, or breathing difficulties, there are still other health warnings waiting for the Leo. As the Leo chart for this year mentioned in the introduction, the second decade of the year can enrich Leo with some extra pounds. In particular, August 23rd to September 15th is a period that requires the increased Leo's attention. These days you should try to exercise more, be physically active, go to nature, or force yourself to do something that will not allow you to gain weight. Mercury retrograde occurs in the second house, which is responsible for weight gain. And that's mainly because of the comfort that Leo now feels and doesn't want to overcome. Health in the first half of the year does not speak of any complications, and we will leave the treatment of the heart chakra, which we mentioned in the previous lines. During Leo season from July 23rd to August 23rd, the Sun moves from the first to the second house. It moves from your sign to Virgo. The Sun in the first house creates an extroverted nature, a spontaneous, determined person. It gives you ability and initiative. On August 23rd, the aforementioned Mercury retrograde will occur. This is also why the forecast of this period is joyful, because the whole month before the arrival of Mercury retrograde gives you enough energy to improve your habits and physical health. This month is beneficial for healing, for closing a certain episode and identifying with what you really want. If you've been looking for energy to help you lose weight and improve your physical health, it's Leo season from July 23rd to August 23rd. The end of this year is very beneficial to Leo's feelings. It directs Leo's attention to the family, as well as to beautiful experiences from the past. However, the Leo health prediction strongly warns against driving under the influence of alcohol or other addictive substances. Such behavior can backfire on you not only during the summer months. Whether in your country or a foreign country on vacation and in the final months of this year. Leo's horoscope strongly recommends that he consider all his steps, especially if he is about to make a decision that is dangerous for his physical health, but also for his health others. Avoid any risky activities that could cause you fractures at the end of the year. Physical and psychological problems, or even deeper damage to your physical health, is strongly warned by the fortune telling for this year for the end of the year, specifically for the last quarter of this year. The forecast also reminds us of the necessity of a regular drinking regimen throughout the year. It is the drinking regime that can help stimulate the Leo's metabolism. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. For the loyal Virgo, this year has prepared energies that float around work, health and love. This year will flow with astrological energies not only on the ruling planet of Virgo Mercury. The horoscope for this year for the zodiac sign Virgo will focus not only on the movements of Mercury either in a direct or retrograde direction. Every month of this year brings new surprises to Virgo. The astrological aspects are focused on the houses affecting the Virgo's luck. Lucky numbers for this period are 1, 4, and 5. Also, all combinations of these numbers. Purple is considered a favorable color for every Virgo. Throughout the year, you should make your wardrobe special with a color that contains shades of purple. Get accessories of this color for your home or office. Analytical-minded Virgo will think about their future and re-evaluate the past even during the opening days of this year. The Sun moves from the 5th to the 6th house, where it looks not only at romantic relationships. It also reviews the health and future happiness of this sign. During this year, astrology reveals Mercury retrograde up to 4 times. It first appears in the 5th house of Virgo. Said Mercury can generally mean negative energies for Virgo. But on the other hand, Virgo has the opportunity to grow. Use analytical thinking for personal advancement. The hardworking Virgo will not miss the transits that are related to career advancement. Even with better opportunities to succeed in your career. Astrology focuses on career in the first 2 months of this year during January and February. Many transits center on the 6th astrological house. It is not only a home of health, but also of work habits. Thus, Virgo has opportunities to complete tasks according to their own ideas. To do everything that she could not do in the previous months or years. Virgo will not lack strength thanks to the energy of Venus located in the 6th house. This Venus means taking a better look at your own finances. Also, for finances saved in the family. In addition, Venus in the 8th house gives every Virgo a lot of energy. And even passion. This is necessary for Virgo to direct their energy correctly during the beginning of this year. The strongest feature of Virgo's personality will be concerns about the future. Also, some Virgos are still analyzing their past. They are too critical of themselves. For this reason, the fortune teller reminds you to focus not only on work in this year, but also on improving and deepening personal relationships. The first opportunities to strongly influence relationships come in the month of March. At that time, several planets are located in the 7th astrological house, where they are fully realized. The 7th house of partnership and relationships, or a good marriage and relationships with coworkers, says that the Virgo can deepen her love with her partner at these moments. And finding the right one in the case of a single Virgo. The Sun resides in the 7th house from February 18th to March 20th. That's when you have the strongest desire to connect your heart with the heart of a loved one. In addition, Mercury also moves through the mentioned house during March. Your ruler shows how strong is your desire to bond with your partner. Now Virgo likes to surround herself with her friends. Curiosity is at the forefront of every Virgo's mind. A Virgo with Mercury placed in this way tends to judge relationships on an intellectual level. Thanks to the fact that you can take a sober look at your long-term relationship, you can also think about what your desires are for the future with your partner. Mars transits the 11th house of Virgo from March 25th to May 20th. Social events are also predicted during this period, when you meet new friends. Any Virgo who has problems with the past can now build a better reputation. A pinch of male energy is also squeezed into the feminine energy of Virgo. And so, the overall perception of yourself is more balanced with the arrival of the months of April, May and June. Your hopes are now clearer. You embrace the future. You try not to make the same mistakes as you have done so far. The second retrograde of Mercury, the position of the second retrograde of your ruling planet, will take place from April 21st to May 15th. It affects the 9th house of Virgo. The aforementioned Mercury is specific to Virgo's identification with the past. Virgo repeats in her mind what she has already experienced in the past. He easily falls into past thoughts. However, it is very important which past you fixate on now. A Virgo who perceives a negative past will suffer from problems of a mental nature. Great sadness, depression may appear. In order to survive this disturbing transit more happily, it is necessary to sufficiently free yourself from the past. You have to make full use of your consciousness. Adjust to a more favorable perception of what was. You can't change any of that, the Virgo annual forecast reminds. Anyway, the Virgo annual forecast says that karma related to the past appears these days. The month of July is specific to Mars settled in the 1st house. Your ruler, Mercury, moves from the 12th to the 1st house. So, July gives you tremendous power thanks to the position of Mars. You perceive yourself better. Your self-confidence is boosted. You can assert your interests without any problems or obstacles. For this reason, July is a month of success and personal progress for each Virgo. The second part of the year will be manifested by 2 retrograde Mercury. Mercury, as the ruling planet of the sign Virgo, fully manifests its retrograde energy in this sign. At the end of August, retrograde Mercury settles in the 1st astrological house. Your thoughts focus on the expected way forward. Impatience, which is now holding you back from completing important plans, can also be problematic. You tend to hope that things will move forward quickly. Don't forget that you have to work hard and long for any big change in life. You alone require your attention and your mental health. Do you identify with your own identity? Not at this moment, because the karma associated with your decisions in the past months blocks understanding and also patience. You think you know what you're looking for, even though it might not be what makes you happy. You can calm this Mercury retrograde process by finding a balance in your responsibilities and rest. The last 3 months of the year are beneficial for Virgo's family background, but also to improve the financial family budget. Several astrological aspects take place in the 4th house, which is related to the household and family. However, the 2nd house of finance is also affected to a large extent. And so, you can expect an improvement in your habits and new life priorities. The last Mercury retrograde occurs from December 13th to January 2nd, 2024. It will take place in the 5th and later in the 4th astrological house. This constellation requires the attention of every Virgo, as Virgo will seek the wrong friendships and advice from such people who cannot clean up, not even himself. In order to achieve the desired security at the end of this year, it is necessary to pay attention to your mental processes. Maybe some Virgo will lack emotional maturity. And that is why a single Virgo can resort to the wrong partners and start the wrong relationships. So, the last Mercury retrograde does not recommend Virgo to start anything new, especially in the first phase of Mercury retrograde, from December 13th until the arrival of the year 2024. Virgo Annual Prediction presents various sections of the Virgo's life, which must be analyzed during the year. Even for this year, the fortune-telling predicts the strongest Virgo's compatibility with the 2nd Virgo, with the Pisces sign, or with the 4th sign in a row, Cancer. The earth element, which connects the Virgo sign to a certain extent with the Taurus or Capricorn sign, will also play an important role in how Virgo identifies with the problems of this year. Virgo season starts on August 23rd and ends on September 22nd. These days can be crucial for Virgo's big decisions. And in addition, looking at the astrological chart of these days, it is clear that Virgo is facing difficult times under the influence of retrograde Mercury during this period. It fades on September 15th, so the period from September 15th to 22nd is the most powerful for Virgo to move forward, to change a lot in her life. The luckiest day of this year during each week is Thursday. These days, if good energies are not blocked, it is appropriate to focus on work success and love, or even for signing important documents. Everything also depends on how the astrological aspects are built. Anyway, during Thursday you can catch many opportunities to grow. It is likely that during some months of 2022 you will have difficulty accepting your emotions. In order to ensure a sufficient sense of security in your life, you must not leave things to chance. Even if you don't want to change your life, some things will require change. Don't close yourself off to the outside world in this year, and especially in its first half, when you can make new friends as well as interesting contacts for the future. The earth element will lead you to a strong character in this year. You want things well organized, you want to bring practicality to your home. For this reason, it is essential to involve other members of your family in homework. Worry no more about neglecting the details. Attention to detail is your strong point, so use it to your advantage, not your downfall. Exaggerated criticism, which is another characteristic Virgo element, can be strengthened precisely by the position of Mercury in retrograde motion. Therefore, the horoscope for this period recommends you to work on your own happiness through meditation and work with the 7th, crown chakra. The health fortune telling for this period will tell you more about how the 7th chakra can take care of your joy, happiness, and mental well-being. Negative energies of this year affect Virgo sun sign. For Virgo, the biggest problem of this year may be too much self-criticism. As the chart already mentioned in the previous introduction to this year, Virgo can also face relationships that will conflict with reason and feelings. These relationships can be shown during the month of March, but also at the end of the year. specifically in the month of December. Such relationships can be problematic for Virgo, who wants to navigate with reason. The heart can sometimes cloud good judgment. Especially in December, Virgo tends to direct its attention to relationships that are childish and do not last long. March is also a complicated month because the energies of the astrological aspects are concentrated in the 7th house. They mean that Virgo is now forgetting about logical thinking and analytical reasoning because the heart is now at the forefront of your feelings. Lack of energy may appear with the arrival of the 2nd Mercury retrograde from April 21st to May 15th. Virgo feels like she has to get everything done. But he does not have the energy to intimidate an important mission. You focus on unfinished tasks. Many responsibilities worry you. You don't have time for yourself. For these reasons, April 21st to May 15th is a very disruptive period that can rob Virgo of a lot of energy. This retrograde Mercury also blocks your ability to express yourself, to communicate properly. It is possible that you will also have a problem accepting your own desires and feelings. Some Virgos long for travel, for learning and getting to know new countries. This retrograde Mercury directs you to thoughts that free you from worry. The fortune-telling for this period Virgo strongly emphasizes that you should avoid any big changes or important decisions during April and May retrograde Mercury. May, June and July are months that will overwhelm Virgo with a huge amount of work responsibilities. It can happen that a Virgo becomes so focused on their work that they have trouble enjoying their free time. In this period, astrological aspects affect the 10th house, which is associated with work and long-term goals. Annual prediction still warns of several signs of the zodiac that could damage your good reputation at work during this period. It mainly concerns the collegial relationships of Virgo with the Libra, Gemini, and with the Pisces sign. You should not trust these signs with your personal problems if these signs are your colleagues. Try to maintain relationships with these people at work at a professional level in these 3 months, May, June and July. Not only the planet Mercury is retrograde during this time. The Virgo forecast for this period also describes the influence of retrograde Saturn from June 17th to November 14th. Said Saturn movement is retrograde in the 7th house of Virgo. Beware of hasty decisions. And especially for accelerated commitments. Any Virgo who plans to make big decisions regarding personal relationships or marriage in this year should slow down during this period. Saturn in this position says that too much effort to create harmony with others can exhaust you a lot. You need to get emotionally into a stable environment where you feel protected. That place must be safe for your emotions. The stabilizing anchor that a certain person brings to your relationship can be beneficial for your soul. But on the other hand, it can cloud your intellect. Karmically speaking, this retrograde Saturn constellation gives you the opportunity to move your life forward regarding your emotions and love. Annual prediction advises you not to rush. Especially a single Virgo can rush into marriage, which will be impractical and inharmonious in the future. The period from June 17th to November 14th is not suitable for marriage. So, if you are a Virgo planning to get married in this year, leave Mercury retrograde days and Saturn retrograde out of your planning. Not only that, many things can get complicated regarding the wedding. Even your decisions can be disruptive to your future happiness. The astrological chart further indicates a disruptive transit, which is the 3rd Mercury retrograde, occurring from August 23rd to September 15th. Retrograde Mercury takes place in the 1st astrological house. Virgo wants to move forward quickly, be it in the field of emotions, career, or finances. Some Virgos desire a quick improvement in their health. Virgo hopes that health will improve quickly. Mercury retrograde is responsible for these thoughts, which wants things right away, quickly, without compromise. However, Mercury will remind you that this is not how things work. The impatience that is now a part of every Virgo's life spills over into your work and personal relationships. You focus all your energy on the desire you want to satisfy. And for personal advancement. This Mercury retrograde can greatly disturb the psychological balance of any Virgo. Impatience and changeable energy push you forward without using your most powerful weapon of this year, analytical thinking. You feel that yesterday was already too late for the tasks you were supposed to complete, for the things you wanted to experience. Problems with judging time and your desires therefore cause a great imbalance in your life. You should be careful during each phase of this retrograde process. And that during all days from August 23rd to September 15th. Even though this is the season of the Virgo, when every Virgo celebrates their birthday, it is important to realize that the things you missed may not be done. This is how you look at your surroundings with a sober eye. You won't worry about not having time to do things that you think are important. Sometimes less is more, reminds the Virgo annual prediction. The energies of the end of this year will be mostly favorable. There will also be some astrological aspects that may threaten your good karma. Especially, the month of December is an extremely demanding month for Virgo. Not only is your mind focused on good family relationships, which you want to repair even in the event of their past disruption. You are working so hard to get your family to agree with your views that you may be forgetting about rest and other responsibilities you still have in this year. The vast majority of December's astrological aspects are set to allow you to reconcile with certain family members with whom the past has been complicated. Especially with siblings, neighbors, parents. According to the astrological chart, December literally requires a social event to which all your loved ones will be invited. Even those with whom you recently lost good relations. Until December 13th, there is a period requiring the correction of all disharmonious family relationships. It will not be an easy time for you. It requires a lot of effort, but also effort from every Virgo. For this reason, December can leave you very exhausted. Additionally, adding to these December energies is the latest Mercury retrograde moving through the Virgo's 5th and 4th astrological houses. What does it mean? From the point of view of karma, thoughts related to the past, to past years, and to problems in family relationships will not leave you. You are mainly looking at the needs of your own family. You forget about yourself and your needs. Your self-development is also blocked by this retrograde process until 2024. Even in these moments, it is essential to keep the crown chakra in balance. The crown chakra is your chakra of this year. It is also associated with the color of the year Virgo, which is violet. As you can see from the astrological chart, this year is enriched with many negative astrological aspects that will affect the Virgo's life. As the Virgo annual prediction already mentioned, to overcome these astrological energies of a negative nature, it is necessary to work with your soul, with your mind. Your identity will be what you want to identify with during this time. The negative energies that push through this year are mainly impatience, excessive demands on oneself, great criticism, worries, or emotional closure. Even if Virgo is one of the most cautious signs of the zodiac, the end of this year may surprise you with decisions that will be impulsive, thoughtless, disruptive to the future of Virgo. Positive energies that affect Virgo this year. Virgo can also expect positive experiences in this year, which are predicted by certain astrological transits of the year. As the Virgo annual forecast already stated, at the beginning of this year, the Sun will be in the 5th house until January 20th. In addition, Virgo also has to face Mercury retrograde in this house. However, in terms of contentment, love and happiness, this position of astrological aspects is favorable. The third decade of retrograde Mercury no longer has such a strong effect on Virgo, which is why you have the opportunity to enjoy romance as well as fun. Some Virgos are certainly interested in whether this year is suitable for the birth of the first or the next child. Even though it seems like a short period, the days from January 18th to 20th also support the fertility of Virgo and her right decisions. At the end of January, Venus moves into the 7th house. It remains in this location until February 20th. This is the position of Venus, which gives every Virgo an attractive and charming appearance. Usually, the position of Venus in these constellations of this year also means a happy marriage. This is also specific for the Virgo's life during the months of January and February, when all astrological aspects indicate a favorable position of energies. Marriage is not only beneficial for Virgos in terms of emotional security. It often happens that during this stay of Venus in the 7th house, the home atmosphere will be happy, harmonious, and friendly. Venus in the 7th house is also a favorable position for single Virgos. They discover the stability and depth of the person they already know. It is possible that Virgo will look at an old friend with new eyes. Or you'll be charmed by someone new, with whom you feel like you've known each other for years. However, the annual forecast warns that Virgo should maintain a harmonious, friendly relationship. It can later develop into a partner level. However, do not rush anything, advises the annual prediction. The primary contact of every Virgo is very positive. This gives you the opportunity to make a good first impression. And not only for your partner, friend, or family, but also at a social event. The first 3 months of the year are considered the most satisfying months, which harmonize Virgo's love and long-lasting relationships. However, they are also favorable for short-term meetings. For single Virgo decisions. Ultimately, these months are also beneficial for the development of one's own personality, for progress, and for strengthening mental health. Thus, the beginning of this year gives Virgo many positive energies that you can now use for your own benefit. Energies will also revolve around love in February and March. Then the Sun moves through the 7th house. At the same time, the new moon is formed in this house and the planet Mercury is placed. Such a placement of the planets indicates good relationships, a solid marriage. The planets also speak of improved relationships with coworkers, about the possibility to sign favorable and good contracts. If you are a Virgo who is thinking about buying real estate, according to the astrological chart, the first 3 months of this year are the time for this big life step. Specifically, the period from January 18th to April 21st. Home renovations or larger purchases, such as buying a car, couch, or new television, should also be done during this period. All transits are auspicious. In any case, Virgo should consult with someone close to them about any big purchase. If you are in a partnership, be sure to consult with your partner. In April, Mercury forms a retrograde position from April 21st to May 15th. Even though this transit is mostly considered negative, Sybil the fortune teller will be very happy to remind you through the Virgo annual forecast what benefits Virgo can draw from retrograde Mercury. Mercury moves through the house of learning, cognition. From this point of view, the Sybil says that the days in the second decade of April and the first decade of June are excellent for connecting with people whom Virgo has not seen for a long time. You derive benefits for your psyche mainly from meeting people with whom relationships have been closed for years, inactive. Mercury will bring you people with whom you have lost contact, as well as those you have met abroad. The mentioned effect of Mercury can be extremely beneficial for unemployed Virgos. It suggests that Virgo will have no problem reaching out to people who are beneficial to Virgo's personal advancement. This Mercury can turn the day upside down. However, every Virgo has the opportunity to use his positive side. Book a date, send emails to old friends, get connections that will be a so-called win-win situation. So, they will help not only you, but also the other party. The ability to think intelligently about what was wrong in the past gives you Mercury, which allows you to move in the long term. By the time Virgo season arrives, there are days strongly oriented towards Virgo's career. In the months of May, June, and July, you will recognize the benefits of past hard work. You get connections between what you desire and what you are getting now. This period indicates extraordinary success for unemployed Virgos. Wise decisions that are not satisfied in their jobs. In addition, the month of July brings into your life the energy of friendship, which is necessary if you want to see things through. Friends are a great support for you during July and August. They form a close circle of your closest ones. Friendships are formed, especially in the month of July, when the Sun moves through the 11th house. Mars in the first house gives you strength and energy to achieve whatever you desire. Such strong astrological aspects are specific until August 23rd, when the second Mercury retrograde arrives. Virgo once again has the opportunity to return her attention to a big project, to personal ambitions. This time, Mercury looks at the first astrological house, where it operates. He will give Virgos more than one great idea that you shouldn't put on the back burner. Mercury retrograde now gives you the opportunity to slow down. You can focus your energy on what you longed to do in the past. But under the influence of many circumstances, you did not take up this matter. Mild criticism, which is also a symbol of Mercury's transit, will give you a chance to do things better than in the past. The end of this year symbolizes Virgo's orientation towards financial well-being, but also towards family, social events, children, and the household. Last but not least, you will focus on yourself, especially from the month of December. The final month means Venus settling in the third house. It is the harbinger of many social events. Also, the changes in Virgo's thinking. Perhaps at these social events you will meet someone you thought about completely differently. Last but not least, you build better family relationships in December. You will also focus your attention on siblings, neighbors, children, and your family and household in general. Since astrological transits are also quite favorable to Virgo's finances, it is possible that December will enrich you with more than one opportunity to please others through material gifts. As the annual forecast summarized through the astrological chart, the year seems to be beneficial from several points of view. Although Mercury retrograde brings energies that are sometimes difficult to overcome, Mars gives Virgo the mental combativeness necessary for Virgo to slow down and enjoy the positive vibes of the retrograde ruler. You will not miss the charm that you show towards the surroundings. You will not lack good ideas and the opportunity to clean up your own life. Moreover, you will not repeat your mistakes in this year. And so, the annual chart predicts that you will make significant progress. Virgo annual prediction for love and relationships. This year starts with a very prominent placement of Mercury in the 5th house. Mercury in Virgo works until January 18th. It is in the 3rd phase of action. It also affects the love and romantic relationships of every Virgo, because the 5th house is the house of fertility, but also of dramatic encounters. Annual prediction, it talks about love and long-term Virgo's partner relationships. Therefore, it defines that this first aspect of this year, which persists from the previous year, likes you to return to the past. Mercury, as the ruling planet, now gives you the strength to go back. Use the return to correct some bad decisions. In the past, these decisions mainly concerned romantic relationships, affairs or entertainment that led to the damage of a long-lasting partner relationship. Now you have a chance to get back what you lost. Whether it's a good reputation, a better relationship with a partner, a better view of the world. You fix anything related to the past. Even with your personal emotional security. Mercury, as your ruler, now gives you superpower to maximize the benefits of this transit. And that through the healing power and memories that you can now reshape into a positive one. Mercury retrograde in the first 18 days of this year encourages you to once again create comfortable places in this world that bring you a sense of security and emotional harmony. Emotions play an important role in life. For the beneficial feeling of every Virgo in this year. Most things will happen around love in the first 3 months. but even later, when Saturn reaches the 7th house in retrograde motion. Love in a long-lasting partner relationship will also appeal to you during August. It will not miss its action even in the final months. In those, however, already through the family, and another kind of love, which is love for loved ones, friends, and family. However, as far as long-term relationships are concerned, the first Mercury retrograde in this year gives you the best chance to make amends. Already from 2022, i.e., from its final days, you feel this strong transit of your ruler. So, January is a month that can be a turning point, in which you can immediately fix what you messed up in 2022 regarding your relationship. Not only you will be open to this correction, but also your partner, who will listen to you and have things explained to him. And you approach your partner in the same way. If the past is about his bad decisions, now is the time to give him the space to explain. The time when Venus enters the 7th house is also an ideal period for improving and deepening personal relationships. It operates there from January 27th until February 20th. This transit of Venus, the 7th astrological house of partner relationships and a good marriage, gives Virgo the opportunity not only to deepen relationships, but also to fulfill desires related to a partner. Already the introductory part of the fortune-telling reviewed that this transit of Venus is very beneficial. Virgo's personal relationships are very friendly. Marriage, which plays a very important role in the life of a Virgo, gives you more than the previous period. The attraction of your zodiac sign is also very strong now. The transit of Venus is also beneficial for those Virgos who desire pregnancy in this year. After the first or next addition to the family, the whole of January, February, March, and the period until April 21st are beneficial moments not only for social gatherings, deepening the personal relationship of Virgo, but also for expanding the family. This is how the annual forecast evaluates basically the entire 4 months of the year, which seem to be in the right mood for a Virgo to find full support in another person. The position of the Sun, which is extremely important for good personal relationships, occurs from February 18th to March 20th. Moreover, this position of the Sun is not disturbed by any negative aspect. And so, you discover your own original ideals, and you are in a good spiritual and sexual connection with your partner. You assess your life, decisions related to your partner. Now, in a long-lasting relationship, you can talk about the things that bother you, but also about the things that make you happy. You will also come up with new ideas on how to spice up your ongoing relationship. The Sun in this position can mean a little blocking of the Virgo initiative, who wants more initiative to come from the partner. In addition, Venus already moves into the 8th astrological house during this period. And so, you desire an intimate connection with your partner more than in previous months. Venus in the aforementioned house, while the Sun is in the house of love and partnership, also suggests that you are getting some extra money. And that mainly through the work of a partner. Beware of jealousy, possessiveness, and an overly critical view of yourself. Venus in the 8th house gives Virgo a huge passion, which if misused can turn into jealousy. In relationships, there is now a strong emphasis on deep connection with a partner due to the Sun in the 7th house. But also, for sexuality, because of Venus in the 8th house. Such a combination of astrological aspects is very favorable, as we have already mentioned, for those Virgos who desire to expand their family. But also, for those Virgos who want to strengthen the intimate side of marriage. Trust and loyalty in a relationship. In later months, he mainly assesses the horoscope of work and finances, but also the forecast of friendship. Many astrological transits focus on these astrological houses. Those houses that are related to partner relationships are not heavily occupied. A more disruptive astrological aspect can be retrograde Saturn from June 17th to November 14th. It was formed in the 7th house of Virgo. The this year and the year-long Virgo forecast also assesses this retrograde Saturn movement from the point of view of relationships. A more negative perception is pushed to the attention of every Virgo who feels that she has not achieved much in life. Saturn will manifest itself in full for those born in the sixth sign in the sequence who regret not having rebelled in their youth like their peers. Saturn is related to a certain past karma, which is due to a quick marriage or sadness from unlived things. You want to retrace your steps. Change some things in the past. The strongest vibration of this retrograde Saturn can be perceived by Virgo in the month of October and the first part of November. Thus, in the third phase of Saturn's action in the seventh house, your own ego, or position in the relationship, now requires more work to make you feel safe enough. Because your own feelings revolve around creating harmony with others, you tend to rebel in a relationship, to assert their own ideas, their own needs. You want to feel protected. Well, you don't look for protection from your partner. You find marriage boring now. Everything seems to be in a rut. On the one hand, this is excellent news for a Virgo, because you've been afraid of change for most of your life. However, the aforementioned Saturn retrograde plays with thoughts. It forces you to share your life's desires and challenges with another person. However, you can learn a lot from this constellation. By meditating and strengthening your seventh crown chakra, you can accept all the thoughts that are troubling you right now into your life. Thanks to this, you again get to know your soul more deeply and know what it means to be an adult and work with yourself. Such Mercury does not predict any affairs. However, it predicts the feeling that you have not achieved the things you have longed for in the past. To balance this negative retrograde Saturn, the annual prediction Virgo and the Sibyl strongly recommend working with the seventh chakra, which the health prediction will tell you more about in the final part of this forecast. During the action of retrograde Saturn, Virgo's attention is mainly focused on career and friends. After it fades away, from November 14th, the energies reach a balanced level again. Virgo enjoys being close to family. November and December are months that mean a very harmonious home environment for Virgo. A Virgo in a relationship, who is asking about the love and relationship horoscope in this year, can now focus on home renovations, even on small adjustments that will make your home a safe haven for the Virgo soul. Several astrological aspects are grouped into the fourth house. But before that, they pass through the third house. Social events and meetings await you, which will enrich your mind. They will also please your soul, because you will also move in the company of other people. And so, you can expect a change in thinking, new perspectives on certain things. The mentioned social events that will take place in November and December are more family-oriented, or for such meetings that are related to those closest to you. Even more feminine energy is pushed into the life of a Virgo. You can feel the excess in that one now. Anyway, you are now a caring person who cares about the well-being of your children, the household, the well-being of the whole family. However, in December, don't forget to take care of yourself, which is an essential part of a balanced Virgo mind. As for major storms in a long-term Virgo relationship, they are unlikely to occur according to the astrological chart. A lot has to do with the zodiac sign your partner was born in. And that's why fortune teller Sybil recommends that you also know your partner's annual prediction. Thanks to it, you will find out what energies to expect from it. However, as far as Virgo is concerned, she will not take any adverse steps that would improperly affect the development of your ongoing relationship. Even disturbing astrological transits will not put you in such a state that you will change your decisions so far. Yes, retrograde Saturn will certainly bring some doubt in your relationship from June 17th to November 14th. Even though this transit is really long, you now have the opportunity to work on your own resilience. Later, you will perceive the relationship as much stronger. If you are planning a wedding in this year, according to the astrological chart, the best months are January, February, March and part of April. Later, November and December are also considered favorable periods. As for the summer months, their Saturn takes care of your doubts in retrograde motion. These negative energies can be disturbed by the period around August 31st, when the full moon forms in the 7th house. The aforementioned full moon will affect 10 days before and after its formation. And so, the second part of August and the first days of September are also a suitable time for the wedding of every Virgo. As for Virgo's fertility, as the Virgo forecast has already stated, the favorable period is January to April. And later again the end of the year, specifically the period from November 14th to December 13th. Then Virgo is properly attuned to this big step in life. Love horoscope for single Virgos. An unmarried Virgo will look at relationships in this year as they have until now. Virgo, who is satisfied with her status single, will deal with relationships only on the level of fun and self-care. The romantic period for every single Virgo begins right at the beginning of this year. Then the Sun passes through the 5th astrological house. This Sun, as well as the position of Mercury in the 5th house, is responsible for affairs for unmarried people born under the sign of Virgo, which, however, may not develop into a long-lasting relationship. These affairs can also end in drama or relationships that you will want to quickly escape from. Such meetings await Virgo from 2022 and the final month of December until January 20th. At the celebrations, with the arrival of the new this year, you can meet someone with whom the relationship will progress quickly, but also dangerous for your emotional balance. Virgo longs to experience emotional security. On the other hand, with the arrival of this year, she takes steps that are not in accordance with her previous decisions and mindset. More auspicious energies for Virgos who want to find long-lasting love occur in the months of February and March. Then all the astrological energies happen in the right houses. They are related to lasting relationships and better partner connections. Even if there are not many social events waiting for you, it is clear that you will meet someone interesting during your daily routine. Or, on the other hand, friendly relations deepen. Especially from March 25th to May 20th. Then the planet Mars lends you combativeness. But also, a huge interest in someone close to you, one of your friends. Maybe friendship will grow into a long-term relationship for every Virgo in this year. From May 20th, Venus will once again focus on the 11th house of friendship, companionship and fulfilled wishes. A single Virgo again finds the greatest support in a group of friends or the closest family members. The relationships created in this way will be very strong from the long-term perspective of astrology. In your new friend, you find not only a partner, but also a relationship with various benefits. The months of May, June, but also the first July days of this year may not be suitable for Virgo, for short-term entertainment or meetings based only on intimate pleasure. Each such connection with someone new will later grow into love and deep friendship, describes the annual forecast for singles. As we have already mentioned, a Virgo who wants to continue to remain single and does not desire to adapt to another person in a long-term partnership can enjoy this time to the fullest. However, watch out for the second part of the year, when some new acquaintance can impoverish you in terms of money. In order not to run into fraudsters, it is necessary to monitor your money, especially in the months of September, October, and November. At that time, a certain person may be more interested in your finances than in your heart. Virgo annual prediction draws attention to the necessity to focus on priorities and habits that should not be abandoned now. The manifestation of the emotions of each Virgo is blocked by retrograde Venus in the third phase of the retrograde process. It occurs in the month of the second decade of August until September 4th, when this retrograde Venus is most perceived by every Virgo. You don't want to take any step forward, because you think rejection will hurt you. In your life, there is mainly a desire to restore love from the past. At these moments, you may wonder if it is a good time to return to your ex-partner. Your ex-partner can even contact you. You are constantly trying to call the past into your life now. But you have to ask yourself if this process is really right in your mind. Is it what you want? The features of love and your partner relationship that troubled you in the past relationship will manifest themselves repeatedly. And that right after retrograde Venus, which blocks a sober view of good decisions, has passed. There's usually a lot of repressed emotion in this retrograde Venus. If you have trouble expressing your feelings, the period of this retrograde Venus in the 12th house of astrology is to blame. Every single Virgo has trouble resisting the public pressure that is put on her. This pressure can come from friends, but also from family members. They may not be identified with your previous or current decisions. With your personal attitude. Don't forget that you don't have to go with your head against the wall. It is enough if you yourself are identified with your decisions. Personal and family relationships will be deepened at the end of the year. You don't have to turn your life upside down just because someone doesn't like your decisions. However, the pressure that you will feel under the influence of retrograde Venus can exhaust and tire you. Secret love affairs are sometimes associated with this constellation of Venus. Therefore, the annual forecast for singles strongly warns against relationships marked as a love triangle. Don't hurt others through your bad choices. These relationships will not work for a long time, warns the annual Virgo forecast for this period. The end of this year brings the right atmosphere and attunement of Virgo's mind to positive energies. At that time, Virgo's attention is focused on actions that mean a feeling of admiration, security, and emotional balance for single Virgos. The end of this year is suitable for every Virgo to go out into society. During this time, you don't even have to worry about meetings via the internet, even if the horoscope warns you to be careful in this regard. Especially from August to September, when this acquaintance may be more interested in finances or other benefits from these meetings than in your heart. The horoscope warns that before starting any intimate relationship, you should carefully consider its benefits, as well as its negatives. To check the person with whom you will start this relationship. The astrological chart indicates the beginning of relationships for singles that can bring tears and painful breakups. However, if you have a clarified relationship with your partner, his past, and his current relationship problems, it is clear that negative astrological aspects will certainly not threaten you. Family and friendship prediction for Virgo sun sign. Although this year seems to be a year of adherence to habits according to the astrological chart, in some cases Virgo's family relationships will face major storms. The beginning of the year is typified by the settlement of astrological aspects in the 7th house, which symbolizes overall good relationships. Especially long-term ones. However, no past relationships in a Virgo's life are being mended now. The remedy comes only with the arrival of Mercury retrograde from April 21st to May 15th. Especially with friends you left in the past. You will be happy to return to such family members who have traveled abroad and have not heard from them for a long time. For Virgo, the second Mercury retrograde of this year is an opportunity to make contact with those who live abroad. With family members or friends you haven't seen for a long time. Anyway, this is the time when Virgo can grow in a relationship. In relation to loved ones, friends, and family members. At the end of this year, the months of November and December will have the greatest effect on family relationships. However, friendships develop throughout the year. The astrological aspects of this year indicate that friendly relationships will be in greater discomfort than family ones. As early as May 7th, Venus will appear in the 11th house. Virgo, with Venus thus placed, finds satisfaction among friends and closest family members. You take any patronage, whether in employment or in other life issues, as a matter of course. Do not look at the ulterior motives of the people who are helping you now. Aspects related to the placement of Venus in the 11th house are balanced in this year. They point to the benefits you get through contact with friends or close family members. You are a sociable and capable person who is not afraid of communication now. You know how to take care of the needs of your closest friends. Thanks to this, you can easily move into higher society. You find satisfaction in it. The annual chart for this period says that from the point of view of friendly relations, the year will be very satisfactory for every Virgo. Later, from June 21st to July 23rd, the Sun is also placed in the house of friendship. The Sun in the 11th house is a placement that brings help from those close to you. With the support of friends and colleagues at work, you achieve success in goals. And that through hard work and fulfillment of duty. June 21st to July 23rd is a successful period for entrepreneurs born under the Virgo sign, who are realized through friends. You are tolerant. Humanitarian activity makes you happy. It supports your good inner feeling. In order to deepen your enjoyment of this activity, it is necessary to involve your friends in this activity as well. Friendships seem to be in great harmony in this year. They deepen your feelings for others, your knowledge of the world, and your relationship with yourself. You should be careful when it comes to friendly relationships, especially with the Capricorn or Aquarius sign. These two signs can threaten your reputation during the year. If you confide in your friends a very dangerous, emotionally oriented secret that should not be revealed, do not trust these signs. Increase caution advises the friendship horoscope for this period. Family relationships reach the necessary and desired harmony at the end of the year. Virgo is not very focused on family relationships during most of this year. These relationships demand the most attention at the end of the year. Specifically, in the months of November and December. This is because in this final action of the year, the energies of the astrological planets are placed in the 4th house of the family. Not only does the Sun move there, but Mercury also joins this house. And even the planet Venus. The new moon also forms during December 12th in the 4th astrological house. What do these energies mean for your long-term relationships with family? You are now also very focused on your roots, on your home. You want to achieve certainty. Your instinct makes you protect all family members. You keep traditions. You want your home to be surrounded by love, a sense of security. Virgo's attention is now fully focused on family and children. Work, finances, love with a long-term partner, and other matters do not disturb you now. You will fully focus on your feminine side, on caring for others. Of course, your long-term partner also fits into this care. If you are a Virgo in a long-term partnership. Last but not least, during these 2 months, the Virgo can also expect social gatherings that are related to the family. Virgo wants to make any relationships with family safe and secure. You are looking to fix the past. How to learn from the past as best as possible. Avoid relationships that have been toxic in the past, whether with friends or family members. You want to surround yourself with a huge number of family members and acquaintances. Beware of the more negative aspect of this Sun that may occur in your life. Some Virgos don't want to raise their children the way your parents raised you. And this aspect will manifest itself mainly in December. That's when you take over the educational methods from your parents. At the end of the year, you can have fun with the children by trying to create your family tree. People with the position of Mercury and the Sun as it acts on Virgo at the end of this year desire education and a connection with home. Therefore, it will definitely not be a bad move to contact people who are part of your family. And even those with whom relations were broken in the past. Now each of you looks at relationships soberly. You no longer focus on old conflicts. A lot also depends on how the annual forecast is built for other zodiac signs. For those who are part of your family. Therefore, it is advisable to know how the horoscope of family relationships looks at those with whom you should establish contact again. Build better relationships. The Friendship and Family Annual Prediction does not predict major conflicts, but some upheavals are sure to come during this time. And not only with the Capricorn or Aquarius sign. But even when promoting ideas that are not identified with your loved ones, annual prediction adds. Virgo annual prediction for work and money. The astrological chart for this period talks about a large number of astrological aspects that focus on work responsibilities. Virgo is generally too critical of herself and how she has handled tasks in the past. This critical side of Virgo's personality will also be noticeable at the beginning of this year, when Virgo proves again that it belongs to one of the most cautious signs of the zodiac. Although at the coming of the year comes the period of analytical thinking of Virgo regarding career, it is possible that Virgo does not have the courage and energy to move forward in this direction. A big turning point in Virgo's life in terms of work habits and obligations comes in the month of May. From May 21st to June 21st, the Sun moves through Virgo's 10th astrological house. This house is responsible for the work, reputation, and long-term goals of this sign. Virgo is a very analytical and hardworking zodiac sign. He knows exactly what he wants, where to look for it. This is how Virgo is also in this year. And especially from the second quarter, when astrological aspects will also focus on the work duties of this sign. Venus has been entering the 10th house since April 11th. Virgo looks for the core of any problem that occurs at work. The energy that now forms into Virgo's work duties requires organization and quick problem solving. Virgo has no problem with that. And that's thanks to the fact that Virgo's energy is strengthened by Mars in the 11th house. He gives the Virgo hope, accepting the things he has to do for a better future. Perfection can be expected from Virgo at work during this time as well. The work and financial horoscope say that Virgo will have no problem solving problems. All the important tasks that you are carrying over from 2022, Virgo should be able to finish before the end of retrograde Mercury, until January 18th. As the fortune teller already mentioned, Virgo's attention will be focused on work only from April 11th. Excessive criticism, which is a negative of this year, will be reflected in this position of Venus. Diplomatic and smooth dealing with the arrival of Venus from April 11th to May 7th is a positive energy that even unemployed Virgos can use. And that is the first opportunity to capture the perfect job opportunities of this year. Even the previous months have already set you up correctly to identify with what you really want from life. And from April 11th, it's time to act. You should have a perfect resume ready, because this Venus often means finding a new job or changing careers. As the year approaches, every Virgo will think about whether they are happy in their work. Even Virgo, whose job is to take care of the household. Those Virgos will also consider whether to move on or find another job in which they can present all the benefits of their personality. One way or another, during this period, the Virgo has the opportunity to advance in her job, or even to change her job completely if you desire it and you are identified with it. In Virgo, this position of Venus can mean an excellent relationship with art, fashion, and diplomacy. Thanks to this, Virgo is ready to build her own individuality and free herself from financial dependence on other people. The ideas that appear in your head now should be transformed into an active thing. Thanks to this, the arrival of the influence of astrological aspects on the house of work and long-term goals can really be used 100%. Since from April to May until June, you will be able to cooperate well with others, and your interpersonal relationships with coworkers will also be deepened. Even Virgos who run a business are doing well. And that's thanks to commitment and business spirit, which Punna lacks now. Virgo should mostly work with women now, because the feminine energy of Venus in the 10th house, but also the placement of the Sun in this house means excellent collegial relationships. Especially in the women's team. Virgo achieves self-knowledge. You assert yourself in a society where self-expression does not cause you any worries. You long for social prestige and a new status, where you would show all your positive qualities and values, which you can translate into your work. Mercury retrograde from August 20th to September 15th is also an interesting transit that can seem negative at first glance. It is formed in the first house. Thanks to past accomplished tasks and a good reputation, Virgo focuses on personal progress. And very fast. You don't want to accept that this shift may not be exactly rocket. You want everything now, immediately. Beware of contacts with minors. People who do not approach work as consistently as you do can disrupt your harmonious progress. This constellation of Mercury in the first house is problematic. There are problems with one's own identity. Therefore, you can also rely on the help of others. The ones who pull you back rather than help you move forward. Be original. Avoid coworkers whose priority is fun rather than work, advises the Virgo forecast. Last but not least, the period from August 23rd to September 15th is an excellent time to return your attention to a project or to things that once seemed too ambitious. Do you want to publish a book, start any other beneficial project? Put other things on the back burner. Try to implement through these ideas from the past. The period August 23rd to September 15th gives you ideas and the energy to implement them, underlines the annual prediction. And when will it be time to improve finances in your own budget? This period occurs from the second half of September, when the Sun moves through the second astrological house. However, there are also other important planets, such as the planet Mars. It is placed in the second house from October 12th to November 24th. Moreover, in the month of November, the planet Venus also inhabits this house. And why does astrology focus on this particular house? The indicated astrological house is related to money, priorities, habits, and the work of Virgo. When it comes to finances, Virgo is considered a rational sign of the zodiac. He does not spend money on useless things, on bad habits. But sometimes she likes to spoil herself with beautiful and practical things. Virgo's approach to finances is sometimes too frugal. Virgo often worries about not having enough finances for the future. In order for Virgo to identify well with finances, they can use the end of this year, which is rich in astrological aspects related to finances. The Sun in the second, Mercury, and Venus in this location place great emphasis on the material security of Virgo. Virgo wants to feel very secure. Virgo wants to achieve personal goals. The whole this year is a kind of driving engine for the fulfillment of personal desires. If you want a career change, go for it. If you want more funding, go after your goal. Annual prediction knows that Virgo is sometimes afraid of change. However, 2023 must be an exception, because changes in this regard can bring you prosperity. The desire for better material success can be fulfilled. Virgo can achieve financial independence. At the end of this year, the planet Mars in the second house lends you the necessary courage for change. Do not focus your efforts at the end of the year exclusively on improving family relationships. You will also focus on making money, on bringing material resources into your life. Mars gives you tremendous fuel to drive you to earnings. But beware! The aforementioned Mars also forces you to spend all that you have earned. Therefore, on the one hand, it can be a good position if you borrow energy from it. But on the other hand, it can distract you, and you will spend all the earned money on bad habits. Anyway, the annual forecast recommends you work with your crown chakra. If it is balanced, it will also properly influence your decision-making regarding finances. Mars is in a strong position from October 12th to November 24th. If you want to refresh yourself with new things, or if you want to shop for the pleasure of other people, it is better to spend money after November 24th. Then the negative face of Mars fades away. At the end of this year, you can again think about big financial goals and important material decisions. Virgo annual prediction still reminds of one big impractical issue of the year. The astrological chart indicates that someone else may rob you of a large amount of money in the months of August, September, and October. Therefore, be extremely careful about your finances, the horoscope advises. Be careful about money if someone else is trying to get money by inducing a false sense of security or love. In the end, the Virgo should be careful at work, in connection with her bad habits. They can be responsible for being fired from work. Therefore, consider your approach to work very carefully, especially during the period of retrograde Mercury from August 23rd to September 15th. Don't let your coworkers tempt you to do bad things, keep safe, follow the rules when doing your work. He advises the Virgo forecast for this period at the end of the forecast. Health Horoscope Virgo for 2023. You will have to take care of your own health. The first days of the year can deprive you of good health, especially if you underestimate the weather, which can threaten you with the flu, cold, or similar diseases, because of social events where you will have fun. These energies vibrate towards Virgo until January 20th. Be more careful about your health, like the Virgo annual prediction. Later, when Virgo's energies are more focused on love, long-term goals, and the connection with your partner, greater psychological tension awaits you. And that's when it's necessary to focus your attention on things that strengthen vitality. Such a thing is, for example, the color purple, which will boost your energy. It will positively affect your mental health. In this year, the purple color is associated with the 7th chakra in Virgo. This chakra is referred to as the crown chakra. The crown chakra is an energy center that plays an important role in the balance of every Virgo in this year. It must be in harmony. Focus on your crown chakra, which is considered the highest energy center in the entire chakra system. A blocked crown chakra throughout the year can result in many physical and psychological problems. The crown chakra is the source of Virgo's alignment with higher consciousness. It controls your entire body. It is the center of consciousness. If you want to keep this chakra in harmony, you need to practice with your own inner self. Blockage of the crown chakra manifests itself through apathy. Virgo is no longer happy about the things that brought a smile to her face in previous periods. You are not looking forward to the future. Do not rejoice in the details, presents. Blockage of this chakra can also mean incorrect emotional expression towards others. It will lead to existential depression as a result of alienation. From a physical point of view, an untreated 7th chakra can cause total confusion, blurred vision, neurological disorders, and last but not least, insomnia problems. Avoid the unpleasant sensations caused by blockage of your chakra. Focus your full attention within you. Perceive thoughts, habits. Let the thoughts flow through your brain, create your personality. Annual prediction considers the joy of the present moment extremely important. This daily practice that should be part of your life directs your attention to the things you can enjoy today. And it tells you that what you plan may not happen. Even though Virgo may feel anxious about not knowing the future, it is clear that you can create the future to a large extent yourself. And that's thanks to transforming your thoughts into positive ones. Health can be enriched if you work with yourself. Mental adjustment can often cause physical pain as well. Therefore, it is necessary to look at the world and your worries with a positive vision. However, there are also warnings in the Virgo astrological chart that warn against bad habits in relation to your ordinary days. In order to avoid accidents or problems of a larger nature, it is necessary to think carefully about how your bad habits can affect your health in the long and short term. Virgo annual prediction strongly emphasizes the necessity to stay at home if you have consumed a smaller or larger amount of alcohol. In no case, do not get behind the wheel, warns the horoscope. The Virgo astrological chart for this year warns of accidents that could be caused by reckless decisions under the influence of alcohol or other addictive substances. Avoid the huge problems these decisions can cause. Remember the words of Sybil and this prediction for this period whenever you carry out any risky activity under the influence of an addictive substance. The position of astrological aspects throughout the year warns Virgo against accidents, but also against the decline of Virgo's life in the future. Increase caution when driving if you are going on a long journey. Driving can be risky for you, especially in the months of July, August, and September. In order to avoid accidents, you must focus your full attention on what you are doing. It doesn't matter if it's while driving, or during a normal household activity, while cleaning, or while cycling. Just focus on the thing you're doing. Loss of concentration can lead to injuries or other subsequent health-related problems in the Virgo's life this year. But also, with your future. Health Virgo annual prediction also mentions hereditary diseases that may appear at the end of this year. This is under the influence of the placement of Mercury in the 4th house, which brings about the connection of Virgo with family roots. And also, from the health side. In general, the Virgo health horoscope for this period warns you against digestive system problems, even before neglecting intestinal problems. If there is any wrong reaction in your life to the food you eat, it is essential to see a specialist. To develop excellent health during this time, it is necessary to exercise and face problems related to the stomach and digestion. The fast digestion of any Virgo can also cause weight gain, as you will be taking in more calories than you expend during the year. Weight gain problems may appear during the months of September or October. And then Virgo annual prediction: you like to move more. This year can also make you susceptible to problems of a psychological nature. It is under the influence of pressure from the external environment, when many problems occur in your surroundings that you do not have time to solve. And especially during the months of April, May, and June. But also, during July, when you are faced with incorrect identification with your own identity. Keep your mind active. And again, the Virgo annual forecast reminds you to maintain a healthy crown chakra. If you have health problems during the year, they can also turn into food sensitivities or allergies. Your demanding digestive system can again complicate many days of this year. Don't forget that stress is responsible for many health problems. Therefore, do not leave out of your monthly plan training, exercise, but especially work with your own spiritual. You grow through meditations, or things you believe in. If you believe in God, enjoy your time in church, meditate, identify with your faith. If you don't believe in God, meditate, perceive yourself and your surroundings. Prosper even from negative emotions and opinions. You also have a chance of developing hereditary diseases, so slow down at the end of this year. Throughout 2023, use the power of the retrograde ruling planet, slow down, free yourself from stress. For the better health of Virgo in this year, the horoscope recommends adding enough leafy vegetables to your body. Include whole grain bread in your diet. Don't avoid oatmeal either. If this food does not suit you, prefer a diet that is easy for your body to digest. Include foods rich in fiber in your diet, such as avocado, green beans, legumes. Avoid cold and sugary drinks, which can weaken your intestines and immunity in this year. Avoid chocolate too, because in this year, not only allergens can take care of aggravated problems with your skin. Be more interested in the foods you consume. Try to buy mainly foods that do not contain substances harmful to health. Even if you spend more time in the store. The time you devote to choosing the right foods can later enrich you with better health and a better physical appearance. The annual forecast reminds Virgos to include mainly foods rich in Group B vitamins in their diet. However, focus on food where you can replace sugar with honey, agave syrup, or chicory syrup, which is also rich in fiber. Discover new ways of eating. Avoid fast food. Try cooking more. The fortune telling for this period advises that Virgo should not underestimate clothing during colder days. Such a year awaits Virgo in terms of health and health complications. We believe that thanks to the forecast presented by the Virgo forecast, you will avoid the unpleasant matters that the forecast predicts. Dear Virgo, Horoscope and Tarot wishes you a successful and favorable this year. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site, with free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023.